My mom saw I finished kindergarten without a girlfriend, so she went ahead and arranged 5 childhood betrothals for me. The plan was simple: grow up, look at the wealthy Su family's 5 daughters, and pick one to be my fiancée. But when those 5 sisters found out, they hated it in my old photo. I was dark, chubby, and looked like a total country bumpkin. None of them wanted to be the one stuck marrying me. Now, 3 luxury cars pull up to our rundown small town, and 5 incredibly beautiful women step out. It is quite a scene. The moment she steps out, the 5th sister, Su Xiaoxiao, starts complaining that she is going to throw up. She asks what this dump is, calling it dirty and hot. The 4th sister, Su Xinyan, whines in agreement. Honestly, she seriously does not get their dad. Why let some country bumpkin pick one of them as a fiancé, making them travel all this way to bring him back to Jiangcheng? All 5 sisters look completely miserable. If their father had not threatened them with his life, there was no way they would ever visit a dump like this. The eldest sister, Su Wanru, tells them that is enough and orders someone to knock on the door. Even her stunningly beautiful face shows a trace of annoyance. Su Xiaoxiao walks up and bangs on the door. It takes half an hour before the door finally opens. The man standing there has sharp, handsome features and deep, bright eyes. His aura seems even more aristocratic than theirs. Su Xiaoxiao is stunned and asks if Jiang Yichen is there. I tell her that I am Jiang Yichen. I glance at the women in front of me, then lazily tell them to wait a minute. My luggage needs grabbing, so I turn around and walk back inside. The girls are left standing there in shock. They whisper about how I look completely different from the photo. The picture their dad showed them was taken when I was just in my early teens. Who would have thought my appearance would change so drastically in just a few short years? Right then, the 2nd sister, Su Luoli, teases her, saying if she likes me, she should let me pick her. Su Xiaoxiao spins around, snapping that being handsome is useless because I am still just a country bumpkin. I ask if that is so. I tell her not to worry, because I am not interested in a little girl who has not even grown into her body yet. My indifferent voice catches them off guard. Ignoring Su Xiaoxiao's look of absolute disgust, I grab my bags and get straight into the car. I get into the first car. The driver is the eldest sister, Su Wanru. It is just the 2 of us. I do not say a single word, keeping my eyes glued to the window as a wave of complex emotions hits me. My mom passed away when I was a kid, leaving my dad and me to live in this quiet town for years. 2 months ago, he passed away from a sickness. His final dying wish was for me to marry a good wife. I knew about this arranged marriage with his friend Uncle Su for a long time, and I always hated the idea. But this was my father's dying wish. So I had no choice but to agree and head to the Su family. We roll into Jiangcheng in complete silence. The car pulls up to a massive luxury villa. I follow the 5 sisters inside and see an elegant, wealthy-looking woman sitting on the sofa. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao steps inside, she starts whining to her mother that they are back. Mother Su immediately tells the maid to prepare some tea, then shifts her sharp gaze to me as I walk in last. She looks me up and down, quickly realizing I am not the ugly, chubby kid from that old photo. Instead, I am extremely handsome. Mother Su mocks me immediately, asking if I am really Jiang Yichen. She accuses me of getting plastic surgery just to marry into their wealthy family, saying I really went all out. This match was arranged by Father Su years ago. Nobody in the family is happy about it, but none of them dare defy him. I look at Mother Su and calmly tell her I have not had any surgery. She just lets out a cold snort. Seeing the butler carrying my bags in, she immediately orders Butler Lee to open my suitcase and inspect everything. My eyes darken. I warn her that those are my personal belongings, but she snaps that she obviously knows whose they are. That is exactly why they need inspecting, since you come from some small backwater town. She warns that bringing something dirty or dangerous into the Su family home would be terrible, before giving Butler Lee a pointed look. The 5 sisters lounge casually on the sofa. Not a single one of them has any intention of stepping in to help me. Just as Butler Lee is about to lay his hands on it, I snatch my suitcase away, warning them that nobody touches my things. Mother Su stands up, anger flashing across her face as she snaps that I must have brought something incredibly shady with me. She demands to see what is inside today. Instantly, 4 or 5 bodyguards start marching right in our direction. The sisters put down their phones, watching closely because they fully expect me to panic and cave. I kept my face dead calm. The bodyguards lunged for my suitcase, then a voice yelled to stop. A deep, booming voice echoed from the doorway. It was Father Su. He was finally back. He rushed over and looked at me with deep concern, asking if I was all right and apologizing because a company meeting had kept him. I shook my head and told him it was fine. Then Father Su turned, glaring directly at Mother Su. He demanded to know what she was doing, welcoming me like this. Mother Su just shot me a look of pure disgust. She snapped back, asking what she did wrong besides checking if I brought anything unclean into their home. Mother Sue spat those words out, then turned and stomped upstairs. Father Sue let out a heavy sigh and apologized for her. He said my aunt just had some misunderstandings about me. He promised to explain everything to her. I just shook my head over the years. I had gotten used to people's prejudice. Father Sue announced to the household that I would be living there from now on. He warned them that nobody was allowed to disrespect me or stand by and watch me get bullied. The 5 sisters stayed silent, all of them wondering why their father liked me so much. After some polite small talk, Su Fu showed me to my room. It was bright, spacious, and fully stocked with everything. He asked if I liked the layout, offering to have someone redecorate it if I wanted changes. I thanked him, saying I loved it. Looking at him, a wave of complex emotions washed over me. I had met Su Fu often as a child, and he was always incredibly kind. It instantly reminded me of my late father. Seeing my face fall, Su Fu patted my shoulder, telling me I must be exhausted from the trip. He told me to rest and that he would call me for dinner. I nodded and went inside to unpack. After dinner, Su Fu pulled me over to the sofa to chat, then handed me a bank card. He wanted his 5 daughters to take me out around Jiangcheng tomorrow so I could buy whatever I liked. I thanked Uncle Su, but insisted there was really no need for the card. Right as I spoke, I saw Mother Sue sitting nearby with a look of total displeasure on her face. She sneered, her voice dripping with heavy sarcasm. She told me to drop the act, asking if I only came to their family to leech off their money. Su Fu roared her name in anger, but Mother Sue snapped right back, asking why he was yelling when she was speaking the truth. My mouth twitched. I had no clue how I had even offended this woman. Just then, my phone started ringing. My associate reported that the company had made a profit of $300 million this quarter. The funds were already in my account. I frowned, wondering why they sent me even more money. Soon, night fell. The next morning, Su Fu was already gone to handle business. His 5 daughters were sitting at the table eating breakfast. He had already ordered them the previous night to take me out and show me around the city today. I barely sat down before the oldest sister, Su Wanru, coldly announced she had company meetings all day. She told the others to take me instead, then put down her fork and walked out without another word. The third sister, Su Jingyao, stood up next, claiming she had a last-minute gig and had to leave too. The remaining 4 quickly followed suit, making up their own excuses and leaving one by one. I said nothing, just keeping my head down to eat. That evening, my phone rang with an excited voice on the line. They asked if I had come to Jiangcheng. I coolly replied, asking if something was wrong. They complained that I came all this way without telling them, demanding that I go out and grab dinner with them right now. They threatened to storm the Su family estate if I refused. Half an hour later, I told the butler and slipped out alone. After dinner, Gu Qinghan badgered and pestered me until I finally agreed to let her drag me to a high-end bar. She asked if anyone in the Su family was bullying me. I swirled my wine, wondering who could possibly bully me. Gu Qinghan laughed, saying it would be a miracle if I didn't bully others instead. On the outside, I looked gentle and refined, but in reality, I was an absolute demon king. She asked if I was seriously planning to get engaged to a Su family daughter. I took a sip and told her I had no idea. If it wasn't for my father, I never would have set foot in their house in the first place. For now, I am just taking it one step at a time. We kept chatting in the lounge, completely unaware that someone up in a private second-floor booth had their eyes glued to us the entire time. It was Su Wanru. A friend had invited her out for a drink right after work. She barely sat down before spotting me walk in with another woman. Her eyes narrowed in quiet suspicion. Right then, her friend noticed her staring. Following her gaze, Song Qian teased her. Well, looks like our cold eldest Miss Su is finally showing some real interest in men. Did someone catch your eye? He is pretty handsome, I will admit. Should I go get his number? Wait a second. Is that Gu Qinghan sitting right next to him? Su Wanru frowned, doubtful. Gu Qinghan? Song Qian nodded. Yeah, she is the vice president of that incredibly mysterious Langshang company. Why are they so mysterious? Because they are a massive, multi-billion-dollar listed company. They are unbelievably powerful, yet almost nobody knows who the actual chairman behind the scenes is. For years, Gu Qinghan has been the public face running the show. Sister Wanru, you are totally out of her league, but you could definitely land that handsome guy. You talk too much, Su Wanru said coldly, looking back down at me on the first floor. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. This guy had just arrived in Jiangcheng. How could he possibly know Gu Qinghan? Su Wanru stayed quiet, simply taking a slow sip of her drink. Right then, Gu Qinghan stood up and left the table. Instantly, several women nearby locked their eyes on me. Before long, a rich-looking woman strolled over with a glass. Hey, handsome, let's be friends. Have a drink with me. I glanced up and said flatly, I have enough friends. Hearing that, the rich woman's face froze. She forced a quick smile. Just making a friend. How about I pay for your entire tab tonight? No need. Staring at my completely blank expression, she lost her temper. Don't push your luck when I'm being nice, she snapped. I have money and power, so watch yourself, or I will make sure you don't walk out of here tonight. Up on the balcony, Su Wanru watched everything unfold. Sitting across from her, Song Qian noticed her tense expression. She teased. Sister Wanru, that rich lady isn't someone just anyone can afford to cross. Looks like your target is about to get stolen. Su Wanru frowned, standing up to head downstairs. She was going to use her family name to bail me out. But as she stood, things escalated. The angry woman raised her hand, about to slap me. I casually slapped her hand away. Up on the second floor, you couldn't hear a thing, but Su Wanru could read lips, and my words were crystal clear. I don't want your dignity, how about I take your life instead? My tone was cold and reckless. Right then, Gu Qinghan walked out of the restroom. The wealthy woman recognized Gu Qinghan and panicked. She stammered a quick apology and fled, terrified that I might actually end her. My night was ruined. I had zero interest in staying, so I said goodbye to Gu Qinghan and walked out. I ordered a ride on my phone and sat on the curb, waiting in a daze. I lit a cigarette and stared at the night sky. Somehow, the moon didn't look as bright as it used to. Just then, a sleek black Maybach pulled up right in front of me. Thinking it was my driver, I crushed the cigarette in the trash and opened the door, ready to hop in. Someone was already sitting in the back seat. What are you doing here? I asked, only then realizing the woman was none other than Su Wanru. Get in, she said coldly. I hesitated for a single second before sliding into the seat next to her. For some reason, running into Su Wanru here made me feel incredibly guilty. Talk about a coincidence, I mumbled. I was just out with a friend, and I guess you were too. Su Wanru gave a tiny nod, remaining completely silent. I turned to look out the window. Su Wanru had been at the bar too. Did she see me, or was this just a pure coincidence? We rode in silence. Neither of us voiced the questions lingering in our minds. The moment we stepped through the front door, a voice drifted over from the sofa. Mother Su was sounding as passive-aggressive as ever. He just got to Jiangcheng, and he is already out partying this late on day 2. Who knows what kind of woman he was messing with? How could a guy like him ever marry into the Su family? Hearing this, Father Su frowned. He trusted my character, but he was still worried about my safety and had been about to call me. But then, Su Wanru and I walked in together. Oh, so the two of them were out together, she realized. Su Wanru didn't say a word, nor did she deny it. Father Su smiled. Yichen, listen. Regarding this marriage, I want you to spend some time with each of my 5 daughters. Once you decide who fits best, we can make it official. Is that all right? I nodded. Sounds good, Uncle Su. Though Mother Su was furious, she knew nobody could change his mind. She had to settle for shooting me a vicious glare. Early the next morning, a loud pounding on my door dragged me out of sleep. Frustrated at the rude awakening, I pulled it open. Su Wanru stood there, cold as ice. Get ready. You are coming to the office with me, she ordered. Why the hell was I going to her office? Oh, right. Uncle Su wanted me to spend a day with each sister. First up was the eldest, Su Wanru. By the time I finally dragged myself out, 30 minutes had slipped by. I slumped into the passenger seat as we drove off. The silence was heavy until she spoke up, deadly serious. Jiang Yichen, I only agreed to this because of my father. Do not get any ideas. I will never like you. She added that I should not even bother trying to know her. I stared at her, suddenly feeling wide awake. A smirk crawled onto my face. Is that so? Out of everyone I have met these past 2 days, you are actually my favorite. What now? Her eyes flared with pure annoyance. She snapped back, telling me not to waste my breath. I just laughed, letting the silence settle between us. We pulled up to the headquarters and stepped out. In an instant, every employee in the plaza locked eyes on us. People started whispering who was the hottie with the CEO. He looks like some rich, mysterious young master. They look perfect together. Gossip spread instantly. Su Wanru tossed her keys to the valet. I started walking toward the entrance, but then I froze. I called out in surprise, Uncle Lin. The guard looked up, smiling broadly. Well, little Chen, why are you here? Su Wanru stared, confused. I waved her off. You go on ahead. I will help Uncle Lin park. Little did she know, the family bodyguards were watching my every move. They figured a small-town guy like me would cling to Su Wanru like glue the second we arrived. Instead, I spent the entire morning shooting the breeze with a security guard. The onlookers couldn't help but sneer. He really is just a peasant from the sticks, hanging out with other nobodies. No wonder they have so much to say. Honestly, Uncle Lin is probably from the same trashy village. A pretty face can't hide a total lack of class. He is still just a hick. I ignored their whispers completely. Once Uncle Lin clocked out, we grabbed lunch nearby. Uncle Lin smiled warmly. He was not one for rumors, but he had just pieced everything together. You know, little Chen, I have seen all 5 of the Su daughters during my time here. If you ask me, Su Wanru is easily the most outstanding. Ever since she took over, she has landed massive deals. She is sharp, reliable, and brilliant. You should focus on her. I took a sip of water and immediately made a face. No way, Uncle Lin. Why would I date an iceberg? To me, she is way too cold and detached. Everything I said to her earlier was just to mess with her head. Uncle Lin burst out laughing, then started filling me in on the rest of the Su family dynamics. Once lunch was over, I headed back to the lobby and chilled with the guards for the rest of the day. When her afternoon meetings ended, Su Wanru called her assistant. Hearing that I was still sitting in the security booth made her frown. Just hours ago, this guy claimed she was his favorite. Now he is at her company, ignoring her to hang out with guards. What kind of game is he playing? Su Wanru sat at her desk, staring into space for a quiet moment before speaking up. Dig into Uncle Lin's background and find his connection to Jiang Yichen. Then, tell Jiang Yichen to get up here. Right away, President Su. Minutes after the assistant left, I strolled up to the top floor and scanned her office. She asked why I had been lurking downstairs all day, warning that her father would be furious if he found out. That left me a little speechless. Honestly, she was the one who summoned me to her office, so she could not blame me for being a major distraction. I flopped onto her sofa while she ignored me, diving back into her paperwork. I pulled out my phone and started gaming, making sure the volume was turned all the way up to max. Su Wanru winced. 8 minutes in, the loud voice of my teammate came blasting through the speaker, tearing into me. Why are you feeding harder than a delivery guy? Use your hands, bro. Stop playing with your feet. We are doomed. You are basically a respawning minion. Hearing this, Su Wanru was completely lost for words. Pretty savage trash talk, right? Naturally, the guy I was targeting snapped back, screaming a relentless stream of absolute filth. Right then, Su Wanru deeply regretted bringing me upstairs. Was this guy sent here just to torture her soul? She started to wonder if I favored her the most or if I secretly hated her. Actually, wait. The one I actually despised was probably her little sister. Fortunately, right as the match wrapped up, Su Wanru finished her work. She grabbed her coat, saying it was time to leave. Just then, the assistant returned. Su Wanru gave me a look, telling me to go wait in the parking garage. She watched me walk out, and then her assistant delivered the news. President, this Uncle Lin is definitely not just some ordinary guy. He owns tons of downtown apartments and office spaces right here in Jiangcheng. Basically, he is a billionaire landlord living off rent. He only took that security guard job because he was bored. As for his connection with Mr. Jiang, I haven't found a thing yet. Su Wanru looked deep in thought. Jiang Yichen, how could he possibly know a guy like that in Jiangcheng? And then there was Gu Qinghan from last night. Su Wanru sensed I wasn't just some ordinary guy, but she didn't overthink it. It was none of her business anyway. All she had to do was make sure Uncle Lin didn't mean any harm. When we got back home, the living room was absolutely buzzing with activity. All 4 other members of the Su family were lounging on the sofa next to a guy around my age. Wearing a sharp black suit, he looked like a wealthy young master. Wanru, you are back. Come sit down. Yichen just got back into the country today. He came straight here after getting off the plane. Smiling, he stood up to greet Su Wanru, but she barely reacted. A flash of disappointment crossed Yicheng's face. Smiling, he turned his eyes toward me. He said, "You must be Jiang Yichen, right? Nice to meet you. I am an Yicheng. I grew up with Wanru and her sisters. We are brothers now. If you ever get bored in Jiangcheng, hit me up." During their chat earlier, and Yicheng had heard I was good-looking, but he definitely didn't expect me to be this ridiculously handsome. I saw right through him. I just muttered a faint, sure. Right then, Father Su walked in. Since their families were old friends, Father Su treated an Yicheng with a great deal of courtesy. They looked like one big happy family. Meanwhile, I just sat off to the side, waiting for dinner to be served. Mother Su chimed in, saying she heard Yicheng was coming back a few days ago. So I specifically went out and bought you a few gifts. Let me go upstairs and grab them. With that, she headed up. But when she came back down, she looked annoyed and asked Father Su where the box from her cabinet went. How should I know? Father Su retorted, then asked if anyone took it. Mother Su glared at her 5 daughters. Seeing them shake their heads, and Yicheng cautiously asked if it was stolen. Who would even dare? Hand it over right now and you might still walk out of this house in one piece. Otherwise, get ready for jail. Nobody confessed, so Mother Su instantly barked orders for the butler to search every room. I was just playing on my phone, but this drama caught my attention. An hour later, the butler and his crew had torn through several servant quarters but found absolutely nothing. "Madam, there is still one servant room and Mr. Jiang's room left to search," the butler stammered. Just then, a maid stepped forward. "Madam, yesterday, when we were talking about the broken security cameras, Mr. Jiang happened to walk by, and in the afternoon, I even saw him coming out of your room." She was clearly implying I knew the cameras were down and had sneaked in. Hearing this, Mother Sue's face twisted in pure rage. "Jiang Yichen, I was wondering why you turned down your Uncle Sue's credit card yesterday, acting all high and mighty to our faces while pulling this kind of dirty, low-class stunt behind our backs. Butler, go search his room right now." Father Su stood up immediately. "Nonsense. How could Yichen do something like that?" But Mother Su snapped back. Why couldn't he? "Su Shiwan, do you actually know him? What wouldn't some backwater kid do? Besides, he was the only one home yesterday afternoon. He is obviously guilty." I remained completely unfazed. "It's fine, Uncle Su. Let them search." The second this whole drama started, I knew exactly what was going on. This was a trap aimed right at me. As for who was pulling the strings, I'd find out soon enough. The Su family stayed on the couch, eagerly watching the drama unfold. I locked eyes with the servant who had just framed me. I asked coldly what his name was. I'd never even stepped foot inside Mother Sue's room. Why was this guy trying to set me up? The servant looked confused by my question, but he still muttered out his name, Jiang Ting. Soon, the butler came downstairs. "Sir, madam, we found these in Mr. Jiang's room." Inside a black plastic bag was a jade bracelet, exactly what Mother Su lost. Everyone froze, to think they found it in Jiang Yichen's room. "Su Shiwan, what else do you have to say?" Mother Su screamed. "Look at the man you picked for our daughter. Coming from some backwater town is bad enough, but he's a thief, too." Mother Su fumed, but Father Su defended me. "It couldn't be Yichen," he insisted. "That's right. Could this be some huge misunderstanding?" Yi Chang chimed in from the side, putting on a fake, sympathetic act. Right then, Su Wanru stepped forward. "Mom, Dad, let's have Uncle An check for fingerprints. If Jiang Yichen really did it, his prints will definitely be on that jewelry." Father Su nodded. He called and brought Officer An from the local station over. Mother Su glared at Father Su, grinding her teeth. If Jiang Yichen really stole it, the engagement is off and he leaves the family. I didn't steal it. I thought back carefully. Yesterday, my bedroom doorknob was covered in clear film. Today, it was gone. The prints on the bracelet probably came from that. Mother Su sneered coldly. "The evidence is right here. How else do you plan to explain this?" I looked at Mother Su and told her not to worry. "I have a way to prove my innocence. Auntie, let me borrow this bracelet." No one understood what I was doing. I calmly picked the bracelet up from the table, slipped it onto my wrist, and held my hand out. Under the bright parlor lights, the skin touching the jade instantly turned red and swelled up. Unbearable. Intense itchiness surged through my brain, but I acted completely unfazed. I chuckled lightly. "Auntie, this jade is high quality. With my weird body, the better the jade, the worse my allergic reaction gets." Father Su quickly spoke up. "You silly kid, if you knew you were allergic, why did you touch it? Take it off. Hurry." I stared at Mother Su with a cold smirk. These symptoms won't fade for at least 3 days. So, there's no way I stole it. But Mother Su was still totally relentless. "Who's to say you didn't wear gloves when you took it?" I laughed. "If I wore gloves, then how did my fingerprints get on the bracelet?" Mother Su was instantly speechless. I am highly allergic to touching jade, and my hands had 0 symptoms prior to this. Anyone with half a brain can see right through this. This was a deliberate frame-up to ruin me. Then I casually added, "All right, I'm done explaining. Auntie, now, why did you transfer 200,000 yuan to Jiang Ting just yesterday?" The expressions on both Jiang Ting and Mother Su's faces drastically changed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" I pulled up a screenshot on my phone. It was a bank statement showing a transfer from Mother Su's account to Jiang Ting. I knew it. A servant had no reason to frame me on his own. He had to have been bought off. And sure enough, after asking Jiang Ting for his name, I hacked right into his bank records. This whole thing was just a play directed and acted out by Mother Su. Staring at the bank statement, everyone was stunned. They finally grasped the full truth. Only Su Wanru's eyes held a glimmer of suspicion. "How did this guy get those bank records?" Mother Su stammered, trying to explain. "Jiang Ting's mother is sick back home. He was just asking for an advance on his salary." Father Su sighed heavily. "I was there when Jiang Ting was hired. He's an orphan. Yichen, Uncle promises to give you a proper explanation for this." With that, he turned to Su Wanru. "Take Yichen to the hospital first to get his hand treated." I nodded and left with Su Wanru. Just as I opened the car door, Her cold, clear voice sounded. "I'm sorry." I paused, and then it hit me. She was apologizing on behalf of Mother Sue, Yang Wanru. "It's fine." I smiled again. "You guys must be pretty disappointed, right? If that little scheme had actually worked, I would have been kicked out of the Sue family. By the way, before all this, did you think I was the one who did it?" Sue Wanru shook her head. "No, you don't look that stupid." The corners of my lips curled up. True. Compared to becoming the golden son-in-law of the Sue family, what is a piece of trash jewelry worth? I'm not that dumb. We arrived at the hospital in silence. After taking the prescription from the doctor, we headed to the pharmacy to pick up the meds. I sat on a nearby chair and waited. Before long, Sue Wanru came back. "Give me your hand." I held my hand out to her. She took the ointment from the box and began applying it to my inflamed skin. "Does it hurt?" A cool, soothing sensation mixed with a slight sting spread through my mind. Of course, it hurt a bit, yet I kept a smile on my face. "Sue Wanru, I didn't expect someone so aloof to actually be this gentle. I think I'm starting to like you more and more." Hearing my tease, Sue Wanru's face flushed deep red. She quickly cleared her throat and muttered in a deadpan tone, "I already told you. I will never like you." I laughed. How boring. I was just joking around, obviously. I needed to take my time and carefully watch these 5 members of the Sue family. But as she watched me stand and walk away, deep down inside Sue Wanru's heart, a strange, inexplicable feeling began to rise. Then we left the hospital. Back at the house, Father Sue and Mother Sue were already blowing the roof off with an explosive, screaming argument. "Yang Wanru, Yichen has only been at our house for a few days. Why do you target him? He is just a kid." She only sneered coldly. "Is this not all your fault, Su Shiyuan? Why did you bring Jiang Yichen here?" He sighed. "I told you a long time ago. I made an engagement deal with his father years ago." Yang Wanru spat back. "An engagement? Is it not actually because you used to be deeply in love with Jiang Hanshao?" Su Shiyuan froze. He and Jiang Fu had been best friends back in their school days. Both of them were golden boys, the absolute elite, until they met my mother, the young and incredibly beautiful Jiang Hanshao. They both fell for her and promised to compete fairly. But using his family's massive wealth, he forced an arranged marriage through the Jiang family. But in the end, she chose Jiang Fu. She even ran away with him to escape that forced wedding. Yang Wanru pressed on all these years. "Have you been carrying a torch for her this entire time? Is that why you brought his boy here and treat him so well?" I hit a nerve, did I not? Su Shiwan sighed, taking her hand. "No, it is not like that. What happened with her is buried in the past. It has been years. You are the only one in my heart now." She stared at him, demanding to know why he treated Jiang Yichen so well. His face fell into deep sorrow. "Did you know? Years ago, his father and I were at a charity event when terrorists suddenly attacked us. He took a bullet for me, leaving his leg crippled. All these years, he lived struggling in that tiny town with Jiang Yichen. Before he passed away, his father begged me to take care of his son." Yang Wanru froze. Su Shiwan just stared ahead, lost in those long-buried, painful memories. Right then, Su Wanru and I walked through the front door. We immediately found both of them waiting in the living room. I have no idea what changed her mind, but Yang Wanru actually offered me a genuine apology. I decided not to make a scene and went upstairs to rest. Right after my shower, there was a knock at the door. It was Yang Wanru. I looked at her, totally confused. "Is everything okay?" She said she wanted to talk. She walked in, sat down on the edge of the bed, and cut straight to the chase. "Jiang Yichen, I accept your presence here now, and I will let you marry one of my daughters. But out of the 5 of them, you absolutely cannot choose Su Wanru." I paused a moment. Then I asked why. "She is my most brilliant daughter, and I already have the perfect husband lined up for her. So keep your distance." Basically, I was not good enough, and her ideal match was likely an Yicheng. I told her I understood. Yang Wanru left the room without saying another word. When I woke up the next day, it was time to spend the day with the second sister, Su Luoli. She serves as the vice president of the Su group. She and her older sister, Su Wanru, never see eye to eye. Word is, she lives to make her sister miserable. The second we got into her car, she asked how my day with Su Wanru went. I just shrugged and said it was pretty good. Hearing that, she leaned in close. "Let me tell you a secret. My sister is not a good person. She is cold, brutal, and completely heartless. You should definitely not choose her." I smiled, feeling amused. "So should I choose you instead?" She froze instantly and let out a nervous laugh. "Stop joking." Once we reached the office, she got buried in meetings while I spent the entire day killing time in the security office. On the third day, it was my turn to shadow the third sister. Su Jinjiao was an elite celebrity in show business with tens of millions of fans. Today was her birthday and her 10th debut anniversary. Rehearsing for her massive concert took up her entire day, leaving absolutely zero time for me. I woke up from a nap and headed downstairs, only to see Jiang Yichen walking toward me with a wide grin. We are heading to the mall to shop for some clothes and grab a birthday gift for Su Jingyao. Tag along with us. I thought it over and didn't refuse, following the group out. Once we got to the mall, Jiang Yichen dragged me straight into a designer suit shop. They gushed that Jiang Yichen was handsome and would definitely look amazing in a suit. The four women waited near the entrance. Jiang Yichen glanced outside, then pulled a dark green suit off the rack. He told me it looked nice and suggested I try it on. I glanced at the suit. Its style was incredibly outdated. Seeing that, I stayed quiet. Then Jiang Yichen picked up another one that was even uglier, asking how about this one. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Jiang Yichen, if you do not like me, there is no need for this fake act. And you definitely do not need to play these petty games. I, Jiang Yichen, might be from the countryside, but my taste is certainly no worse than yours. Yichen, are you misunderstanding me? Jiang Yichen asked, his face looking a bit strained. Honestly, he probably figured a country bumpkin like me knew nothing about fashion, and that I only ever wore plain, ordinary t-shirts. But to his absolute surprise, I had zero time to entertain him. I casually browsed the suits in the store and told the clerk to bag up the ones I liked. Just as I pulled out my phone to pay, Su Wanru handed a black card to the cashier. Swipe this, she said. I muttered a quiet thank you, but Su Wanru coldly told me not to misunderstand. Her father had told her to do it, she claimed. Then she turned and walked away, leaving me pretty speechless. And Yichen watched the entire scene, clenching his fists tightly as a flash of pure malice crossed his eyes. Once we stepped out of the mall, the two bodyguards behind us could barely carry all the shopping bags. Standing beside us, Su Xiaoxiao remarked sarcastically that some people have no shame spending so much money on these things. Su Xiaoxiao was just trying to get back at me. She still held a grudge because I called her a little brat who was wet behind the ears. I had hurt her pride, but before I could say a single word, Jiang Yichen chimed in, asking how Su Xiaoxiao could say that when Jiang Yichen only picked up a few things. She snapped back, asking how that counted as a few. I let out a cold snort, asking if she was the one paying. Su Xiaoxiao's face stiffened instantly. She muttered that it was her oldest sister's money. I shot her a look. Exactly, it is her money. Since she hadn't even complained, why are you yapping? After saying that, I just got straight into the car. Su Xiaoxiao's face went red with anger. Even inside the car, she kept complaining about me. I rolled my eyes, completely speechless. Honestly, I have more money than I could ever spend. The thing is, they never gave me a chance to pay. Evening soon arrived. After a quick dinner, I freshened up and headed to the concert venue with everyone else. Right as we were taking our seats, Jiang Yichen quickly snatched the spot next to Su Wanru. Honestly, I couldn't care less. I sat next to Su Luoli instead. The concert soon began, and Su Jingyao stepped onto the stage wearing a beautiful white evening gown. As a top-tier idol, her beauty was absolutely stunning. The crowd below instantly erupted in loud cheers. I felt like my eardrums were going to burst. Over the next hour, Su Jingyao performed several hit songs. Then came the next segment. The host slowly walked onto the stage and announced that today was the 10th anniversary of their beloved Jingyao's debut. Because of that, they prepared a special surprise segment for everyone. Next, they would randomly select one lucky fan to come up and sing a duet with her. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. Fans screamed so loudly they nearly lost their voices. The big screen spun wildly before stopping at 26. Beside me, Su Luoli chuckled. Wow, Jiang Yichen, 26 is you. Pausing slightly, the host announced for fan number 26 to come on up. I narrowed my eyes in response. How could this be a coincidence? I glanced at the people next to me and caught the obvious gloating in Jiang Yichen's eyes. I got it instantly. Someone wanted to watch me make a total fool of myself. My mouth curled into a slight smirk as I walked onto the stage. Seeing me approach, Su Jinjiao was momentarily stunned. It was actually Jiang Yichen. The host smiled brightly, praising how handsome the young man was. He asked for my name, and I calmly replied, Jiang Yichen. People whispered, asking if that was the Jiang Yichen engaged to the Su family. He was surprisingly handsome. You see, half the crowd here were Su Jingyao's hardcore fanboys, and the entire venue was buzzing with jealous whispers. Their glaring looks were pure jealousy. The host announced the duet song would be Goodnight by Beiji. Beiji was a massively popular, highly mysterious artist, and absolutely nobody had ever seen his real face. Yet his voice had taken the entire world by storm. By then, the host had handed me the microphone, so I pursed my lips and said I was tone deaf. I can't sing. Sorry about that. The crowd below began to murmur, get off the stage. Stop standing next to my goddess. It's embarrassing just to watch. Jiang Yichen, get the hell down. I narrowed my eyes. I knew the crowd wanted to see me make a fool of myself. They were thrilled. But what I love most is slapping people in the face. Snatching the microphone from the host's hand, I spoke up. I might not know how to sing, but I can play the accompaniment. The backing track for this song is played on the piano. Su Jingyao looked at me with deep suspicion. He can't sing. Now he plays piano? What a joke. The host hurriedly cut in, let's quiet down, everyone, and look forward to Mr. Jiang and Jingyao's collaboration on Good Night. Walking slowly to the piano, I sat down. The venue fell completely silent the moment the intro began. Su Jingyao looked stunned. She never expected me to actually know how to play. Shifting focus, she began singing with real emotion. Throughout the song, our performance showed incredible synergy. Su Jingyao couldn't help but steal glances at me. Fans saw this. Immediately, they started shipping us. Meanwhile, Yichen sat in the audience and smiled. He muttered that he didn't expect Jiang Yichen to play so well, guessing I must be at least level 8. One playing, one singing, they actually looked quite good together. He said it out loud, but deep down, Yichen was absolutely furious. This stadium belonged to the An Corporation. Tampering with the random draw had been a total piece of cake. He wanted me to embarrass myself on stage. Hearing his words, Su Wanru unexpectedly shifted her gaze right back to me. Bathed in the bright stage lights, I looked mysterious and stunning. It made people want to uncover all my secrets. Yet for some reason, seeing me and Su Jingyao on the stage together felt like a painful eyesore to her. A good match? No way. The song ended. The crowd erupted. I walked off stage, straight to the restroom. Walking out, I saw someone waiting by the door. It was a woman wearing a black dress. A mask hid her face, but she radiated pure elegance and nobility. She spoke up, "You are Jiang Yichen, right? I really loved your performance. Here, these are for you." The woman held out a beautifully wrapped bouquet of tulips and handed them over. I paused, taken aback. Accepting the flowers, I felt incredibly puzzled. "Do you know me?" She waved her hand. "No, I don't. I just really loved your playing. I must be going now. Goodbye." With that, she turned and walked away, but her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sorrow. I stood there stunned, looking down at the bouquet. A strange, lingering feeling welled up deep in my heart. 2 hours later, the concert ended. I headed out together with the 5 members of the Su family. Mr. and Mrs. Su had dinner ready at home to celebrate their daughter's birthday. Once the candles were blown out, everyone brought out the gifts they prepared. Taking my time, I slowly pulled out my present as well. She thanked everyone. One by one, she unwrapped the gifts. There was a deed to a luxury mansion, a jeweled necklace, and a cruise ship. When she finally got to mine, it was just a medium-sized box. They all knew. I hadn't bought a single thing. Everyone probably figured I just grabbed some random junk to half-ass a gift for her. Su Jingyao opened it casually, but she instantly froze in absolute shock. It was a custom-made microphone, the absolute only one of its kind in the entire world. This exact mic was once auctioned off and snatched up by a mysterious buyer for $10 million. Su Jingyao had missed that auction, but she had been completely obsessed with the mic ever since. She tried every possible channel, willing to pay an even higher price, but she could never track down the buyer. Su Xiaoxiao spoke up suspiciously, claiming there was no way it was real. But Su Xingyao knew instantly that it was authentic. She burst out in excitement, "Holy crap, Jiang Yichen, is this really for me?" I simply nodded calmly. "It is just a microphone. Why get so worked up over it?" Su Jingyao looked at me, feeling a bit puzzled by my response. "Where did you get this?" I waved her off. "I am pretty good at the piano. The guy who won the auction knows me, so he just handed it over. He wanted me to pursue music, but since I don't sing, I am giving it to you." I just spouted some random nonsense as a cover. Once again, everyone in the room was absolutely stunned by me. It seemed that none of the expensive gifts they prepared managed to please Su Jingyao as much as mine did. The family was finally starting to change their opinion of me. At first, they saw me as just an incompetent loser, but lately, I seemed completely different from what they had imagined. After a brief pause, I quietly wished her a happy birthday. I told them I was exhausted and headed up to bed. The next morning, I was up at dawn. Today was my turn to hang out with Su Xinyan, a cold, elegant doctor. I had been at the Su house for days and barely spoke to her. Still, we drove to the hospital together. She told me she had 2 surgeries today and to just wait in her office. I nodded and spent all morning playing games. She was still in surgery. Bored out of my mind, I just left for a walk. I only realized I had not seen her again all day when I got home that evening. Fast forward to the next morning. It was Su Xiaoxiao's turn. She is the youngest of the Su sisters, currently still in college. Since the family driver called in sick and Su Wanru's company was on the way to the university, the three of us left the villa together right after breakfast. On the way, Su Xiaoxiao gasped from the front seat, "Oh my god, sis, look at this news. Yesterday, someone at Death Canyon broke your record." Death Canyon is a famous racing track. The track record was set a year ago by Su Wanru at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Su Xiaoxiao absolutely worships her older sister. Losing that record was a massive deal to her. Hearing this, Su Wanru just raised an eyebrow. Su Xiaoxiao kept babbling that it was some guy, but his helmet hit his face. I was still half asleep while she babbled away in the front seat, desperately searching her phone to identify the mystery driver. After searching for ages, she still had nothing. But as we got closer to the university, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly changed the subject and glared right at me. She snapped, "Hey, country bumpkin, do you actually have a crush on my third sister? Are you some kind of secret fanboy?" I just rolled my eyes, completely speechless. I was way too lazy to argue with an idiot, so I just stepped out of the car. But hearing those words made Su Wanru tighten her grip on the wheel. Su Xiaoxiao got out and waved, saying she was heading in. She asked her to investigate him, clearly obsessed with her new racing idol. She gushed about how handsome and cool he must be. Su Wanru ignored the fangirling and told her to keep an eye on Jiang Yichen. Who would even bully him anyway? She pouted, walking off without looking back. Everywhere I went on campus, I could feel eyes locking onto me. As the golden son-in-law picked by the legendary Su family, I was bound to be the center of attention. After my first class, I headed to the restroom but got cornered on my way out. A few guys in uniforms blocked my path. Their green-haired leader sneered with pure malice. He sneered, "Word is you have a thing for Su Xiaoxiao." I shook my head, telling him, "No, I don't." He pointed a finger at me. He spat that Jiang Yichen should look in the mirror to see if he was even worthy. I was speechless. Do these idiots not understand English? I literally just said no. Does she even know you exist? Who do you think you are? He sneered, asking if I was worthy. The green-haired guy's face hardened as he sneered, saying they would have to teach me a lesson today. How dare a guy like you creep on Su Xiaoxiao at our school? Meanwhile, when Su Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Yichen was cornered in the restroom, she remembered her dad's orders and reluctantly headed over. But when she reached the restroom, she froze. She watched a group of guys scramble out with black eyes and swollen faces. Her mouth twitched. That green-haired kid and his crew were notorious, heavy-hitting school bullies. They lived to throw their weight around. Then she saw me stroll out completely untouched, making her jaw drop. They tried to fight me, so I beat them up. Honestly, I never expected someone like you to have so many suitors. Not only do they lack brains, but their taste in girls is absolute garbage, too. Su Xiaoxiao was totally speechless. She regretted ever worrying about a jerk like Jiang Yichen. Luckily, no one else came looking for trouble until that afternoon. Our last class was gym. I sat on the field watching badminton, but then a sudden, sharp pain hit my gut. Doubled over, I bolted as fast as I could toward the school restrooms. Meanwhile, Su Wanru was wrapping up her workday just as her assistant walked into the office. "CEO Su, we identified the driver who broke your record on the death track last night. It was Jiang Yichen." Su Wanru looked up, her face tight. "Who did you say it was?" Normally, she was as calm as still water, no matter the crisis. But right now, she was genuinely shocked. "It was actually Jiang Yichen. Wasn't he just with Su Xinyan yesterday?" Totally unexpected. That Jiang Yichen is pretty interesting. A quick smile touched Su Wanru's lips. Then the phone on her desk screamed, "Big sister, this is bad. Jiang Yichen is missing." It was only after gym class that Su Xiaoxiao realized Jiang Yichen was gone. His phone was dead, and the villa maid said he never made it home. Hearing that, Su Wanru's face went completely pale on the other end. "Su Xiaoxiao, call the police right now. Leave everything else to me." Without another word, Su Wanru sped to the school. She immediately pulled the security footage from the campus gates. Finally, in the camera footage from 5 p.m., she spotted me. I was heading toward the public restrooms, and a figure in blue was trailing closely behind, which meant the last place I was seen alive was those public restrooms. Su Wanru's eyes darkened. She grabbed her men and raced to the spot. It was already 6 p.m. Nobody came around here at this hour. As Su Wanru and her guards neared the door, they heard a man's nasty laughter echoing from inside. "Weren't you acting so tough a second ago? Why aren't you fighting back anymore? Come on, hit me again, you shameless jerk. Seducing my beloved Su Jinyao, I will beat you until you beg for mercy." Hearing Su Jinyao's name, Su Wanru knew instantly. The guy inside was definitely one of Su Jinyao's obsessive stalkers. "Go straight in," she commanded. Instantly, her bodyguards kicked the door open. The man's laughter cut off. He glared at Su Wanru, standing in the doorway, looking furious. Who the hell are you? How dare you ruin my fun? Su Wanru looked up, cold eyes sweeping over him, radiating pure authority without saying a word. You actually had the nerve to touch someone under the Su family's protection. Staring at the incredibly elegant woman, one of the thugs behind the stalker spoke up, his voice shaking. That looks like the eldest daughter of the Su family. As for Su Wanru, anyone who watched the news recognized her instantly. She was always on TV, giving high-profile speeches and interviews. A small army of bodyguards stood right behind her, all of them massive and heavily built. In contrast, those two thugs looked like helpless little chicks. Su Wanru raised her hand slightly. Her assistant caught the signal and instantly had the three men pinned to the floor. Seeing this, the guy who had just looked so crazed completely lost his nerve and panicked. Kidnapping Jiang Yichen was a stupid, momentary impulse. He never realized he couldn't handle the blowback. Miss Su, I am so sorry. I just acted on impulse. Su Wanru's voice was pure ice, empty of any mercy. Save it for the judge. Hearing those words, the thugs dropped straight to their knees. It is all our fault. We were blind fools to offend Mr. Jiang. Please, Miss Su, let us go. Su Wanru ignored their pathetic begging. In the distance, police sirens began to wail. Giving up, the three men collapsed onto the cold floor, their faces pale as ashes. After the police hauled those three men away, the only ones left were Su Xiaoxiao, who had just rushed over, and Su Wanru, who was holding me up. This guy truly knows how to cause absolute chaos. I bet he did this on purpose. He just loves making sure we never get a single moment of peace. Just thinking about the screaming she would get from her uncle when they got home made Su Xiaoxiao seethe with rage. Su Wanru frowned. Enough, Xiaoxiao. Stop talking. Let us get him to the hospital first. If you want to take him, go ahead. I am absolutely not going. With that, Su Xiaoxiao stormed off in a huff. Su Wanru looked down at my pained face and my bruised, battered body. She rushed me straight to the hospital. Using her connection with Su Xinyan, Su Wanru carried me straight into her office. Su Xinyan examined me, then frowned. Su Wanru watched her tensely. Looking down at me, she asked, "What is wrong with him? Are his injuries bad?" Su Xinyan cleared her throat. He has quite a lot of blunt force trauma on his body and a mild concussion. He is also dealing with some diarrhea and dehydration, which explains the severe pain. At the word diarrhea, the tips of Su Wanru's ears instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. All right, I have a surgery to perform. Stay and keep him company. Remember to help him get admitted later. His body is pretty badly beaten up, and those wounds won't heal overnight. Su Xinyan pushed the door open and walked out. Immediately, the hospital room fell dead silent. Slowly opening my eyes, I clutched my burning stomach. My voice came out as a barely audible whisper. Water? I need some water. Su Wanru poured a warm glass and gently passed it over to me. Spotting the cold sweat on my forehead, she handed me a tissue. I smiled weakly and told her, thanks. Exactly what I expect from the girl I like. So thoughtful. I was hurting too much to even sit up, but I still had to tease her. Hearing that, Su Wanru frowned. Mr. Jiang, please refrain from making those kinds of jokes. I have already made my position clear. I just smirked. Why so serious? She was no fun. I sipped the water without another word. Suddenly, Su Wanru stood up and coldly told me she had an emergency meeting. Your paperwork will be done soon, so just rest. Right after she walked out, my phone started buzzing. Yu Qinghan's voice came through the phone, sounding incredibly tense and anxious. Brother Jiang, are you okay? I heard you were in the hospital. I was stunned. How did you know? Haven't you checked the news? You were kidnapped by Su Jingye's crazy stalker, and Su Wanru actually rushed in to save you. She even brought you to the clinic herself. The paparazzi caught everything on camera, and now the internet is exploding with rumors about you too. I unlocked my phone and scrolled. Sure enough, the top 3 trending searches were completely dominated by us. Headlines like, "The wealthy eldest daughter of the Su family cares deeply for her fiancé, Jiang Yichen. A secret romance is blooming between them." I scowled and gave the order. Get someone to take those searches down. Take care of the company by yourself for a few days. Call me if anything goes wrong. She said she understood. Yu Qinghan muttered, sounding slightly annoyed. Oh, and I already took care of that crazy stalker behind the scenes. He is never going to step foot outside a cold prison cell again. But even so, I can't shake the feeling that something much bigger is going on here. She kept going also. The Su group wants to do business with us. The profits are pretty massive, but they have a single catch. They need a meeting with the boss of Lanxing. I knit my brows. Why are they so obsessed with seeing me? Yu Qinghan added that she knew it was a bad time, so she rejected the deal. She told them we might partner up if another opportunity comes along later. I hung up and smiled. Meet me? Not a chance. We still have plenty of time to play this game, Su Wanruo. The very next morning, Su Wanruo showed up in my room again. I just smiled and kept peeling an orange. For a busy CEO like Miss Su to drop her work and visit me, I am honestly honored. This fruit is pretty sweet. Want some? I offered her a freshly peeled banana. She told me not to flatter myself, saying her dad ordered her to watch over me. Su Wanru ignored my hand entirely, her eyes icy. She said she had a question for me. She bit her lip and hesitated before curiosity finally won out. You actually broke the record at Death Canyon. How does a guy from a tiny background even get near a professional race car? She stared, waiting for my reaction. He was too mysterious. On paper, his life looked totally average, yet everything he did was completely insane. I chuckled. Honestly, it is just a little hobby of mine when I get bored. Why are you so interested, Miss Su? She stared at my relaxed grin as her mind started racing. First, he is close with Yu Qinghan. Then he has connections with Lin Shu. Plus, he plays the piano like a professional. And now he broke that impossible record at Death Canyon. This small-town kid was not average at all. Jiang Yichen, I really hope you are not hiding some dangerous agenda. Her words sounded like a warning, but she was slowly falling for him. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and Yicheng knocked and shoved the door wide open. Spotting us alone, his face twisted with pure jealousy. Quickly masking it with fake concern, he stepped forward and grabbed my hand. He asked why I was so pale and if the injuries were that bad. His grip was painfully tight. I glanced sideways at Su Wanruo and instantly got it. This guy was dangerously possessive. I am fine, Mr. An. But there is really no need to squeeze my hand so hard. People might think you actually hate my guts. I yanked my hand back, exposing his pathetic act right in front of her. And Yicheng's face instantly went pale, but he forced a fake smile. I was only worried about you, wasn't I? If anything terrible had happened to you, Uncle Su would have been completely heartbroken. I just smirked. You are not even the Su family's son-in-law yet, and you already care this much about Uncle Su's opinion. You are incredibly thoughtful, Mr. An. Hearing this, An Yicheng put on a deeply disappointed face, Mr. Jiang, you really seem to hate me. I just shot him a cold glance. Mr. An, jumping to the conclusion that I hate you over a few words is pretty presumptuous of you. I have rarely seen a man this fake and hypocritical. And Yicheng's face went pale. I only wanted to visit you. I did not expect you to be so aggressive. I guess I should just leave. He stood up, making a show of walking out. Seeing this, Su Wanru frowned. She said coldly, Jiang Yichen, do not cross the line. And Yicheng was only coming to visit. I frowned and waved my hand. A visit is completely unnecessary. I am not feeling well, so please do not disturb my rest. Su Wanru stared at my deeply furrowed brows, her eyes darkening slightly. Fine, then we will be leaving now. Have a good rest. And Yicheng was all too eager to separate us, following right behind Su Wanru as they walked out. Once the two left, the room finally went quiet, but my mind could not calm down, no matter what I tried. I suddenly realized I had overlooked a crucial detail. I was going to class with Su Xiaoxiao, a fact almost nobody knew about. How did that obsessive stalker know my exact location? How did he time the kidnapping perfectly with my trip to the restroom? A dark thought surfaced, and I made a quick call. I had my contacts at the police station interrogate that stalker. A moment later, a text message popped up on my phone, and Yicheng. My gaze turned ice cold. The mastermind behind all of this was indeed An Yicheng. Just you wait, and Yicheng. Let's see who gets the last laugh. A few days later, An corporation inexplicably fell into a massive financial crisis. Several company executives started dumping their shares immediately. The An family was completely powerless to stop it. They had to borrow $2 billion from the Su family just to save the company. Mother Su doted on her future son-in-law, and Yicheng, making Su Wanru step in. Only then did the situation finally settle down. Thanks to the crisis at home, and Yicheng had no time to visit the hospital. Without his fake acts, I finally got some peace. One day, Su Xinyan came to check on me as usual. After the exam, she took off her stethoscope and smiled brightly. You are recovering really fast, so you can be discharged today. I replied calmly, got it. She asked, is my sister not coming to see you today? Over the past few days, because of the An family's mess, Su Wanru had no time to visit. I did not care either. I just kept eating my breakfast, keeping my tone casual and natural. Whether she visits or not is her business. You are asking the wrong person. Su Xinyan did not expect that response. Dad wants you to get along with the five of us, so who are you most pleased with? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Who do you want me to say? Su Xinyan gave a faint smile. If that is the case, then I won't ask. After all, I am not interested in Mr. Jiang. After dropping that line, Su Xinyan turned and left. By the afternoon, Su Wanru still had not shown up. I handled the discharge paperwork myself and took the Su family's private car back to the house. My body was mostly recovered, but staying cooped up all day was no solution. Father Su suggested I work at the company, and everyone reacted differently. Su Xiaoxiao was the most opposed. She glanced at me sipping tea on the sofa, her face dripping with sheer disdain. He is just a country bumpkin from some small town. How could he possibly handle company affairs? Dad, do not overestimate him. Watching Su Xiaoxiao throw a fit, I found it pretty amusing. I am still better than you. Su Wanru, however, stayed completely silent, just watching me quietly. She could not shake the feeling that this man held unexpected surprises. Father Su kept a straight face, glaring reprovingly at Su Xiaoxiao. Even if Yichen is from a small town, you should not mock his background. You can skip dinner tonight. Stay in your room and reflect on your behavior. At that moment, Su Jingyao spoke up. I think we can let him give it a try. After all, staying home all day would indeed get boring. Because she had accepted my microphone earlier, she had a slightly better impression of me. But now, she was actually speaking up for me. Su Wanru paused for a moment and finally said, let him intern at the company first and see how it goes. If it does not work out, we will find something else. With that, the matter was settled, and Su Xiaoxiao was left fuming. Because Su Wanru had built the Su Corporation entirely on her own, there was no room to argue. She could only silently squeeze her fists. I stared at her gorgeous, furious face and just smiled. You seem pretty miserable about me joining the Su Corporation, I noted. Su Xiaoxiao arched her brow and snapped that a guy like me only brings trouble. Who knows what kind of disaster you will trigger inside the firm. I had zero energy to fight with a brat, so I let it go. Ultimately, my hiring was already a done deal. No matter how furious Su Xiaoxiao got, she simply had to swallow the reality. No time was wasted. Bright and early the following morning, Su Wanru called and told me to head to the office with her. For my very first day on the job, Su Wanru dumped me straight into the design department to work as a basic grunt. I kept a smile on my face and greeted the team, but the second I sat down, a heavy stack of folders slammed onto my desk. Okay, this is the work you are responsible for. Process these documents and email them to me before 12. Do not think you can slack off just because some high-up pulled strings to parachute you in. He recognized me, Jiang Yichen, and his endless rambling ground to a halt. Staring at the familiar face in front of him, Lu Ji completely froze up. I let my mouth curl into a grin and said, long time no see, Lu Ji. Naturally, I remembered the exact guy standing in front of me. Years ago, because he was the principal's son and the girl he liked preferred me, Lu Ji made it his personal mission to relentlessly bully me. We even ended up in a massive fistfight over her. After that, I was expelled and moved abroad, earning a dual degree before finally returning home. I never expected the world to be this small, yet here we were, crossing paths again. I was a little different these days, but the stubbornness deep in my bones remained untouched. My smile turned ice cold. I sneered, watching Lu Ji's face slowly twist. What is the matter? I mocked. Cat got your tongue now that you have run into me. Remembering he was the supervisor, Lu Ji found his nerve. His confidence flared right back up. I am warning you, I am your boss now, so do not try any tricks. If you do not perform, I have plenty of ways to make you pack your bags. I laughed right in his face. Throwing your weight around with a title already? Then you had better hold on to that seat tightly. The second those words left my mouth, Lu Ji's anger boiled right over. Unable to stomach the mockery, he began dragging up our history piece by piece. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare judge me? You dropped out of middle school and spent years messing around in who knows where. You were probably some old lady's kept sugar baby for years. How else could a guy like you score a job like this? Hearing that, my expression went cold. Kept? You are saying I am some toy boy? Feeling the dark aura radiating from me, Lu Ji shuddered, but then he remembered his title and that I was just a kept pretty boy to him. His smugness flared right back up. If you did it, why are you so scared of people talking about it? I stood a full head taller than Lu Ji. Leaning in close, I let out a low, cold laugh. If Uncle Su heard his future son-in-law was being called a kept man, his head would hit the roof. The news did mention who is engaged to the Su family. Is it you? Lu Ji barely ever paid attention to local news, so he had only caught vague rumors. He never would have imagined that the man engaged to the Su family would actually be me. The exact same Jiang Yichen he had looked down on since they were kids. Thinking about the massive power of the Su family made him shiver. I had zero interest in reminiscing with this old classmate. I did not even bother looking up at him. Look, you are interrupting my work. That final remark was the ultimate blow. Lu Ji's face twisted, turning purple with raw rage. He opened his mouth but could not squeeze out a single comeback. Instead, he forced himself upright and sneered viciously. Even if you are marrying into the Su family and they are protecting you, let me make one thing clear. Anyone in this company without real talent gets weeded out fast. I shrugged and smirked back. I will be waiting. Lu Ji shot me a poisonous glare and stormed off, his mind already spinning with plans for revenge. At 11 a.m., I sent the files over an hour ahead of schedule, but they bounced right back almost instantly. There was not a single note or helpful correction on the file, just one cold word. Redo. Exactly as expected, Lu Ji was determined to find a way to make my life miserable, but I had total confidence in my work. Without changing a single comma, I sent it straight back. Predictably, the proposal was rejected a second time. I was done playing his petty little games. Grabbing my files, I walked straight up to the chief executive's office. Su Wanru was buried in work at her desk. Seeing me walk in, she asked flatly if I needed something. I slid the proposal onto her desk with a light chuckle. Su Wanru, your supervisor seems to think my work is not up to par. Why don't you take a look yourself? She skimmed the first page, but as she kept reading, her eyes lit up with excitement. It was brilliant, unconventional, and won through sheer cleverness. Some points even mirrored her own thoughts. She looked up. Was this really the task Lu Ji assigned to you? I smiled and nodded. Right away, Su Wanru summoned Lu Ji to the office. Lu Ji glared at me when he entered. He cautiously turned to the boss. Is something wrong, CEO? Su Wanru's voice went freezing cold. Is this the kind of task you hand off to a rookie? Lu Ji flinched. CEO. She glared right through him. This is our most critical quarterly proposal, and you dumped it on a newbie just to suppress your subordinates. You have got serious nerve, Lu Ji. I am docking your pay for 2 months. Su Wanru rarely lost her temper, but hearing the freezing ice in her voice today, Lu Ji was shaking in his boots. The man was absolutely furious, looking like he wanted to rip my face off, but he did not dare utter a word. He could only seethe in silence. Once he left the room, Su Wanru turned her gaze back to me. You sure know how to hand out rewards and punishments, President Su. She stared at my carefree grin, her mind racing. This guy was full of endless surprises. Honestly, he did not let her down. For the next few days, Lu Ji tucked his tail and scurried away whenever I walked by. But judging by those venomous glares, I had a feeling the man was cooking up something big. Right by the office coffee maker, I unexpectedly ran into Su Luoli. He raised an eyebrow with a dry smile. I heard Su Wanru actually punish Lu Ji entirely for your sake. You must be pretty important to her. Hearing the thinly veiled sarcasm, I felt a spark of annoyance but kept a totally straight face. What? Is Vice President Su getting a little jealous? Upset that I stole your big sister's favorite spot? Su Luoli's face went rigid. You sure love to joke around, Mr. Jiang. I calmly poured myself a cup. Weren't you the one who started joking first, Vice President Su? Just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Su Luoli kept his fake smile plastered on. You are an interesting guy, Mr. Jiang. No wonder you got a total workaholic like Su Wanru to look at you differently. But your choice of words does not make for very pleasant conversation. I nodded with a smile. Thanks. But you talk way too much, Vice President Su. His expression instantly soured. It was the first time anyone had ever told him that. Nobody had ever managed to put him in his place. I was the very first. Fine then, I will not interrupt your coffee break any longer, Mr. Jiang. Su Luoli turned on his heel and walked away, coffee in hand. I watched his retreating back, lost in thought. My proposal ended up winning massive praise from our partners, and quarterly profits were looking great. Because of this, the firm threw a huge banquet. Even though she knew I was not the country bumpkin everyone thought I was, to protect her family's reputation, Su Wanru still insisted on taking me suit shopping. Learning from last time, I picked out a suit and tossed it to Su Wanru. Once she paid, we headed back to the office together. The front entrance was already swarming with reporters. Spotting us together, the press rushed over. Excuse me, are the rumors of a secret romance between you two actually true? Any official statement? Su Wanru swept an icy, indifferent gaze over the crowd. Everyone there collectively held their breath. Grabbing that brief window of silence, Su Wanru dragged me straight inside. They called it a banquet, but it was just a small business mixer. Su Wanru was the center of attention wherever she walked, constantly mobbed by people eager to pick her brain for business tips. I took my chance to slip away to the lounge and started munching on the free pastries. Before long, Lu Ji strutted over. Well, if it isn't our leading man, Jiang Yichen. Why aren't you keeping the CEO company? Lu Ji's face was dripping with sarcasm. He could not hide the burning jealousy in his eyes. To think a total country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere had a shot at being the CEO's fiancée. Why couldn't he do the exact same? Supervisor Liu, how have you been holding up lately without a paycheck? I did not pay him much mind. When I casually dropped that line, Liu Ji's face turned green. He sneered, Jiang Yichen, don't get too smug. Su Wanru's childhood friend, Yicheng, is the only son-in-law her family actually recognizes. You are just an orphan. What makes you think you are worthy of marrying our flawless CEO? I just smiled and shook my head. I never said I had to marry Su Wanru. Besides, if I am not worthy, does that mean you are? Liu Ji knew he stood zero chance in a battle of words, so he gave up the argument and snapped, don't try to twist things. Mark my words, you are getting kicked out of this company soon. Just thinking about his upcoming scheme brought a sinister smirk to his face. I chuckled, bring on whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. Unable to outtalk me, Liu Ji had no choice but to scurry off. Now the main event was about to start. Su Wanru took the podium to announce our quarterly performance. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice rang out from the corner. He shouted that there was a massive issue with this quarter's operations, instantly shocking everyone in the room. The entire room fell dead silent in an instant. Su Wanru looked over, her face remaining completely unfazed. When the CEO asked what he wanted to say, Liu Ji eagerly stepped forward. He declared he was reporting Jiang Yichen for plagiarism, openly accusing me of stealing the project proposal. When asked what proof he had, Liu Ji gritted his teeth and handed over the prepared evidence. So, he wanted to put on a big show. This had been his master plan all along. He claimed the core concept of this design was stolen from a top foreign university student named Annie. This country bumpkin completely plagiarized all of her hard work. One is from a prestigious university, and the other is just a rural hick. We all know who the real author is. Hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted into frantic whispers. They whispered that Jiang Yichen was a fraud. Not being able to write a proposal was one thing, but stealing someone else's work was unacceptable. Why was he still allowed in the company? Su Wanru ignored the noise and looked at me. She asked me directly if I had anything to say for yourself. Looking into my smiling eyes, Su Wanru felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was as if she already knew, with absolute certainty, that I was innocent. Even so, she still wanted to hear my side of the story. I smiled and nodded. That is right, I did borrow a little bit of inspiration. I told him he was quite observant. Believing he had already won, Liu Ji threw all caution to the wind. This country bumpkin was always a useless slacker, and now he is resorting to outright theft. How is trash like this allowed to stay in our company, CEO Su? He suggested firing me immediately. Su Wanru furrowed her brows slightly, waiting to hear my next words. And what if I am Annie? Liu Ji burst into boisterous laughter. You, Annie? Jiang Yichen, do not make me laugh. If you are Annie, I will resign on the spot and hand over my executive position. Why would a boy, genius like Annie, who finished a double degree at such a young age, return to the country just to work as a lowly employee? You really mean that? I asked casually. Utterly confident, Liu Ji tilted his chin up haughtily. He snapped that he absolutely did. I walked up to the stage, pulled out my phone, and connected it to the projector screen. Then, I dialed a video call. A few seconds later, a kind-looking elderly foreign man appeared on the screen. It was the two-time Nobel Prize winner, Professor Andrew. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Nobody expected Jiang Yichen to know someone of this caliber. I smiled faintly. Hello, Professor. I am sorry to bother you like this. Professor Andrew did not seem annoyed at all. Seeing me, his face lit up with a huge smile. Annie, you haven't called in ages, he said. I am so glad you did. I do not even feel like working on my experiments anymore. I laughed and shook my head, sorry to interrupt your work, Professor. You really should focus on your experiments. As the two of us chatted and laughed in fluent English, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone at Su Corporation was a graduate of a top university. They could easily understand our conversation. But what was hardest to comprehend was not the English itself. Nobody could believe Jiang Yichen actually knew a legend like Professor Andrew. And hearing it straight from the professor's mouth, that was the ultimate proof. I really was Annie. Liu Ji's whole world shattered in an instant. He stared blankly at the screen, then looked back at me in total shock. The man completely broke down. He had lost absolutely everything, with zero ways to recover. I ended the call and smirked at Liu Ji's pale face. Liu Ji, I only borrowed my own concept. Are you still going to call that plagiarism? Liu Ji opened his mouth, but nothing came out. As for Su Wanru, her mind was completely blown far beyond simple shock. She realized this guy always found a way to deliver the most unbelievable surprises. Liu Ji, clear out your desk and go to finance for your severance. Su Wanru refused to keep such petty, arrogant people in her office. Just like that, she ended his career with a single sentence. The whole pathetic drama was finally over. Su offered me a ride home, but I had urgent things to handle, so I politely turned her down. I headed outside and slipped into a waiting car. Gu Qinghan had been waiting inside for ages. He asked if my body was fully recovered. I laughed softly and told him I had been fine for a long time. I told him to step on it before we missed the whole show. Gu Qinghan nodded, hit the gas, and we roared off. We were heading straight to an underground black market. Tonight, a rare, high-tech computer was hitting the auction block. Rumors said a legendary, world-class hacker built it, making it the only machine of its kind on the planet. I live for this kind of tech. There was no way I was leaving without that computer tonight. We arrived right as the grand finale began. Bidding for the legendary computer started at $10 million, and offers immediately started flying. I stayed quiet, waiting for the room to calm down before raising the bid to $120 million. The auctioneer called for higher bids. Gu Qinghan calmly raised our paddle to $130 million, going once. $130 million going twice then, $200 million. My smile froze. Glancing over, I saw a very familiar figure. Unfortunately, half the crowd was wearing glasses, making it pretty tough to figure out exactly who she was. $300 million. Gu Qinghan kept bidding, though $300 million for a computer was already pushing the absolute limit. Nobody else was willing to match that. But then, the strange woman in glasses raised her paddle. $400 million. $400 million. Gu Qinghan turned to me, asking if we should keep bidding. I shook my head and sighed, let her have it. The gavel fell, and Gu Qinghan lowered our paddle. The computer was officially hers. Once the auction wrapped up, Gu Qinghan drove Li Yan back home. Just as I reached the main exit of the auction house, a group of people stopped me. Leading them was a blonde, blue-eyed woman wearing glasses. Her presence alone made it clear she was someone extremely powerful. Yichen, it has been a while. Even with those glasses on, I knew exactly who she was. I spoke up, unable to hide my surprise. Senior sister, what are you doing here? We had both trained under the same master, and our hacking skills were completely unmatched. Xie Bingshu chuckled softly. I came here for this computer. Did you honestly forget your birthday is in 2 days? I know how much you love this tech, so I flew to China just to bid on it. How long are you staying? Not long. I head back tomorrow. I originally planned to mail this to you, but running into you here is perfect. Now I can hand it over in person. I felt a bit foolish if I had known. I never would have bid against you. We basically handed the auction house a fortune for no reason. Xie Bingsu reached out and playfully ruffled my hair. It is fine. It is only $400 million, as long as you are happy. In the corner, a camera flash flickered and quickly disappeared. We caught up on life for a few minutes before Xie Bingshu left for her flight, while I headed back to the Su family residence. Next morning, I walked downstairs to grab some breakfast. Everyone was giving me incredibly weird looks. Su Xiaoxiao snorted, saying she never expected me to actually be a top student. I ignored her sarcasm and sat. Su Fu glared, telling her to pipe down. Since it is the weekend, I have decided we are all going hiking. The 5 girls looked miserable. Hiking is always hot and exhausting. None of them wanted to go. Dad, I have several surgeries scheduled today, so it might not be possible for me. Su Xinyan stood up to leave, but Su Fu barked at her to stop, demanding to know what she meant. Does your hospital seriously have no other doctors? Su Xinyan laughed awkwardly, rubbing her nose in defeat. Seeing this, Su Jinyang quickly abandoned his plan to sneak away, and Su Xiaoxiao quietly shut her mouth too. Then it is settled. We leave soon. Nobody dared to argue with Su Fu's direct orders. A few of us quickly threw on some hiking gear and headed out to the area's most famous scenic overlook. As soon as we arrived, I noticed a guy in a full suit wearing a massive grin. It was Jiang Yichen. The moment Mrs. Su spotted him, her smile stretched so wide it practically split her face. She gushed, telling Jiang Yichen she never expected him to actually show up today. And Yichen smiled, asking how he could ever decline her personal invitation. But Su Xiaoxiao, being her usual blunt self, couldn't stay quiet. She scoffed at his clothes, demanding to know who wears a full suit for a hike and how he expected to climb like that. I smirked because Su Xiaoxiao was pretty hilarious, while Jiang Yichen turned pale and mumbled a quick apology. He whined about not hiking often and not knowing any better, but seeing him look so pathetic just gave me a massive headache. This guy was definitely going to cause drama, and I wished I'd stayed home. Meanwhile, Mrs. Su rolled her eyes at Su Xiaoxiao. She snapped at her daughter to stop worrying about his clothes, then grabbed Jiang Yichen and dragged him ahead of everyone. I followed behind them, noting that Su Wanru kept completely quiet along the path. Seeing her quiet mood, I raised an eyebrow and teased that smiling more would actually make her look a lot younger. She completely ignored my joke, keeping her eyes fixed on the distant mountains until I got distracted and tripped over a loose rock. My ankle twisted instantly. I groaned, clutching it tight, which made her immediately ask what was wrong. Su Wanru looked down and asked if I sprained it and if I could walk, as cold sweat began dripping down my face from the intense pain. Seeing me struggle, Su Wanru pulled me up, and I immediately caught the fresh scent of mint on her clothes, making my ears turn red. I claimed I was fine, but she called me stubborn for ignoring how swollen it looked. Her expression turned icy as she mentioned there was a mountain clinic, and they could get Jiang Yichen to treat the swelling soon. Watching us from the side, Su Luoli let out a highly amused, wicked smirk. She teased Su Wanru, mocking that the girl who never cares about anyone finally found a guy, but Su Wanru snapped at her to cut the crap. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, calling her completely fake. Su Xinian was distracted by hospital emails on her phone, and Su Jingyao was talking to her manager, so neither of them even noticed the drama unfolding near us. And Yisheng definitely noticed, though, and seeing Su Wanru hold me up made him absolutely burn with jealousy. His mood instantly soured, and the change in his face didn't escape Mrs. Su, who was standing nearby. Seeing him look so miserable, she asked what was wrong and why he was so upset. And Yichen glanced back at me and whispered to Mrs. Su, asking if she thought Su Wanru liked Jiang Yichen, causing her to whip her head around. Spotting me leaning on Su Wanru, Mrs. Su's expression hardened as she promised, and Yicheng she would take care of it. Once we reached the peak, I was immediately taken to a temporary medical clinic for treatment. Slipping in while everyone else was busy, Mrs. Su entered my room and announced she had something to say to me. We had barely spoken since our last big talk, so watching her walk in made me wonder what she was plotting now. I put on a fake smile, but she immediately remarked on how close Wanru and I seemed. I immediately caught her drift and quickly assured her that Su Wanru and I barely even talked to each other. Mrs. Su's face hardened as she reminded me she expects Su Wanru's future husband to be in Yicheng. She warned me that no matter what we felt, she would never allow us together. She came here strictly to threaten me. I smiled politely and told her not to worry, because I didn't have any feelings for Su Wanru anyway. Hearing that, she looked visibly relieved and let out a smug, satisfied smile. She suggested I could date any of her other 4 outstanding daughters, calling me a smart kid who knows his place. The warning didn't ruin my mood at all, and the moment she walked out, I pulled out my phone to text Gu Qinghan. I asked him to send some of his special healing wine, making Gu Qinghan rub his forehead. He texted back asking why my luck was always so terrible, leaving me speechless at how sarcastic he was being. Right as I hit send, Su Luoli pushed the door open and strolled in, asking how I was holding up. She sat down beside me like we were old buddies, but I kept my face totally blank and asked what she wanted. She offered a sweet smile, asking if she couldn't just drop by to check on me, though her sincerity was highly questionable. We barely ever interacted, so I knew this sudden visit was suspicious. She was definitely up to no good. I told her to quit beating around the bush and say what she wanted, causing Su Luoli to smirk. She smirked and asked what if she was interested in me, making my mouth twitch in pure disbelief. Su Luoli leaned in closer, her smile widening. Why is that not allowed? You are making me so sad acting like this. I shot her a sideways glance and told her coolly have some self-respect. Su Luoli chuckled softly. Jiang Yichen, I am actually being serious. Right then, Su Wanru pushed the door open and walked in. She instantly saw how close we were. Her eyes darkened. Am I interrupting something? The sight was more than a little jarring. Su Luoli caught her subtle look, feeling a surge of secret delight. Not at all. We are just here to check on Yichen. She deliberately changed how she addressed me to make our connection seem special. She even rolled the name Yichen off her tongue with a lingering, affectionate tone. Was Su Luoli actually interested in Jiang Yichen? Su Wanru's gaze held an indescribable, murky complexity. She just gave a soft HM and turned to walk out. Su Luoli had successfully made her uncomfortable, leaving herself in a great mood. Before leaving, she made a point to tell me to take care of myself. Everyone in the room had their own hidden thoughts. Ultimately, the atmosphere grew far too awkward, especially with the fact that I was injured. Mr. Su waved his hand and the entire group headed back home in a massive procession. Due to my injuries, I was transferred to the hospital where Su Xinian worked. Surprisingly, Mr. Su knocked on my ward door. Looking at my face, he silently reminisced about his old comrade. Li Chen, are you feeling any better now? It is all because of those good-for-nothing kids of mine who did not take care of you. That is why you got hurt. My heart warmed a little. Uncle, this is entirely my own fault. I was careless, and it has nothing to do with them. Mr. Su held my hand. Yichen, rest assured. Whichever of them marries you, I will give her 20% of the Su Group shares, plus 20 villas in the capital. No one will dare mistreat you. This is your Uncle Su's promise. Hearing this, a sour ache gripped my heart, and deep gratitude slowly spread within me. Outside, Su Xinian was just about to knock and enter. She raised her hand, but froze when she heard those words. She stood right there, completely stunned. Marrying Jiang Yichen could actually get someone that much. The five of them only had a 5% share each, but marrying him meant 20%. Mr. Su gave me a few more words of advice, then took a phone call and left in a hurry. Su Shenyan could hardly suppress the wild ecstasy in her heart. She stood at the door and took a deep breath. Only after steadying her emotions did she finally walk in. As soon as she saw me, her gaze instantly softened. She walked over to my side and reached out to press gently on my ankle. Does it still hurt here? Although I knew this was just a routine checkup, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. I forced a smile. I am feeling much better. It does not hurt as much anymore. Su Shenyan smiled gently. That is good. If you need anything at all, just call me anytime. Such meticulous and attentive care made me feel a bit out of place. I was momentarily taken aback. I did not understand what was happening with Su Shenyan. She used to be so deeply biased against me, so why change her tune? Why was she suddenly so attentive? Even after Su Shenyan left, I still had not fully processed it. During my stay at the hospital, Su Wanru never visited me once. Since the company was currently in a period of stable growth, she should not have been that busy. Thinking it over, she must be acting like this because of last time. She was avoiding me on purpose. So, on the day I recovered and went back to work, I specifically asked to ride in her car. President Su is so generous. She would not mind giving me a ride, right? I shamelessly hopped in the passenger seat and buckled up. Why did you not take Luoli's car? Su Wanru asked coldly. I just chuckled. I just prefer yours. Hurry up and get in. We are going to be late. Unable to argue, Su Wanru was completely helpless. She had no choice but to drive me to work. Along the way, I kept my eyes out the window. The breeze blew through my hair, giving me a messy, handsome look. Eventually, Su Wanru could not hold back anymore. What is your relationship with Luoli? Hearing this, I turned my head to look at her. We do not have one. Su Wanru asked hesitantly. Then what about that day? I smiled at her. Listening to a one-sided story is not something someone as smart as you, Su Wanru, should be doing. Su Wanru froze for a second, unable to stop her lips from twitching upward. Catching that little smile, I teased her playfully. You seem pretty happy, Su Wanru. You care so much about my relationship with other people. Do not tell me you have fallen for me. Her face instantly turned bright red. You talk too much, she snapped. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who knew the great Su Wanruo could actually blush? How interesting. To stop me from saying anything else she couldn't handle, Su Wanruo slammed on the gas and sped to the office. The moment we stepped into the office, I spotted an uninvited guest, and Yicheng was sitting right there in the design supervisor's chair. When he saw me, he flashed a fake smile. Jiang Yichen, you're here. Are you fully recovered yet? He sounded polite, but I knew Yicheng wished I would never recover. I waved my hand casually and gave a flat reply. Thanks for your concern, Mr. An. I am doing just fine. Then he suddenly laughed. That is good to hear. Oh, by the way, Su Wanruo mentioned the department was missing a director. So, I volunteered to step in. Surely you aren't upset about me being here. I just chuckled and said I didn't mind. After all, Mr. An is aiming to be the CEO's wife. A mere department director position is nothing to you. And Yicheng's face went completely pale. Jiang Yicheng, how could you say that? I was just worried you would be upset. After all, I got a supervisor role the second I arrived, while you were still just a regular employee. It is only natural to feel resentful. So what if I was a top student? Su Wanru still cared about him more. I sneered, are you a mind reader? How do you know I am resentful? In the time you have spent chatting me up, mister, I could have written 2 whole proposals. You should spend your energy on actual company business instead of wasting time on meaningless things. And Yicheng seethed with frustration, completely unable to win the argument. We parted on bad terms, and I went back to my desk to work. Around noon, I headed over to Su Wanruo's office to discuss the next steps for our proposal, only to find Yicheng in there pestering her. Wanruo, it is noon. Let's go grab lunch together. I stood at the door, about to turn and leave when Su Wanruo suddenly called out. Jiang Yicheng, come in. I pursed my lips, eyes sharp. Am I not interrupting something? Su Wanruo ignored my comment and told me to come discuss the proposal. This blatant rejection left Yicheng completely lost. He never expected Su Wanruo, who never said no to him, would brush him aside today for Jiang Yicheng. He was so furious he could barely breathe. But looking at Su Wanruo, he still put on a pitiful, wronged expression. Wanruo, I clearly asked you out first. Su Wanruo replied coldly. Company matters take priority. Is that a problem? Shut down once again, and Yicheng bit his lip and stayed silent. After Yicheng left, I watched his lonely retreating back and laughed inwardly, asking if she was sure about breaking her sweetheart's heart like that. Su Wanruo shot me a look and told me to read the proposal. I smiled, noting that Su Luoli was right. You really are a workaholic. Su Wanruo ignored my teasing, keeping her head down to focus on the proposal. By the time we finished revising it, it was already 3 p.m. My stomach suddenly growled at the worst possible moment. Su Wanruo raised an eyebrow and told me to let's go get some food. She took me to her favorite everyday noodle shop. She ordered 2 bowls of ramen, making the corners of my mouth curl up. Who knew the great Miss Su actually eats stuff like this? Even eating noodles, every move Su Wanruo made was elegant. She took a bite of her food and calmly asked what I expected her to eat every single day. Western food or Japanese cuisine? I shook my head, just surprised that Miss Su enjoyed such humble, homey food. My smile widened. Then my tone turned serious, saying I really like it too, having eaten it daily as a kid. I honestly feel like no fancy food could ever compare to the bowls of noodles my dad used to make. It is a shame that things have changed and people are gone. I can never go back to those days. Su Wanru stayed quiet, keeping her head down as she ate, but her heart had been gently stirred. This was the first time she had heard me mention my family, and even though it was brief, it left a deep impression. Soon, we returned to the office. As I sat down to work, my colleague patted my shoulder and told me to check Weibo right away. Apparently, I was in big trouble. My chest tightened as I quickly opened up the trending topics. A massive, glaring headline claimed Jiang Yichen was engaged to the Su family while cheating with a foreigner. It called me a player acting like a good boy on the outside, playing the Su family women for fools, asking who I would ultimately choose from all these women. Right below, there was a blurry photo attached. That photo was snapped at the underground auction. Just a candid of me and my senior sister, both of us smiling happily together. We looked pretty intimate in that picture, despite our sunglasses. Honestly, anyone could have easily recognized us in a heartbeat. My eyes narrowed. A cold anger flashed through me. I already had a pretty good idea who was behind this leak. I immediately dialed Gu Qinghan and told him to kill that trending search right now. Right then, Father and Mother Su demanded that I return to the Su estate immediately. On my way out, I ran into Su Wanru. She was heading home too, but she just gave me a freezing look before turning away. She definitely saw the news. I arrived at the Su residence to find the entire family waiting. Mother Su immediately tore into me, saying she always thought I was a good kid and never expected this from me. I frowned, but chose not to argue. I only told her quietly that this was all just a misunderstanding. She snapped back, how could I agree to date her daughters while secretly seeing someone else behind their backs? How could I face Uncle Su now? I knew if I did not clear this up, even Father Su would lose all faith in me. Su Xiaoxiao scoffed. She said the proof was right there and Jiang Yichen needed to just admit it already. I shook my head, telling her it was not what she thought and that the woman was just my senior sister. She glared coldly. Even if she was a senior sister, acting that close meant we must have some kind of secret relationship. How could I still make cheap excuses at a time like this? Father Su frowned, looking deeply conflicted. He turned to me and calmly asked if what they were saying was true. Was I really involved with her? I calmly told Uncle Su once again that she was only my senior sister. I offered to call her right then if he did not believe me, but Father Su just let out a cold sneer. He said we would just coordinate our lies to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Just then, Su Jingyao looked up from her phone in surprise. She told everyone to look at Weibo because of a new statement. She was Chinese-American, looking exactly like the woman from the photo. The statement said she already had a fiancé and was getting married this June, and she always treated Jiang Yichen like a little brother. Looking after him was just a task from their shared teacher, so there was absolutely no reason to overthink things. She asked the internet to back off and leave the young man alone. It turned out she was Jie Bingji, a highly renowned artist. Because of her status, nobody dared question her. The entire online narrative flipped in an instant. Netizens even began hunting for the photographer, wondering who was pathetic enough to try and frame Jiang Yichen like this. Mother Su, who was screaming mad a second ago, immediately shut up. Father Su smiled with real satisfaction. He said he knew his judgment of character was right and apologized for the mix-up, and I just smiled and nodded. I thanked Uncle Su for believing in me. Nearby, Su Xiaoxiao looked incredibly awkward. Rubbing her nose, she mumbled that she still did not like me anyway. I ignored her glance. The drama was finally over. Father Su waved his hand to dismiss the issue, and the family gathering finally dispersed. Su Wanru watched me from a distance as I stood there quietly. Seeing how calmly I handled the pressure stirred something new inside her. I caught her eye, tilted my head, and smiled. Did she also think I was messing around with someone else? Her heavy silence was basically an admission. Deep down, she cared a bit, but she had not jumped to the conclusion that I was a cheater. Looking back at her, my smile did not quite reach my eyes. With the storm cleared, I had Gu Qinghan track down the culprit. Unsurprisingly, An Yicheng had bribed a reporter to leak the photo online. It looked like I was too soft on the An family. Clearly, and Yicheng still had the energy to play dirty. Gu Qinghan handed down the command to instantly terminate all of Lang Xiong's contracts with the An family. No more business with them. Shut down every ongoing project right now, and I did not care about the breach of contract fees. Gu Qinghan agreed coldly, noting that it was indeed An Yicheng pulling the strings again. She told me not to worry, calling me Brother Jiang, and promised to destroy them. Without Lang Xiong, the An family was losing their biggest cash cow. They stood to lose billions of dollars easily. Lang Xiong Corporation put out a public announcement cutting all ties with the An family, which immediately made Su Wanru highly suspicious. Every single time Jiang Yichen had trouble, the An family suffered a crisis. She wondered if Gu Qinghan was secretly helping him get revenge on An Yicheng. Later that afternoon, I wrapped up a new project proposal. Right as I prepared to head out, Su Wanru suddenly stopped me. The An family is in ruins. Did you pull strings behind the scenes? I paused, then burst out laughing. Really? Do you think I have that kind of power? Power to bring down a massive company like the An Group? Su Wanru frowned. Even if you did not, Gu Qinghan or Lang Xiong could. Jiang Yichen. And Yichen might be annoying, but you did not have to treat him like this. My gaze was cold as ice. President Su, you are just so thoughtful, coming all this way to grill me on his behalf. Su Wanru frowned. She grimaced, clearly not meaning it that way. I looked at Su Wanru. Is An Yichen really as innocent as you think? Su Wanru remembered their childhood, how An Yichen would step on a tiny ant and cry about it for days. She lowered her voice. I know he is not bad at heart. I stood up. Since we are at this point, we have nothing left to discuss. My face stayed blank. The An Group brought this crisis on themselves, and Langshang canceling their partnership has nothing to do with me, either. If President Su is so desperate to find out who's pulling the strings, you should call Lang Jiang's CEO directly instead of giving your own employee a hard time. I tossed those words back and walked away. The Su Group anniversary banquet was right around the corner, with tons of celebrities and VIPs invited to attend. Su Wanru decided to let An Yichen handle the entire event planning. Hearing that made my hand tremble. So she really likes An Yichen, huh? No wonder she defends him, no matter what. Her heart already belonged to someone else. Right after work, I immediately called Gu Qinghan to grab some drinks at a nearby bar. Inside the Nightfall bar, Gu Qinghan stared at the shimmering liquid in his glass and chuckled. I can't believe you are in a bad mood. What happened? Did the Su family bully you again? I downed my drink in one gulp. Like I said before, how could they? Gu Qinghan rolled his eyes. Then why did you call me to drink our sorrows away? I flicked him hard on the forehead. Drink or don't. If you are not drinking, beat it. Gu Qinghan rubbed his forehead, muttering. I kept chugging glass after glass. Before long, I was buzzing and wanted to play a game with him. Truth or dare. Whoever the bottle points to has to flirt with someone. Fail, and you take 3 shots. Gu Qinghan lost the very first round. He walked straight to a guy with his drink, quickly securing his phone number. On the second round, the bottle pointed straight at me. I stood up unsteadily, stumbling straight toward a group of people in the crowd. Su Wanru frowned, watching my sloppy, drunken steps. Is that Jiang Yichen? I chuckled, waving my finger around the crowd before finally landing right on Su Wanru. You are the prettiest one here, I choose you. Su Wanru stayed silent, watching to see what I would do. Hey, beautiful, what do you think of me? The alcohol had me feeling hot all over. I subconsciously unbuttoned a few shirt buttons, giving off a wild and reckless vibe. Leaning in close, I brushed her beautiful, soft hair. Her sweet, delicate scent hit my nose, going straight to my already foggy head. A flash of annoyance crossed Su Wanru's face. She pushed me onto the sofa, her gaze utterly freezing. Jiang Yichen, what are you trying to do? Hearing her voice, I mumbled groggily. Oh, it's Su Wanru. Never mind. Forget it. I don't want to anymore. I tried to stand, but she forced me back down. Just behave. You're drunk. I chuckled. I said I don't want to. Why are you still crowding me? Su Wanru pulled me up, dragging my weight toward a room upstairs. Roaming around this drunk is just begging for trouble. I was totally wasted now, rambling complete nonsense. Su Wanru is seriously the most annoying person on earth. At that, Su Wanru's eyes darkened. She asked, why do you hate Su Wanru? That hit a nerve, and I started spilling everything. Why does she never believe me? She even lets other people bully me. I've been so wronged. Su Wanru sighed, saying she cares about you. She's not bullying you. Hearing this, I frowned. You're lying. She likes An Yichen, so she always helps him bully me. Su Wanru had never seen me like this. I looked just like a child who was wronged. Every little sob made her heart ache as she listened to my complaints. She realized she had been too harsh. From now on, she will believe you, and she won't bully you either. But she really likes Jiang Yichen, so she will probably still side with him in the end. After mumbling those words, I completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Su Wanru stared down at my sleeping face, whispering softly, "When did I ever say I liked Jiang Yichen?" By the time I woke up the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. My head was pounding violently. I fumbled around for my phone to check it. 99 unread messages and countless missed calls, all of them from Gu Qinghan. I fired off a quick text to Gu Qinghan so he wouldn't worry, then tried to piece together what actually happened last night. I remembered bumping into Su Wanru and shamelessly flirting with her, but after that, everything was just a complete blank. I rubbed my aching temples, splashed cold water on my face, and headed straight back to the office. Meanwhile, because Jiang Yichen had done such an incredible job planning the upcoming banquet, and thanks to his status as the childhood friend of the 5 young ladies in the Su family, everyone was showering him with nonstop praise. "Director Anne, you and our President Su grew up together, right? Total childhood sweethearts. It really seems like she truly likes you." I couldn't even describe the weird feeling in my chest. I silently slid back to my seat, but the gossip still reached my ears. Right then, someone chimed in with an awkward question. "Wait, isn't Jiang Yichen actually the Su family's fiancé? What if she actually chooses him when the time comes?" And Yichen had just been soaking up all that praise. The moment he heard that, his face instantly fell. Still, trying to save face, he forced a smile and claimed Jiang Yichen doesn't even like Wanru. "He told me so himself last time, so don't worry about it." Listening to him spout this absolute nonsense with a straight face made me scoff out loud. "Mr. An, we aren't exactly close. Why the hell would I ever tell you something like that?" And Yichen clearly didn't expect me to show up so suddenly. He looked terrible, keeping his head down as he squeezed out a reply. "That is exactly what you told me last time. But if you're going back on your word, that's fine. After all, Su Wanru is everything a man could ever want. How could anyone not like her?" But Yichen's words suddenly got caught in his throat. He was far too embarrassed to say another word. Right on cue, Su Wanru walked in, and he quickly forced a smile to greet her. "Wanru, I've already finished setting up for tonight's banquet. Do you want to go take a look?" But Su Wanru's gaze remained ice cold. She looked over at me, standing a few feet away with a blank expression, and announced that Jiang Yichen was late today. Deduct 3 days of his pay. I stared right back into Su Wanru's eyes, my glare filled with teeth-grinding annoyance. Su Wanru quickly avoided my gaze and followed Jiang Yichen to go inspect the venue. Half an hour later, the secretary quietly slipped over to my desk and whispered, "Jiang Yichen, the CEO wants to see you in her office." I didn't want to deal with Su Wanru at all, but seeing the secretary's helpless face, I could only sigh, get up, and head over. "Did you call for me?" I asked as I walked in. I kept a polite distance and silently looked at her. Su Wanru pointed toward a gift box sitting on the desk. "You're accompanying me to the banquet tonight," she said flatly. It was incredibly obvious that Su Wanru was demanding I be her date. Even though her tone was demanding, as if it was already a done deal, I was secretly a bit surprised. "Inviting me? Your precious childhood friend is going to be pretty upset." Su Wanru simply frowned. Not wanting to waste her breath, she grabbed the box and shoved it into my hands, telling me to change into the suit inside for tonight. I crossed my arms with a mocking smirk, asking what if I say no. Then she threatened to deduct half a month of my salary instead. Su Wanru spoke in a low, freezing voice. I was left completely speechless, so I grabbed the box, spun around, and walked out. Su Wanru watched me walk away, her gaze darkening as she replayed her own harsh, demanding words in her head. She felt like she had been acting a bit too irrationally lately. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen watched me leave the office holding the massive gift box. His eyes turned completely icy. Once evening rolled around, I took the box to the restroom, planning to quickly slip the suit on. But the second I opened the box, I found the entire suit completely slashed to pieces. This was obviously done on purpose. With no other option, I threw the ruined clothes into the trash, intending to quickly buy a replacement, only to find that the heavy restroom door was locked from the outside. I pulled out my phone, but the screen was completely dead. I furrowed my brows in frustration. Why is my luck always this terrible? Meanwhile, Su Wanru had been waiting for ages. With absolutely no sign of me, she began to feel uneasy, dialing my number only to hear that my phone was turned off. Now feeling even more unsettled, she was just about to search for me when Jiang Yichen suddenly appeared, flashing a warm, friendly smile. "Wanru, are you waiting for someone?" Su Wanru just nodded, her eyes still scanning the room. Seeing her so distracted, Jiang Yichen's expression shifted slightly, and he gently mentioned that he had just run into Jiang Yichen earlier. He claimed he had to hit the restroom first, not wanting to hold anyone up, so he told us to just head on inside. And Yicheng sounded so incredibly sincere. It sounded exactly like I had actually asked him to pass along the message, so Su Wanru nodded and walked in with Yicheng. Reporters swarmed the entrance in a frenzy, their cameras flashing relentlessly at the pair to feed the gossip mill, and Yicheng even leaned in closer to Su Wanru on purpose. Just moments later, another massive scene erupted at the door, every bit as wild as when the first pair arrived. A bit confused, Su Wanru watched the next two walk in Su Luoli, beaming like a breath of fresh spring air, alongside Jiang Yichen. My suit was stark white, giving me the sharp, elegant look of an aristocratic young master. A deep chill settled in Su Wanru's eyes. The suit she had given him was black. Did Jiang Yichen really hate her enough to ditch her just to show up with Su Luoli? Sharp-eyed Su Luoli spotted Su Wanru and instantly flashed a bright smile. "Hey, big sis, you guys got here so early." Seeing me standing there completely fine in a brand new suit, and Yicheng froze right in his tracks. My smile carried a razor-sharp edge, "Mr. An, seeing me here. Why do you look so incredibly shocked?" And Yicheng snapped back to reality and shook his head, saying he was not. He claimed he was just surprised to see the two of us arrive together. I turned, glanced at Su Luoli beside me, and smiled. I explained it was all thanks to the second Miss Su rescuing me just in time, or I'd still be locked in that restroom. I have absolutely no idea who could be so wicked, breaking the restroom lock and even shredding my clothes. And Yicheng nervously clenched his fists, forcing a tight smile and agreeing that the person was indeed despicable. Right then, Su Wanru suddenly spoke up to bail and Yicheng out, saying that was quite enough. She insisted that the banquet was starting and we should drop it. My sharp comeback was cut short. I couldn't help but glare at her, then politely offered my hand to Su Luoli with a gentlemanly bow as the banquet began. I asked Miss Luoli for the first dance, and she smiled, nodding to say it would be her honor. The two of them glided onto the floor in perfect harmony, prompting everyone else to eventually step back and make room. Many simply stopped to watch, whispering about what a perfect match they made. A handsome man and a gorgeous woman, truly a match made in heaven. Su Wanru watched, the sight burning her eyes. Her composure began to slip away as she muttered that Su Luoli didn't suit him at all. Meanwhile, An Yicheng prepared to make his move. He turned and asked Su Wanru if they should dance too, having rehearsed a routine in advance just to steal the spotlight tonight. But Su Wanru was in a terrible mood, harboring absolutely zero interest in dancing. She casually shot him down with a brief rejection and walked off alone to drink at a corner table. Before long, she felt her body growing unusually warm as a strange heat began coursing through her veins. With her sharp instincts, she quickly realized she was drugged. And Yicheng followed, noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He asked with fake concern what was wrong. Clinging to her last bit of sanity, Su Wanru coldly replied that she was fine and demanded he leave her alone, but An Yicheng still reached out to touch her forehead. She was burning up. Taking advantage of her weakened state, he sat down right beside her. He offered to take her to a doctor, but the drug was overwhelming, making his sudden touch feel like pure torture. Knowing she had to escape before things got worse, Su Wanru stood up, completely ignoring An Yicheng's fake concern. She headed straight for the elevator, planning to seek refuge in the CEO's office, and Yicheng let out a low chuckle and followed her. After finishing my dance with Su Luoli, I immediately scanned the crowd for Su Wanru, but to my surprise, both she and An Yicheng had completely vanished from the room. Su Luoli seemed to read my mind, smiling faintly as she mentioned seeing An Yicheng practically carry her sister upstairs. She said to go check on them if I was worried. Su Luoli knew I hated playing the third wheel, which was why she spoke so boldly. My voice remained completely flat as I replied that I wasn't going. A second later, my phone buzzed with a short text from Su Wanru, telling me to come upstairs to the print room. I stared at the words, telling myself to just ignore it, but the more I thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Su Wanru was never the reckless type, so why would she do something like this in the middle of a major banquet? I let out a heavy sigh, stood up, and hurried upstairs. Su Wanru kept her head. She avoided the CEO's office entirely, ducking into the print room instead. She collapsed onto the cold floor, her body completely giving out. Using her final ounce of strength, she managed to shoot me a text. Somehow, she felt that a mystery man like me would know exactly what to do. When I got there, I saw her desperately fighting the urge. I have some medical training, and it was instantly clear that this was no normal reaction. She looked completely drugged with some heavy-duty aphrodisiac. The effects were intense. Even the notoriously calm Su Wanru was losing her grip. Suddenly, she let out a soft, helpless moan. Her eyes fluttered open and focused on me. Before I could move, she lunged forward and grabbed my wrist. She breathed, "What are you doing?" Before I could even move, her soft body pressed against mine, Her eyes burned with a wild, hungry heat. As those red lips got dangerously close, I reacted fast, flipping her over and pinning her down. Since she kept squirming, I simply knocked her out cold. What a hassle. Standing up, I threw a freezing look at her limp body. Trying to feel me up while out of your mind, you are a total menace. Besides, calling an ambulance would draw too much attention. Instead, I made a quick call, telling the Su family bodyguards to get her to the hospital. When morning came, Su Wanru finally woke up. The first thing she saw was me, sitting right there with a totally blank face. Her eyes widened in shock. She whispered, "Did you stay here and look after me all night?" Ignoring her entirely, I just mocked her. The great Miss Su has absolutely garbage situational awareness. How did you actually let someone drug you? Su Wanru knew I was right, so she could not even argue back. She just stayed silent. Now that you are awake, I am leaving. I turned around, fully planning to walk out. But she suddenly spoke up, "Su Luoli is really interested in you." I raised an eyebrow. "And what does that have to do with you?" She countered that Su Luoli is obsessed with competing and always has to prove she is better. "So, I am worried she is only using you to get to me, without actually liking you for who you are." As she poured out the deep concern she had been holding onto, a wicked smirk spread across my face. "Are you saying the great Miss Su actually likes me? Is that why Su Luoli is trying to steal me away from you?" Caught completely off guard by how I twisted things, Su Wanru choked on her words, utterly unable to reply. Since she stayed silent, I lost interest and decided to stop teasing her. After she rested a bit more, we headed back to the office. Meanwhile, Yichen's little plan had totally failed, leaving him absolutely furious. The moment he saw me, he glared daggers. "Where exactly did you two disappear to last night?" Knowing Su Wanru was completely drugged, his mind ran wild. "Did you too?" The more he thought, the angrier he got. He stared at me with pure, venomous hatred, while I just laughed at how pathetic he was acting. I mocked him, "Mr. An, are you really that curious about last night?" His face twisted in rage as he spat. "What the hell did you two do?" "What we did." "Well, what do you think?" "A dark, quiet night. Just a man and a woman, completely alone." Naturally, something was bound to happen, and Yichen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning completely bloodshot with rage. After work, I did not feel like heading back with Su Wanru. Instead, I just caught a cab home alone. Over dinner, my third sister, Su Jingyao, casually mentioned she was shooting a music video for her new song tomorrow. Su Fu thought it would be a great bonding opportunity and told me to tag along. But then Su Xiaoxiao chimed in. "Dad, are you just looking for trouble by letting him go? Ever since the kidnapping, Su Xiaoxiao has treated me like a total burden." Hearing her say that, I decided to be petty and do the exact opposite. "Fine then, I will go check it out tomorrow." Su Xiaoxiao was furious, but she could only glare at me with pure venom. Early the next morning, I woke up and headed to the set with Su Jingyao, even offering her some feedback. Her new video was for a soft, melodic love song. It matched today's mainstream pop trends perfectly. I only needed to hear the intro to know it was a massive hit. The song is great, but if you drop the key at the end and sing with more breathy emotion, it will sound way better. Su Jingyao looked surprised. She really did not expect me to know a single thing about music. Seeing the look on her face, I just offered a faint smile and left it at that. A romantic video obviously needed a couple, but we waited forever, and the male lead never showed up. A phone call finally came from the director, only to find out his lead actor had been in a car crash on the way to the set. There was no way he was making it. The director was practically tearing his hair out. He had handpicked this guy from hundreds of auditions. Trying to recast the role on such short notice was a nightmare. A good replacement was impossible to find. Where on earth was he supposed to find another handsome guy with that perfect high school sweetheart vibe? Suddenly, Su Jingyao smiled and stepped forward. "Director," she said, "I have the perfect candidate." With that, she pointed right at me as I sat there, just chilling in the cool breeze. The gentle breeze ruffled my hair, showing off my striking features. I looked like a character who had stepped right out of a romance manga. His eyes instantly lit up. "He's even better." The director gave me a quick rundown of the role. Not wanting to make Su Jingyao look bad, I could not really say no. So I agreed, and before I knew it, I was through hair, makeup, and filming. Thanks to my good looks and natural acting skills, we wrapped up the shoot in no time. Su Jingyao smiled, saying she had an idea. "Why don't you come to the studio and record with me? Since you are the male lead in the music video, putting your voice on the track might make it even better." Her sheer sincerity made it impossible to say no. I thought about it for a quick second and nodded my head. The day the song dropped, a track titled "Sweet Tea" blew up across the internet almost instantly. Sales absolutely skyrocketed, shooting straight to the top of the charts while netizens went crazy over it. They were totally captivated by his rich, velvet voice, deep, warm, and incredibly smooth. But soon, listeners noticed his singing style was almost identical to the famous superstar, Shui Jichen. He is definitely copying Shui Jichen. Once that rumor started, it spread like wildfire, completely flooding every single comment section on the internet. As the online backlash grew louder and louder, the song's streaming numbers took a massive hit. Su Jinyao quickly realized just how incredibly serious the situation was getting. She marched straight into the Su Group headquarters to figure out a plan with me. At that moment, I was in the office discussing our next big business deal with Su Wanru. Hearing the news, I could not help but raise an eyebrow. I actually found it pretty funny and chuckled. So they are saying I copied Shui Jichen. Seeing my calm attitude, Su Jinyao frowned in frustration. Jiang Yichen, she said, this is actually a really big deal. Su Wanru watched our exchange, and seeing how perfectly calm I remained, a bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. But she kept quiet, simply staring at me with a thoughtful look, waiting to see what I would do next. I gave Su Jinyao a reassuring look, telling her to let me handle this. I promised it would not ruin her song. For some reason, seeing my absolute, unwavering confidence, Su Jinyao felt an overwhelming, almost irrational sense of trust in me. Just then, An Yicheng knocked and walked into the office. Seeing us all gathered, he asked about the drama with Su Jinyao's new track and what was going on. I just shot him a brief glance and stayed silent, shut down by my cold shoulder. And Yicheng awkwardly cleared his throat and offered a suggestion. He said if I really did copy his style, I should just issue a public apology on Weibo, since people might forgive me. Maybe the public will forgive you, he added. A public apology? Doing that now would just be digging my own grave. Not only would my reputation be completely ruined, it would severely drag down Su Jinyao's career, too. I did not mince words. I am not apologizing. And Yicheng got angry. Jiang Yichen, even if you do not care about yourself, Su Jinyao definitely cares. If you have any decency left, you will go on Weibo and apologize. What are you going to do if you ruin her entire career? I replied calmly, telling him to relax. I am not going to drag anyone else down with me. And Yicheng pressed me, asking what else I could possibly do since plagiarism is plagiarism. You cannot just wave a magic wand and change that. I was suddenly amused, asking him what if I actually do have a way. And Yicheng scoffed in disbelief. He had already investigated my background thoroughly, and Shui Qian had recently faded from the public eye. There was absolutely no way Jiang Yichen was the real Shui Qian. The guy was already a top-tier international student. Where would he even find the time or energy to run a massive music career on the side? The idea was utterly laughable. A mocking sneer spread across An Yicheng's face as he stared with pure skepticism. He asked what possible solution I could have. What was I going to tell the public? That I was Shui Qian? Who would actually believe that? I looked him dead in the eye and stated plainly, actually, I am. The moment those words left my mouth, Su Jingyao stood there completely, utterly stunned. Could Jiang Yichen, the man she shared a marriage contract with, really be the mysterious pop star she so deeply admired? Even Su Wanru was visibly taken aback, and Yicheng just shook his head, telling me to stop bluffing. Lie after lie will only lead to your absolute ruin. I could not be burdened to waste my breath on him. I just pulled out my phone, opened Weibo, and switched accounts. Su Jingyao noticed a sudden update on Weibo. The only account she followed had finally posted after a whole year of complete silence. The post only had a few characters, yet every single word was shocking. I am Jiang Yichen. In an instant, the entire platform exploded. The post was shared millions of times. Fans were already jumping for joy, shouting that they told everyone Jiang Yichen was Shui Qian and nobody believed them. Talk about a massive slap in the face. All those haters who called Jiang Yichen a copycat just got their faces smacked. So this is Shui Qian. He is way too handsome in the video. He is gorgeous, has an amazing voice, is highly educated, and has 5 top-tier beauties to choose from. What kind of main character setup is this? Oh my god, a new song from Shui Qian. It is so freaking good, and his voice is just so charming. I am going to listen to it 10,000 times. Hey, back off, that is my husband. In just one short minute, public opinion on Weibo completely flipped to the other side. The streaming numbers for Golden Spear did not drop. They actually soared. They skyrocketed to a whole new level, and An Yicheng's expression instantly turned incredibly ugly. How could Jiang Yichen actually be Shui Qian? Disappointment and extreme resentment suddenly surged deep inside him. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring straight at my face. He desperately wanted to punch my face to a pulp, but had to force down the urge. He gritted his teeth and muttered that it was a happy ending. I quickly changed my tone, pointing out how harshly Mr. An had just been accusing and doubting me. Shouldn't he apologize to me now? And Yicheng wanted to curse me out, but he could only force a fake smile and apologize. He mumbled that he misunderstood me. It is fine, I am a generous guy, so I forgive him. He originally came here to watch a disaster unfold, but seeing me turn the tables with a smug look, and Yicheng could not stand being there for another second. After Yicheng left, Su Jingyao finally calmed down and spoke up. Her voice could not hide her sheer excitement. Yichen, or rather, Shuwei Qian. You are my absolute idol, and I love your songs. You debuted for just one single year, swept the highest awards in the music industry, and then completely vanished. Since then, absolutely no one has ever reached your level. I just gave her a quiet chuckle. I am really just an ordinary guy, but I hope we have the chance to keep working together. Working with the star of her dreams, Su Jingyao felt like she was walking on clouds right now. She was incredibly excited for their upcoming collaborations. She nodded. Smiling without saying a word, Su Jingyao went to handle the subsequent PR and left first, leaving only Su Wanru and me alone in the office. Su Wanru raised an eyebrow, staring at me with a deep gaze. She admitted she did not expect this, saying I have a lot of hidden identities. I burst out laughing, asking if she was joking. Did she really have to speak to me like that? Seeing me act so polite and deliberately keep my distance made Su Wanru feel a bit uncomfortable. She raised an eyebrow and asked how she should speak, then paused. In the end, she said nothing. Once we returned to the Su family estate, the atmosphere between the two of us felt incredibly weird. Even the rest of the family noticed it. Seeing her oldest sister in a bad mood, Su Xiaoxiao suggested they go to Death Canyon. She heard there was a brand new racing track and asked if they should try it out together. Father Su chuckled when he heard that. Well, in that case, take Xiao Chen along with you. Su Xiaoxiao curled her lip in disgust. He is just some hick who has never even been in a race car. What if he starts wailing like a ghost out of pure terror? What then? Resting her chin, she got literal stars in her eyes. I wonder if we will run into the guy who broke Big Sis's record last time. He has got to be a gorgeous, incredibly talented hunk. Watching Su Xiaoxiao look so starstruck, I calmly popped her fantasy bubble. That guy, he is me. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up instantly. How could it possibly be you? I do not believe you. I shrugged. If you do not believe me, whatever. Scoffing coldly, Su Xiaoxiao told me to prove it tomorrow. Let me see how amazing you really are. Just do not end up too terrified to even step inside the car. Well, I was not about to let this little brat off easily. If you really are him, she said, I will never call you a hick again. I smiled warmly and added a condition. Then you have to call me Big Brother. Su Xiaoxiao looked determined to win. It is a deal, she snapped. And if you are not, get the hell out of our family. My grin widened. Deal. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao dragged me and Su Wanru out to Death Canyon. That girl loved racing more than life itself. Because of that, she absolutely worshipped Su Wanru, whose skills behind the wheel were legendary. Or at least, she did until some mysterious driver broke Su Wanru's track record. Now she was daydreaming about him all over again. I slipped into a red racing suit. It made me look tall, sharp, and absolutely full of swagger. Su Wanru's suit was red too. Standing side by side, we looked like a matching pair. Su Xiaoxiao let out a sharp sneer. If you do not have the skills, do not embarrass yourself. There is still time to forfeit. I just climbed into the car and buckled up. Just watch me, I said. The engine roared, and we shot forward like an arrow from a bow. At first, Su Xiaoxiao was highly skeptical, but after watching the entire race, watching the track, her jaw hit the floor. This is impossible. Meanwhile, Su Wanru lowered her voice. I looked into the guy from last time. The driver is Jiang Yichen. Staring at Su Wanru with a bitter face, Su Xiaoxiao asked why she had not told her earlier. Su Wanru just crossed her arms and went right back to being silent. The moment I stepped out of the car, Su Xiaoxiao's attitude vanished. She sheepishly shuffled over to my side, twiddling her fingers, and whispered, Brother Yichen. I smiled and nodded. Good girl. Su Wanru noticed my confident smirk and spoke up. How about we go head-to-head for the first round? I shook my head. I am not racing you. Su Xiaoxiao immediately started fanning the flames from the sidelines. Brother Yichen, just race my sister. I have never seen anyone better than her. Su Wanru smirked. What? Are you scared? My competitive spirit flared up. Fine, let us do this. Right here on this new track. Whoever makes it back first wins. Lining up in position, we slammed on the gas and our cars tore down the track like bullets. I was clearly a step above her in driving skill. Still, she was unbelievably stable, so she did not fall far behind. We maintained a gap of about 2 meters. I chuckled, just about to floor it, when my face suddenly fell. Su Wanru noticed the shift immediately. Alarmed, she called out, What is wrong? I glanced at the fuel gauge. My car is out of gas. We are going way too fast. It could stall at any second. If the engine cut out at this speed, there was an 80% chance we would violently spin out of control. With that kind of impact, I would be thrown dozens of meters. Su Wanru glanced back at my leaking car. Oil was rapidly leaking onto the track. "Do not panic yet," she shouted. "Wait for me." Su Wanru hit the gas, pulling up until we were running neck and neck. "You have to jump over," she yelled. I steered with one hand while desperately unbuckling my seatbelt with the other. The twisting track made it incredibly hard to keep control. Once I was free, I stood up and made a wild leap toward her vehicle. The momentum sent me crashing straight into her arms. I heard her let out a sharp groan. Panic set in, and I asked her, "Su Wanru, are you okay?" Su Wanru shook her head and slowly eased off the gas. Once we had safely slowed down, my empty car locked up, flipped into the air, and crashed in a mangled wreck. Slowly, Su Wanru and I made our way back to the base. Su Xiao had heard the massive explosion and was frantic. Seeing us walk in, she rushed over. "What on earth happened?" I heard a blast coming from the southwest. "Did a car actually blow up?" Su Wanru, looking pale and cold, "Let me help her down." Her voice was freezing. "I do not know what happened." His car had suddenly run out of gas. She then told Su Xiao to call someone to clear the wreckage, while I stood there, quietly thinking. Something felt incredibly off about this, and I could tell Su Wanru felt it, too. She pointed out that cars here are inspected daily after use, meaning a fuel leak couldn't just happen out of nowhere. They checked the security room, only to find yesterday's footage had mysteriously vanished completely. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. With no culprit in sight, both sisters felt a major headache coming on. To avoid any more accidents, Su Wanru suggested we head back to the Su family estate first to figure things out. I nodded, telling them I needed the restroom first, before immediately heading off in that direction. Inside, I pulled out my phone and placed a quick call, telling my contact to look into something for me. I ordered them to pull the security footage from the entrance of Death Canyon and cross-check everyone there over the past 2 days. With those orders out of the way, I left with the sisters, finding the Su estate fully decorated with balloons. After asking around, I found out tomorrow was that little demon Su Xiao's 18th birthday. I thought about it for a moment and decided to head to the mall to find her a gift. Knowing how obsessed she was with racing, I decided to get her a professional racing suit, so I headed straight to a specialty store. Nothing really caught my eye, so I decided to ask the staff for their most exclusive, limited edition suit. The clerk checked with the manager and brought out their absolute most expensive suit, but before I could even touch it, a hand reached out and snatched it away. The intruder was none other than Yichen. He declared the suit was good and told the clerk to wrap it, leaving the employee looking extremely troubled. The clerk stammered that another gentleman was looking at it first, but Yichen did not care, snapping that he wanted the suit right now. Arrogantly cutting the clerk off, he wouldn't even let the poor guy speak. Claiming his family owned the entire mall, he told him to get lost, leaving the clerk looking at me in absolute terror. I kept my cool, reminding him that I was here first, and surely a distinguished man like Mr. An wouldn't stoop to stealing someone else's things. He sneered, asking what being first mattered when there was nothing in this world he could not have, and Yichen was completely determined to take both this racing suit and Su Wanru for himself. I leaned in slightly, took a quick glance at the suit, and asked him in a calm, almost mocking tone. I asked if he really needed this suit, and Yichen simply smirked, saying it was his family's property. He claimed he always took what he wanted, so I just chuckled and said I would gladly let him have it if he was that desperate. On the day of Su Xiao's birthday, the Su family had also invited Yichen to attend. When it was time to unwrap the presents, Su Xiao opened Yichen's gift and let out a sudden gasp of surprise. She thanked brother Yichen for the gorgeous suit, and he smugly dismissed the price with a smile. He boasted that it was barely expensive at all, shooting me a smug glare before they brought out my gift, a tiny, simple little box. And Yichen smirked with a mock-sympathetic look. He started to mock my cheap gift, but then Su Xiao unwrapped the small box, saw a car key, and gasped in absolute shock. She screamed that it was her dream car, the Bugatti voice of the night, a priceless vehicle with only one existing in the entire world. To her, money couldn't buy it, and she kept ecstatically asking how I managed to get everything. This single gift completely eclipsed every other present she received that day. And Yichen stared down at his racing suit, suddenly realizing his expensive gift now looked completely pathetic in comparison. I casually sipped my tea, joking that the An family must have deep pockets to look down on a priceless Bugatti. And Yichen was so deeply embarrassed he could barely lift his head, silently clenching his fists under the table in pure rage. Su Wanru's gift was the ultimate grand finale, a flat square box containing an asset transfer agreement. The entire canyon belonged to her now. Su Wanru explained, since she was finally of age. This gift was absolutely mind-blowing, making the presents from Su Luoli, Su Xinyan, and Su Jingyao seem pretty tame in comparison. Once the party wrapped up, Father Su had the driver take Yicheng back home. Looking out at the night sky, Yicheng asked if Su Wanru could come with him to talk about some things in private, but she tactfully declined. She apologized, explaining she had urgent business to handle later and couldn't possibly join him. And Yicheng gave a strained, awkward smile, saying he would just head back home on his own. Mother Su was instantly annoyed. Wanru, Yicheng already asked you to see him off. If he wants you to go, just go. Su Wanru stood frozen. Her mother snapped, asking if she wanted to piss her off. Mother Su flew into a rage, clutching her chest and gasping. She groaned that these kids were going to drive her to an early grave. Feeling totally helpless, Su Wanru had no choice but to accompany Yichen home. On the way, Yicheng sat in the back seat, turned to her, and thanked her for coming along. Su Wanru stared outside, offering a cold "you are welcome." Her tone was purely business. And Yicheng froze, gritting his teeth, reminding her how much she loved him when they were kids. "You used to hold my hand, begging me to buy you treats and toys. And remember the amusement park? Have you forgotten?" Su Wanru pursed her lips, saying she was just a kid who did not know any better. Besides, she was just too young. But Yicheng turned to her, his eyes full of desperate love. "But I really love you," he pleaded. "I have loved you for nearly 10 years now." Discomfort flashed through Su Wanru's beautiful eyes. "What?" And Yicheng's voice grew even more intense. "Wanru, I have loved you from the very first moment. Growing up, I adored how you would always cling to me. Could you really not tell? My absolute dream since we were kids has been to marry you and bring you home." But his passionate confession did not move Su Wanru at all. Her voice remained freezing cold. She told him to find someone else to love. Suddenly, Yicheng lunged forward to kiss her, but she shoved him away. "And Yicheng, I need you to wake up. There is absolutely nothing possible between us." Su Wanru's eyes turned ice cold. She warned him that if he kept acting like this, they would stop speaking entirely. They pulled up to the An family estate, and without a second thought, Su Wanru ordered the driver to head straight back home. And Yicheng stared at the taillights. Pure, wild hatred began to consume him. This was all because of that country bumpkin, Jiang Yichen. Without him, Wanru would never be this cold to him. "Jiang Yichen, I will make sure you end up dead." Swallowing his rage, Yicheng whipped out his phone and made a call. When Su Wanru got back to the estate, it was already 1 a.m. I was just heading downstairs. Wanting a glass of water, I caught Su Wanru rushing in, looking completely exhausted. I teased her about finally deciding to return, but she completely ignored my question. Instead, she asked why I was still awake. I chuckled, telling her I just wanted some water, nothing more. "Did you think I was waiting up for you?" Hearing that made her chest tighten. "She just told me to go get some rest. We are signing a contract with our partners tomorrow. Are you coming with me?" Without waiting for my response, she walked straight to her bedroom. Those partners were famously strict about punctuality. I woke up early the next morning. Skipping the office, I went straight to the hotel where we were meeting. Our partner for this deal was the Lin Group, a massive player in the jewelry industry. Except for Lang Shang, who was their only real rival, the Lin Group basically ruled the market alone. The vice president of the Lin Group, Lin Mengting, came in person to negotiate. While pretend reading the contract, her eyes kept sliding toward me. "I have gone over the contract and it is put together beautifully. Is this your work, Mr. Jiang?" Lin Mengting flashed a highly flirtatious smile. She stared straight at me, as if trying to drill a hole right through me. Repulsed, I just nodded and confirmed it was mine. "But if there is anything you do not like, Vice President Lin, please let me know. We can discuss it together." But then, Lin Mengting reached her hand toward mine, whispering that she had heard rumors about Mr. Jiang. "Now that I see you today, you are even more handsome and brilliant than they say. Let me buy you dinner so we can discuss our business partnership in private." Su Wanru watched her hand slide over mine, and her eyes instantly turned to ice. Without skipping a beat, she pulled me back. "If you have any questions, Vice President Lin, you should discuss them with me. Jiang Yichen is my fiancé, and I know exactly what he is thinking." I nearly choked on my own spit. Since when was I her fiancé? But to make sure this deal went through, I had to play along. Lin Mengting's face immediately darkened. "Since when?" "I thought President Su and Mr. Jiang were engaged." Su Wanru coldly replied it was only a matter of time, prompting Lin Mengting to scoff. "If President Su wants to make things this ugly, then I guess we can just cancel our contract." Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Vice President Lin, we worked day and night for an entire week on this proposal. And now, just because you are slightly annoyed, you want to throw away the whole deal?" Lin Mengting let out a mocking laugh. "The Lin Corporation does not need this contract. It is basically chump change to us, and we do not care. She stood up, making a dramatic show of leaving, but suddenly stopped to flash me a cocky smirk. But if Mr. Jiang is willing to come see me in private, we might still find some room to negotiate. Su Wanru's expression instantly turned icy. That won't be necessary, Vice President Lin. Lin Mengting's face instantly fell. Fine. Since you do not know what is good for you, my company will never work with the Su Corporation again. Su Wanru stepped protectively in front of me and sneered that her company was not desperate enough to stoop to that level. Furious, Vice President Lin turned green with rage, glared at Su Wanru, and hissed, "Then just you wait." She spun on her heel and stormed out. Honestly, I never expected Su Wanru to stand up for me like that. I swallowed the insult I had ready for Lin Mengting and turned to Su Wanru instead. "Wanru, were you protecting me just now?" Staring at my teasing grin, her eyes flickered for a second, but she quickly looked away and mumbled under her breath. I could not just stand there and watch my own employee get pushed around like that. Knowing how guarded she usually was, I stopped teasing her. So, what is our next move now? With the Lin Corporation pulling out, we are going to face some serious trouble. Su Wanru looked thoughtful, replying that she already had a backup plan ready. A group like the Lin Corporation cannot destroy us. That got me curious. What backup plan? Su Wanru answered smoothly. I have decided to partner with an international brand. It might cost us more, but our company is not exactly strapped for cash. I pressed her further, why not partner with Lanshang? Su Wanru hesitated. That company has always been extremely secretive, only agreeing to partnerships whenever they feel like it. Trying to book a meeting with their CEO would take way too long. I cut her off. Don't worry, I will handle this. I promise you will be talking to their boss by tomorrow. Su Wanru suddenly stared at me, a deep look in her eyes. Naturally, I had my reasons. The Lin Corporation and Lanshang were fierce rivals, fighting head-to-head for the luxury jewelry market. Partnering up with Lanshang would not just help us grow our own market share. It would also supercharge their growth, while dealing a devastating blow to our rivals. Relax, I told her, it is a win-win. Lanshang will not turn this down. Su Wanru must have remembered my connection to Gu Qinghan. She did not argue and simply nodded. By the very next day, news of our failed deal with the Lin Corporation had spread like wildfire. Everyone assumed our company would fall into a major financial slump, at least for a while. But to their absolute shock, we suddenly announced a brand new deal with Lanshang, with me pulling the strings from the shadows. The entire deal was fully finalized within just 2 days. A week later, our brand new jewelry line officially went into production, and I decided to drop a limited pre-sale batch first. If the feedback was positive, we would immediately start mass production. But less than 10 minutes after launch, I was called to the boss's office. Su Wanru looked up at me, her usually freezing tone carrying a rare hint of complete disbelief. Yichen, the entire pre-sale stock of our new jewelry line sold out completely in just 5 minutes. I blinked in disbelief. Really? Su Wanru nodded firmly. Not only that, but our main website and social media are flooded with comments begging for the official launch. I quickly pulled up Weibo on my phone. Our brand new jewelry line was absolutely dominating the top trending search spots. Clicking the comment section of the trending post, I saw absolute chaos. People were screaming about how stunning the jewelry looked. Stunning does not even cover it. This release has completely set a brand new standard. It totally destroys any other similar piece on the market right now. Though honestly, I still think Dong Yun is the best designer. Look, this release is actually pretty solid. Sure, Dong Yun's work is a once-in-a-century masterpiece, but still, it is hard enough finding someone who can even mimic that unique style, yet this new designer actually pulled it off. Everyone should just be happy with what we got. But as I kept scrolling, my gaze froze. Hold on a second, doesn't this jewelry look a little too familiar? It looks just like Dong Yun's award-winning piece from the International Design Competition last year. It's a 70% match. I watched in real time as the comment section began to completely blow up. Cold dread pooled in my stomach. The comments demanded immediate refunds. They refused to pay for stolen designs. A singer should just stick to singing. Why are they trying to act like a jewelry designer? It is a joke. Even though my loyal fans tried to defend me, a massive wave of angry users tore me apart for plagiarism. Suddenly, the phone on the CEO's desk started ringing off the hook. Su Wanru picked it up, her forehead creasing with tension. She hung up and looked at me with a grim face. "Refunds are flooding every single sales channel," she said. I didn't panic. After a long silence, I simply looked up at her. "Wanruo, tell the sales department to officially release our next line, First Sight." Su Wanruo saw the fierce confidence in my eyes and knew exactly what I was planning. She immediately called the sales department to give the green light. The moment First Sight launched, Weibo completely melted down. What on earth is going on? The first release was a blatant ripoff, but this one is a 100% copy. Do these designers have absolutely zero respect for Dong Yun? The entire Su group is completely disgusting. Tell that designer to pack up and get lost before he ruins the Su group's reputation. Su Wanru stared at the messages, her brow furrowing. I caught her worried look and offered a faint smile. Trust me, Su Wanru. I will make sure this becomes our first major victory in the jewelry market. We had a major sales event scheduled for this afternoon, but with this massive scandal breaking out, the sales venue instantly transformed into a chaotic press conference. Everyone demanded to know how we would handle this. Reporters shoved their cameras in my face, refusing to miss a second. I raised the microphone and spoke slowly. Regarding the jewelry designs this time, it is before I could even finish. Someone abruptly cut me off. We just want to know, why did you steal designer Dong Yun's work? Do you have absolutely no original inspiration of your own? I looked straight at the lenses and stated, I didn't plagiarize. The reporter clearly didn't buy it for a second. He pressed on, pointing out the comparison photos online. Your pieces, First Love and First Sight, look practically identical to Dong Yun's award-winning designs. They are way too similar. First Sight is basically a direct copy of his original draft. How exactly do you explain that? I raised an amused eyebrow. Is there a chance that I am actually Dong Yun? A voice scoffed, that is nonsense. Dong Yun has never shown his face in public and is currently studying abroad. I just stared back, highly amused. I laughed inwardly. Then tell me, what if I can prove that I actually am Dong Yun? Someone scoffed. Dong Yun is a reclusive master who never shows his face. How could you prove it? There is no way. I shook my head helplessly and pulled a heavy gold pen right out of my pocket. It was inlaid with a massive diamond, obviously worth a fortune. Someone in the crowd recognized it and gasped that is the grand prize from the international design competition. He might actually be Dong Yun. Another person stepped up to get a closer look at the engraving. It really is the official emblem of the international design competition. He is actually Dong Yun. Ignoring their absolute shock, I turned to the reporter. Do you still want to accuse me of plagiarism? The man's face instantly lost all color. I kept a steady smile on my face, remaining perfectly composed. Next time you accuse someone, sir, I hope you have some actual evidence. The reporters began flashing their cameras like crazy. This famous international art master was actually working for the Su group. This news was every bit as explosive as the plagiarism scandal. I smoothly shifted the topic to the couple's collection. The men's piece, First Sight, represents love at first sight, while First Love represents affection growing over time. The symbolism is beautiful. The press conference ended up being a massive, sweeping success. By nightfall, the website announced that we were completely sold out once again. Then, the Royal College of Art in the UK issued an official statement. They congratulated the Su group on their massive sales while praising their outstanding graduate. And the name of that graduate was boldly written right there in black and white, Jiang Yichen. This was the very first time Master Dong Yun's real name had ever been revealed, backed by a prestigious global institution. Weibo completely lost it. Why did I hesitate? I actually doubted this piece. This is a design by Dong Yuan himself, and I did not even manage to get one. Same here. I am begging the Su group to officially restock as soon as possible. My wife says she is divorcing me if I do not get her one. Hubby Jiang Yichen is literally an art master. I am completely in love with him. Hubby, do not choose the Su sisters, choose me. The flood of direct messages was getting so annoying that I just uninstalled the app. Reading the news, Su Wanru was frozen in shock for quite a while. She truly never expected me to be Dong Yuan. Before this, I had done so many wild things, and she could almost make sense of them. Then came Shui Qian, and now my Dong Yuan identity suddenly drops out of nowhere. This man is genuinely impossible to read. By the time we wrapped everything up, we got home pretty late. It was already 1 in the morning by the time we arrived. Since we had been working so hard, neither of us had eaten dinner. My stomach was growling. Su Wanru, I am going to whip up some noodles. Do you want some? She paused for a moment, then nodded. A little while later, I walked out with 2 bowls of noodles. There were 2 sunny-side-up eggs resting on top. Su Wanru stared at the plain noodles, took her chopsticks, and had a bite. It actually tastes pretty good. I did not expect you to know how to cook. I lifted my chin smugly, of course. Expect the unexpected from me. Suddenly, her voice carried a sharp hint of interrogation. Jiang Yichen, just how many identities do you actually have? I froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Su Wanru, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for me? You have been paying too much attention lately, right? I could not clearly see Su Wanru's face in the dark, but her voice sounded flustered when she said she was just curious. She was curious, but it went beyond curiosity. She desperately wanted to know more. It was as if this man possessed a unique magic that pulled people toward him. Before I could tease her any further, the stairway lights suddenly clicked on. Su Xinyan stood at the top of the stairs in her loungewear, smiling faintly. "Big sister, Jiang Yichen, why are you two not in bed yet?" Her implication was way too obvious. Anyone could tell she was hinting we were flirting in the dead of night. Su Wanru hid the complicated emotions in her eyes and coldly announced she was going to bed, telling us to rest early too. Once Su Wanru left, it was just Su, Xinyan, and me. She smiled faintly and asked if I liked her older sister. I neither admitted nor denied it, simply asking since when she was such a gossip. She told me her mom has made it explicitly clear she wants an Yicheng to be her brother-in-law. If you really like her, it is not going to be easy. I replied dismissively that there is not a single thing in this world I want but cannot get. Su Xingyan's smile widened as she said she now knew. I turned my head away, finding her smile a bit bizarre. Her vibe was completely different now. Back in my room, I immediately called Gu Xinghan. I asked if he found out who was behind this. He had already looked into it. The IP addresses spreading those smear campaigns all trace back to the An family, highly suggesting an Yicheng is pulling the strings. Gu Xinghan quickly added that they tracked down a highly suspicious individual from the Death Canyon surveillance footage. His last phone call went to an Yicheng. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. So it is an Yicheng. I told Xinghan to compile all the evidence and leak it all over the internet by tomorrow. I will make an Yicheng pay. Gu Xinghan laughed and said he was on it. Early the next morning, right after I got out of bed, I heard an Yicheng's voice from downstairs. I stretched leisurely and headed down. On the living room sofa, and Yicheng was frantically swearing to try and defend himself. He swore to Aunt Su that he did not do any of this and was being framed. I let out a loud scoff, drawing everyone's eyes instantly. I put on a completely innocent face, asking why they were staring. Yang Wanru shot me a glaring look. "Jiang Yichen, did you frame Yicheng? Are you the one maliciously cyberbullying him online?" I let out a cold laugh. I was wondering why everyone was staring, so you actually think I set him up? And Yicheng immediately jumped in, shouting that he never did those things to me. When An Yicheng woke up this morning, he discovered that all his dirty deeds had been completely exposed and plastered across the internet. He felt like he was losing his absolute mind. Thankfully, they were just online accusations with no real evidence yet. Relying on Mother Sue's lingering fondness for him, he had rushed straight to the estate. With just a few slippery words, he actually convinced them that I was the one framing him. Hearing this, I just laughed out loud. "Really, An Yicheng? You are accusing me of framing you. Tell me then, what motive would I even have?" And Yicheng glanced up at Su Wanru, acting timid. Maybe because you want Wanru for yourself, and you need me out of the picture?" I stared and scoffed. "And Yicheng, why assume everyone is as dirty as you?" He stammered, "But who else could it be besides you? Who else would target me? I know you always hated me." Mother Su furrowed her brow in frustration. "Yichen, take down those trending searches this instant and clear things up with the public." She absolutely refused to let her future son-in-law stain his reputation right now. It would drag down the Su family prestige in the future. I met Mother Su's gaze with a cold, piercing stare. "Has it ever crossed your mind that An Yichen actually did all this?" Mother Su snapped at me. "I already told you, Yicheng is not that kind of person. He has always been a good kid. There is no way he would do something so despicable." Even Su Wanru, who was standing to the side, spoke up with a heavy voice. "She is right. Yicheng would never do something like this." I shot her a freezing, icy glare. "And you actually think I would frame someone?" Before, it was just Mother Su spewing nonsense. I just brushed it off when it was Mother Su being completely unreasonable. But the moment Su Wanru chimed in to agree, a cold, heavy ache settled in my chest. From the very start, I was nothing more than an outsider, kept at arm's length by the Su family and shut out of their world. Even Su Wanru had never truly accepted me. Since that is how it is, I guess I have no choice but to drop the real evidence now. I took every single piece of undeniable proof and dumped it straight onto the internet. The second those files went live, the web exploded. This time, every single dirty trick An Yicheng had pulled was backed by absolute, irrefutable proof. Headlines screamed that the young master of the An Group repeatedly tried to frame someone. It was easily the biggest scandal of the year. The An Group's stock value nosedived instantly, plunging their entire business into a sudden financial crisis. And Yicheng thought I was just throwing out empty accusations. He never expected me to actually hold the smoking gun. In one swift move, the flawless public image he had spent years building up went up in smoke. On top of that, his actions meant he was now facing serious legal trouble. Mother Su gasped, admitting she never expected him to be this way. The one who reacted the most violently was actually Mother Su. She could not wrap her mind around how the boy she raised since childhood could possess such ruthless malice. I looked at An Yicheng's pale, trembling face and laughed. The trap back at Death Canyon, spreading vicious rumors online, falsely accusing me of plagiarism. And Yicheng, did you seriously not feel a single shred of guilt after doing all of that? And Yicheng knew there was no talking his way out of this. He stammered that he was sorry, that he lost his mind, and his friends told him to do it. They told him it was the only way to keep Wanru. He begged for forgiveness, crying that he loved Wanru too much and that he knew he was wrong. Listening to his pathetic excuses, I felt absolutely nothing. Honestly, I just wanted to laugh. So, your love for Su Wanru includes secretly drugging her so you could force yourself on her. And Yicheng stared at me, completely frozen in shock. A sudden wave of panic washed over him. Su Wanru's face darkened instantly as she realized that the drug incident from last time was him, and Yicheng opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this stage, any excuse would just sound like another pathetic lie. Once the cold, hard evidence was laid out before them, everyone in the Su family flipped their tune and sided with me. They refused to hear another word from him, and Yicheng hung his head in total, crushed defeat. I cast a cold, dismissive glance at the Su family. This is your problem now. Do not ever bother me again. With that, I spun on my heel and walked away. Right then, Mrs. Su called out to me from behind. I turned around to face her. What is it, Auntie? Mrs. Su hesitated, looking deeply uncomfortable. She said she knew Yicheng did terrible things, but claimed he only did it because he loved Wanru so much. She even tried to apologize on his behalf. Then she asked if I could take down those posts online, just to let him keep some dignity. After all, he was a guy she had favored for years, and she had always treated him like family. Seeing him in such a miserable state, she still could not bear it. I was so angry I literally laughed. So when he ruins lives, it is excusable? But when I was framed without a shred of proof, you were ready to kick me out of the house. Do you think I am just some pushover you can boss around? Mrs. Su looked deeply embarrassed. She sighed, begging me softly to please do it. Please, I am begging you. Will you do it? I just glared at Yicheng. If people leave me alone, I leave them alone. He brought every bit of this on himself. With that, I ignored Mrs. Su's apologies and walked right out. Knowing she was completely in the wrong, Mrs. Su did not speak up to plead for him again. I knew the Su family would eventually clean up in Yicheng's mess anyway. Seeing the online news about him slowly vanish, a cold shiver ran down my spine. But either way, Yicheng's reputation was totally in the gutter. Even the Su family would have doubts about him now. Call it a lesson learned. Sure enough, for almost a week after that, Yicheng did not come near me or bother me. He did not even show his face at the Su mansion or the office. Honestly, I figured he was actually reflecting on his actions and keeping a low profile until the scandal blew over. But this afternoon, when I left work to head home, I stepped into the dim underground garage and felt a sudden chill. The very next second, a dozen massive guys suddenly charged out from behind. They lunged directly at me, trying to pin me down. I can hold my own in a fight, but I stood zero chance against that many people. I had to turn and run. Right as I was about to reach the garage doors, a foot suddenly kicked out from the shadows, tripping me hard. The mob swarmed me instantly and bound my hands tight. The bastard who tripped me was none other than Yicheng. He slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and venomous like a snake. Jiang Yichen, oh, Jiang Yichen. I have been staking you out here for 3 whole days, and I finally got you. I told you I would not let this go. If you had just behaved, maybe I would have let it slide. But you just had to push me into a corner. And Yicheng sneered, his fists clenching tight. I stayed surprisingly calm. I looked him in the eye and said, I think you brought all of this on yourself. Smack. And Yicheng slapped me hard right across the face. He threw his whole weight into it, and my burning cheek swelled instantly. Shut the hell up. If it were not for you, how could I ever end up like this? Wanru used to be so sweet to me, but ever since you showed up, she will not even smile at me. And Yicheng looked completely out of his mind. When he saw I was not reacting, he lost his temper completely. I knew I had to keep my head right now. I could not afford to push him any further. After Yicheng finally vented, his mood seemed to cool down a bit. He waved his hand, signaling his men to drag me away. I was blindfolded and tossed into a van. The van bumped down a rough road, and after about 2 hours, we finally pulled up to some desolate, empty spot. My stomach dropped. And Yicheng was surprisingly clever, dragging me out here so I had no hope of escaping. Soon, they threw me into a dusty, broken-down room. 3 of the guards stayed outside, while the rest filed into the room. They talked about taking shifts to keep an eye on me. Without their bosses' say-so, they were strictly forbidden from loosening my ropes in this dump. I quietly weighed my options. Keeping my bound hands behind my back, I managed to press down hard on my ring. It had a hidden GPS tracker inside. The moment I activated it, Gu Qinghan would immediately get a ping with my exact coordinates. Time dragged on, minute by minute. I waited in silence as night fell. Since I had vanished right after work and could not be reached, Su Wanru got highly suspicious. She searched absolutely everywhere for me, but found nothing. With no other choice, she called Gu Qinghan. "Is Jiang Yichen with you?" Su Wanru's voice was sharp and cold. Gu Qinghan sounded completely panicked on the other end. "He just sent me his coordinates. He is in some abandoned shack on the south side. He is probably kidnapped." Hearing the word kidnapped, Su Wanru's expression went completely cold. "I am heading there now. You call the cops, and we will meet up in the south of the city." Gu Qinghan nodded. "Got it. I will send you the address." The two split up. Gu Qinghan called the cops while Su Wanru raced toward the south side. By the time Su Wanru pulled up, the dilapidated old shack was brightly lit. Two thugs stood guard at the front entrance, blocking the view inside. She crept around to the back window and saw me bound tightly to a chair. Realizing I was alone in there, she made her move. Since the building was falling apart, she managed to pry the window open easily. She slipped through the opening and landed quietly right beside me. I gasped in shock. Su Wanru. How did she find this place? And why on earth did she come to rescue me? Su Wanru did not have a single second to explain. My bindings were wrapped too tight, so she grabbed a jagged rock off the ground and started sawing through the hemp. A couple of minutes later, the ropes finally snapped. We scrambled out the window, but just then, the heavy door creaked open. "They are running. Get them." The thugs rushed after us without mercy. Suddenly, my foot slipped and my ankle twisted painfully. Breaking out in a cold sweat, I grimaced. "Su Wanru, run. Save yourself first, or they are going to catch us both." Su Wanru ignored my warnings. She held me up, dragging me forward as the shouts behind us grew louder. Panicking, I begged her to run, telling her that at least one of us had to make it out. Su Wanru just looked at me. She said she was not leaving me behind. Staring into her fierce, determined eyes, something in my chest actually stirred. Truth was, with me limping, we could not run far. Just as I braced myself for the worst, the sharp wail of police sirens ripped through the night. The thugs chasing us froze, their faces instantly pale. They tried to bolt, but Gu Qinghan stormed in with the cops, locking down every single one of them. Gu Qinghan rushed over, frantically asking if I was all right. Exhausted, I waved her off and said I was fine, but Su Wanru cut in softly, explaining I twisted my ankle and needed a hospital. She told Miss Gu she could leave, saying she would handle things from here on out. Seeing Gu Qinghan worry so much about me gave Su Wanru a sudden, unexpected spark of jealousy. Gu Qinghan knew it was her cue to leave, so she nodded and went with the police to handle the kidnappers. Su Wanru got me to the clinic. It was 3 a.m., and Su Xinyan was on the graveyard shift. Staring at our beat-up, messy clothes, she asked what on earth happened. Su Wanru answered with a completely flat voice. She explained I was kidnapped and just got saved, making Su Xinyan knit her brows in shock. She asked why nobody told the family, but Su Wanru sighed, saying there was no need to worry their parents. It would only cause panic, she added, asking her sister to just treat my twisted ankle instead. Su Xinyan muttered that this was the second sprain in a row and warned me to be more careful. She warned that repeating this would cause permanent damage. I rubbed my nose in embarrassment before a nurse called her away. Su Wanru sat by my bed, asking who took me this time. I scoffed. "Why are you even asking? You never believe a word I say anyway." Su Wanru froze, looked me in the eye, and whispered an apology. She confessed she had been completely blinded by prejudice before, admitting she trusted her own gut too much and always favored Jiang Yichen. Seeing the normally proud Su Wanru actually swallow her pride, I could not bring myself to keep pushing. Fine, apology accepted. But this really wasn't Yicheng's fault. Su Wanru stared at me in pure shock. I nodded, explaining he staked out the parking garage for 3 days before hiring thugs to grab me and beat me up. At the mention of a beating, the air around Su Wanru suddenly went ice cold and dangerous. She snapped that he needed a lesson. Honestly, seeing her take my side for once actually felt pretty good. Right then, my phone buzzed. It was Gu Qinghan telling me the thugs had already started talking, and Yicheng was the mastermind, and the cops were already on their way to his place. She promised they would arrest him tonight. The kidnappers squealed immediately, knowing it was their only way out. Criminals are not dumb. They knew how to play the game. I hung up and closed my eyes, letting out a sigh. Looking at my exhausted face and the dark circles under my eyes, Su Wanru softened up. She told me to sleep at the hospital, but I worried Uncle Su would panic. Su Wanru glared at me. "Seriously," she warned, "going home now will ruin your leg. Do you want to be stuck here even longer?" I relented, asking her to tell Uncle Su I was just staying over at a friend's house. I did not want him knowing about the kidnapping. I had caused the man way too much trouble lately. I just did not want him stressed. Su Wanru nodded and left, 2 days later, I finally got discharged. I soon learned that the cops had hauled in Yicheng off in the middle of the night. I blocked out the drama and threw myself into my work. Our jewelry lines, First Love and First Sight, were selling like absolute crazy. But every top brand needs a proper face to represent it. And Su Jingjiao was perfect, boasting a massive following. When I brought it up back at the house, Su Jingjiao did not hesitate to say yes. Since it is a couple's collection, she teased, would it not be boring to shoot alone? She flashed a gorgeous smile. She suggested I model with her. It made sense, given both lines were designed for couples. Putting a good-looking guy and girl in the campaign together would definitely draw a lot more eyes to the product. I paused, weighing the idea in my head, when Su Wanru suddenly spoke up out of absolute nowhere. Is the Su group really having this much trouble finding a male celebrity? Does Jiang Yichen really have to do it himself? Hearing this, Su Jingyao laughed. Why be so stingy, sis? Jiang Yichen isn't your personal property. Besides, even the director praised Jiang Yichen's looks and talked about poaching him for our own cast. Su Jingyao looked at me with a playful smile. But Su Wanru, clearly feeling protective, kept refusing. She argued that Jiang Yichen was too busy. Besides, the last time Su Jingyao and I did a music video together, Su Wanru saw the comments flooded with people calling us a match made in heaven. It obviously rubbed her the wrong way. Su Jingyao shrugged and said fine, she'd drop it. Then she turned to me and asked if I'd be willing to shoot the commercial with her. I rubbed my temples, feeling the headache coming. We'll see if we really can't find another male lead. I guess I can step in. I tried to keep it vague, but that lukewarm answer made Su Wanru's face drop instantly, though she didn't say a word. She just threw me a cold glance and walked away from the table. Her reaction left me totally confused. I had no clue why she was suddenly so mad, but with Su Wanru already leaving for the office, I swallowed a few quick bites and followed her. I had barely sat down at my desk when the secretary marched in, hauling a massive stack of folders. She told me the president wants all of this finished within 3 days. A pile that thick, all in just 3 days. My head started throbbing. It felt like Su Wanru was punishing me on purpose, but I had absolutely no excuse to say no. Accepting my miserable fate, I grabbed the folders and buried myself in the paperwork. But it didn't stop there. Over the next few days, Su Wanru kept burying me in tasks. I felt like a spinning top that never got to halt. The second I finally got a moment to breathe, another pile of work would land on my desk. Was Su Wanru really trying to keep me away from that commercial? I had to roll my eyes at how petty she was being. Still, a few days later, Su Jingjiao showed up at the office anyway. She leaned against the frame of the executive suite, wearing a relaxed smile. She told her sister that she had contacted every male star available. Either their vibe was completely off, or they passed on the gig. At this rate, there are literally no options left. Su Wanru just stared back with a cold face. She argued that they didn't even need to shoot the ad, making Su Jingyao frown in frustration. She protested that they had a deal, and Su Wanru couldn't just back out now. Su Wanru only shot her a sideways glance. She coldly offered to pay the full appearance fee anyway, insisting the commercial was canceled. Right then, I knocked and stepped inside the office, catching the tail end of their little argument. Su Jinjiao immediately rushed over Yichen. Thank goodness you're here. She complained that they couldn't find a single suitable guy for the commercial. She reminded me of my promise to fill in if she got desperate. Hearing that, my mouth twitched. I glanced at Su Wanru, who was practically radiating a dark, angry energy. Suddenly, I was speechless. Su Jingyao told me not to worry about her sister, claiming she already gave the green light. Su Wanru corrected her instantly, saying she never agreed. I cleared my throat. How about I give it a shot? If the Su group wants to successfully break into the jewelry market and win this first battle, leveraging a major star's influence is the fastest way to get popular. I didn't want to scrap this plan so easily. I said, looking directly at Su Wanru. Since she didn't immediately shoot me down, I kept pushing. Besides, it's for the good of the company. The logic was solid, and Su Wanru just stayed quiet. After a long silence, she finally gave a soft grunt of approval, allowing the project to move forward. Su Jingyao actually delayed her next major drama just to focus completely on this jewelry shoot. Instead of the office, we shot on a massive, open lawn. Surprisingly, Su Wanru showed up to supervise. She claimed she was just worried things would go wrong, so she wanted to keep an eye on us. During the shoot, a few intimate poses were inevitable. Su Jingyao and I got completely lost in the romantic vibe, totally oblivious to Su Wanru standing nearby with an increasingly sour look. Once the first scene wrapped, I went to grab some water. Suddenly, Su Wanru's freezing voice drifted over. You shot that really well. I gasped, spinning around to find Su Wanru standing right there. Her eyes were swirling with some kind of complicated, unreadable look. Why are you here? She quietly cleared her throat. As the president of the Su Group, I oversee everything my company does. That includes this commercial shoot. I nodded, keeping quiet. Just then, Su Jingyao walked over with a smile, handing me a cold bottle of water. Drink up, she said, twisting open her own bottle for a quick sip before laughing. Sis, I cannot believe you actually showed up to watch something this boring. Su Wanru shot her a freezing glare. Is there a problem? At that, Su Jingyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I have shot so many commercials for the Su Group, and you never came, no matter how much I begged. Yet here you are. What a rare treat. She suddenly narrowed her eyes, asking with a sly smirk, you didn't come here just for Yichen, did you? Who would have guessed? Sis, I never thought I would see the day you actually fell for a guy. Su Wanru glanced at me, her voice dropping to a low hiss. Su Jingyao, you were talking way too much. Su Jingyao just smiled and shook her head. Sis, I liked Yichen first. You cannot try to steal him from me this time. Hearing that, Su Wanru looked even more annoyed. It is way too early to tell who he belongs to. With the tension between them getting more and more awkward, I muttered an excuse and quickly bailed. I slipped away to a nearby public restroom. The second I stepped inside, I ran right into a familiar face. It was someone I had not seen in ages, Lu Ji. He glared back, his eyes freezing. Enemies really do run into each other in tight spaces, don't they? Jiang Yichen. Looking at the pure rage on his face, I really could not be bothered. Have you been doing okay, Supervisor Lu? Found another job yet? Hearing my words, Lu Ji looked like he had just been stung. Furious, he snapped Jiang Yichen. Do not think I cannot bounce back just because you got me fired from the Su Group. Just you wait. One day soon, I am going to make you pay heavily for this. I did not even blink. Suit yourself. Seeing how little I cared, Lu Ji suddenly managed to find a burst of courage. He lunged straight at me, swinging his fist right for my face, but my reflexes were way faster. I caught Lu Ji's wrist firmly midair. My eyes turned freezing cold. Lu Ji? You really think you can try something? Lu Ji glared back at me viciously. Damn right I do. Jiang Yichen, do you have any clue what I have suffered? I got fired from the Su Group, and no other company will hire me, and that is all on you. You turned my life into a complete living hell, and I will make you pay 100 times over. Lu Ji lunged to strike me again, but I shoved him back hard. He lost his footing, stumbling wildly backward. The back of his skull cracked right against the porcelain sink. That sudden, sharp pain finally brought a wave of panic to his eyes. Seeing the dark blood trickling down his neck, Lu Ji absolutely panicked. He fumbled wildly for his phone, dialing the police right away. Jiang Yichen, this is intentional assault. Get ready to rot in jail. I stood there in silence, just watching his pathetic meltdown. Within minutes, the police arrived and took us both away. Since his head was bleeding, they rushed Lu Ji to the hospital first for some bandages before bringing him in to give his statement. Su Wanru and Su Jingyao were still waiting outside for me to return to the set when they suddenly heard the cops had taken me away. The air around both sisters instantly turned ice cold, and they rushed straight to the police station. Inside the station, Lu Ji and I sat directly across from one another. Seeing that both of us were dead quiet, the officer spoke up. What exactly went down here? I remained silent. Right next to me, Lu Ji started sniffling, squeezing out a few tears. Officer, you have to help me. He shoved me out of nowhere, and look at my head. You have to punish this guy to the fullest extent. The officer glanced at the nasty gash on his head, and seeing a grown man crying so pathetically, handed him a tissue. Then he turned toward me. Mr. Jiang, is what Mr. Lu saying true? Do you hold some kind of grudge that made you intentionally shove him? It was self-defense, I replied calmly. Lu Ji knew perfectly well there were no cameras inside the restroom. Even if he lied through his teeth, he assumed I couldn't prove a thing. Armed with that thought, Lu Ji grew even bolder. Jiang Yichen, if you confess to assault right now, I might ask the judge to go easy on you. But if you keep being this stubborn, do not expect any mercy. The officer frowned and told me to tell the truth. I simply repeated my statement. It was self-defense. Lu Ji raised his voice. Officer, there is no need to interrogate this guy any longer. He is way too stubborn. Just lock him up. I let out a soft chuckle. What if I actually have proof? Lu Ji reacted as if he just heard the funniest joke ever. Bring it on. If you actually pull out proof today, I will take your last name. Naturally, he did not believe I had any evidence. He just assumed I was trying to stall for time. I spoke up casually. Since you insist, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Ji smugly tilted his chin up at me. Let us see what you have got. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened up the media player. Instantly, Lu Ji's loud voice blared from the speakers. Along with the shouting, the sounds of our scuffle were clearly audible. Anyone listening could tell that Lu Ji initiated the assault. Officer, I think this audio makes it clear. I did not intentionally assault Mr. Liu. He made the first move. I was merely acting in self-defense. My tone remained flat and calm. Hearing the recording, Luigi's face drained of all color. How was this possible? How could he have known I would attack him and turn on his recorder in advance? You set me up. You deliberately provoked me just so you could record this and frame me. Luigi instantly figured it out. The glare he shot me was laced with venom, but I did not care about his babbling. I simply smirked. What was it that Mr. Liu just said? Take my last name? Well, there is no need for that. I would rather not have my family name dragged through the mud. With that, I turned and smiled at the officer. Officer, I trust you will make the right decision. Feeling guilty for doubting me earlier, the officer looked quite apologetic. He cleared his throat. Mr. Jiang, I am sorry. I misunderstood the situation. I waved it off. It is fine, but how do you plan to handle Mr. Liu? The officer spoke coldly. According to the law, intentional assault is punishable by up to 3 years in prison. The exact sentence depends on whether Mr. Jiang presses charges. I raised an eyebrow. So, it all depends on my wishes. Hearing this, Luigi's blood ran cold. He jumped up, grabbed my sleeve, and wailed, Yichen, bro, please let me off. I am still young. I cannot go to jail. I frowned. Baby, Yichen, I know I was a bastard before. I bullied you all the time when we were kids, and I did you dirty at the company, too. I am willing to make up for all of it. Please, do not press charges. I do not want to go to jail. I am begging you. Hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. So, Mr. Liu actually realizes how unforgivable his actions are. Save those words and do some hard reflecting in a jail cell. I have never been a pushover, especially after being bullied. I am certainly not going to let a piece of trash like you off the hook. Seeing the absolute resolve in my eyes, Luigi felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He slumped onto the floor and suddenly burst into hysterical, despairing sobs. The officer called some guys to drag Luigi away. They placed him in lockup for now. The officer smiled apologetically. I am so sorry, Mr. Jiang. I completely misunderstood you today. I will have someone give you a ride back right now. I waved him off. No problem. I can head back on my own. The officer did not insist and just had someone walk me out. Just as I stepped outside, Su Wanru and Su Jingyao rushed over anxiously. Seeing I did not have a single scratch, Su Wanru sighed with relief. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao stepped up and linked her arm through mine. She asked Yichen, are you okay? I gave an awkward smile. It is nothing. Just bumped into Luigi. He tried to set me up, but dug his own grave instead. Su Jingyao immediately perked up, her curiosity piqued. I have heard about this Luigi guy. He is not someone to mess with. How did you manage to put him in his place? I chuckled. He tried to hit me, so I just gave him a little push. Then he tried to frame me for intentional assault. Since I had just finished filming and wanted to listen back to my performance, I had my phone recorder on and never turned it off. It clearly caught him making all his little threats. Su Wanru knew I was smart enough to protect myself, but she still frowned at the mention of Luigi. Was he not kicked out a long time ago? She issued a blacklist notice the day he left, forbidding any company from hiring him. Crossing the Su group is a death sentence, yet he is still lurking in this city. I cannot believe he refuses to just give up. I nodded. That is true, but Luigi still holds a major grudge against me, so he just had to show up and stir up trouble. Su Wanru's face turned absolutely icy. She made up her mind right then and there. This time, she was going to teach him a serious lesson. Seeing that I was okay, Su Jingyao let out a sigh of relief. Let's pause today's shoot for now. We can easily find another time to finish things up. I shook my head. You are a star, and your schedule is packed. I cannot let this delay things. Let's head back. If we hurry, we can still wrap this whole thing up before dark. We quickly rushed back to the set and finished the shoot. 3 days later, the commercial officially aired. In just the first hour, sales for First Love and First Sight skyrocketed by an incredible 30%. It was incredibly clear just how massive the fan base behind Su Jingyao and Nanji really was. The online shippers were going absolutely crazy as well. They flooded our official Weibo with frantic comments, hoping the two of us would end up together since we are engaged. Jiang Yichen is engaged to the Su family, and he looks so perfect with Su Jingyao. He has to marry her. Just look at this commercial. Could they be any more perfect? They need to get together. I found these comments pretty standard, so I did not pay them much mind, but Su Wanru was extremely bothered. She did not say a single word to me all day. That night, I worked late and got home past my usual time. The second I opened the door, a heavy smell of alcohol hit me. Mr. and Mrs. Su were traveling, and Su Luoli was out of town on a business trip. Su Jingyao was busy with her packed schedule. Su Jinyan was on shift at the hospital, and Su Xiaoxiao was staying at her dorm, not coming back. So, the only possible source of that alcohol smell was Su Wanru. Hearing me come in, a voice called out my name, Jiang Yichen. I turned around and locked eyes with Su Wanru's beautiful, clear gaze. Seeing her stand there in the dim light, her gaze freezing cold, my heart skipped a beat. What was going on? A drunk Su Wanru was completely different from her usual self. Her eyes were much darker and deeper than usual. Jiang Yichen, do you actually like Su Jingyao? Hearing her question, I raised an eyebrow. What on earth makes you think I like Su Jingyao? Su Wanru took a step closer. If you do not like her, why were you so willing to shoot a commercial with her? Why do you not reject her? Her voice carried a rare, shaky emotion. I gently put my hands on her shoulders. Su Wanru, I said softly, you are drunk. Hearing that, she seemed to instantly sober up a bit. She stepped back. I am not drunk. I just wanted to give you a warning. Stay away from Su Jinyao. What happened last time should have taught you a lesson. My mind immediately flashed back to a few months ago, when a crazy stalker fan trapped me in the bathroom. I stayed silent before nodding. I know. Thanks for the warning, but I really do not have any interest in Su Jinjiao. I offered a faint smile. If there is nothing else, I am going to get some sleep. The air between us felt incredibly tense. I had no idea what Su Wanru was thinking, but her expression was strangely complex. I felt a sudden urge to escape. Su Wanru did not say another word, which I took as agreement. Good night, get some rest. Leaving those words behind, I quickly retreated to the safety of my bedroom. The next day at work, Su Wanru did not do what she usually did. She did not call me to discuss the quarterly proposal. I found it a little strange, but did not press the issue. Right around noon, I heard a sharp gasp nearby. A panicked shout rang out. Help! Something is wrong with my computer. I threw a skeptical look over there, but the next second, every computer in the planning department went completely black. Instantly, the entire room erupted into a chorus of panicked screams. My proposal, I just finished it, and did not even get to save. Seeing the entire planning department erupt in complaints, I stood up and cleared my throat. Settle down, everyone. How are we supposed to calm down? Just then, one of the girls spoke up in a low voice. Wait, why is Yichen's computer fine? Everyone followed her gaze and looked over. My computer was running perfectly without a single glitch. Yichen, all of our computers crashed. How is yours the only one still working? She didn't even have to finish her sentence. Everyone already knew exactly what she was implying. She was pointing the finger straight at me, accusing me of pulling the strings. And just like that, she planted a nasty seed of doubt in everyone's minds. I turned a cold, flat stare right onto her face. What exactly are you trying to say? This girl was Ji A Ling, the one who used to be best friends with Yicheng before he left. She lifted her chin, struggling to look composed. I wasn't bad-mouthing you, Brother Jaeger, I was just sharing my thoughts. That's all. If you didn't do it, then prove it. What's the point of threatening your own team? I looked away, turned to the others, and asked if they needed proof too. A man stepped forward slowly. Brother Chen, knowing who you are, there is no way you would, but Xiaolian quickly cut him off. Why wouldn't he? Who doesn't want to be the company's top performer? This would let him instantly crush the rest of us and steal all the spotlight. Suddenly, hearing those words, something clicked for me. Miss Xia, listening to you, it seems you understand the motive here much better than I do. Xiaolian's face instantly went pale. I do not, don't you dare slander me. My computer was the very first one to crash while I was writing a crucial proposal. It was only half finished. I raised an eyebrow and asked if she minded if I took a look at her computer. Xiaolian nodded with total confidence. Of course. Look all you want, it's just a broken computer anyway. There is absolutely nothing to hide. On this device, she had secretly planted an incredibly complex, unbreakable virus. She simply refused to believe that I could bring a completely dead computer back to life. A faint, unreadable look crossed my eyes. All right then, just don't regret this later. I stepped up to inspect her computer and immediately found a virus called Ephira. It was notorious in the tech world. Barely 5 people in the entire world knew how to crack it. Unfortunately for her, I happened to be one of them. My fingers flew across the keyboard, rapidly typing line after line of code. Endless strings of letters and math symbols flashed across the screen, leaving the onlookers completely dazed. Finally, right before their eyes, I completely shattered the virus. The moment the system recovered, everyone saw what was on her screen. Right there on the screen was Xia Lian's supposedly unfinished proposal, nothing but a simple doodle of a little frog. So, this little frog was the crucial proposal you were working on? I mocked her, without an ounce of mercy. Xia Lian desperately tried to talk her way out of it, claiming the hacker must have changed her proposal into a little frog. As everyone in the room turned a suspicious gaze toward her, She flushed bright red and kept desperately making excuses. I really did write a proposal. If you don't believe me, I will show you my backup copy. In her sheer panic, Xia Lian had completely let it slip that she had a backup. I instantly pierced right through her lie. A backup? Miss Xia, you are quite the prophet, to have the amazing foresight to back up your files right before a random virus attack. Realizing she couldn't keep up the act any longer, Xia Lian's face twisted in pure rage. Fine, she roared. I planted the virus. So what? If it wasn't for you, that supervisor role would have been mine once Lu Ji got promoted. I've worked my ass off for this company for years. Why should a newcomer like you just swoop in and steal everything? I refuse to accept this. She had poured all her blood, sweat, and tears into this place, giving them absolutely everything. Even if she wasn't the top performer, she put in the heavy lifting. Why should she be left with nothing in the end? My gaze turned freezing cold. And because of that, you decided to play dirty? You hacked everyone's computers just to frame me. You are completely twisted. You are never getting that supervisor position, and you won't even be keeping your job. I glanced to the side, looking directly at the nearby assistant. Tell President Su we have someone endangering company security. Ask her to come down here immediately. The moment she heard the CEO was coming, Xia Lian's arrogance vanished. She slumped to the floor, defeated and terrified. When Su Wanru hurried over, I was just casually sitting in my seat, watching the drama unfold with great interest while Xia Lian crouched on the ground, wailing loudly. She looked absolutely pathetic, I noted with a teasing smirk. President Su, your veteran employee tried to frame me but got caught red-handed. How do you think we should handle this? Su Wanru's voice was completely devoid of warmth. I have already been briefed on the situation. Following company policy, escort Xia Lian out immediately. Xia Lian burst into fresh tears, lunging forward to grab Su Wanru's leg. President Su, I beg you please do not fire me. I have been with this company so long and I do not want to leave. Please, please, just let me off this single time. The air around Su Wanru seemed to instantly freeze. I will give you exactly 1 second to let go of me. Otherwise, simply packing your bags and leaving will be the least of your worries. Knowing full well how ruthless Su Wanru could be, Xia Lian let go in a state of sheer panic. The drama finally ended with Xia Lian scurrying out of the building with her tail between her legs. Once she was gone, I looked at my surrounding coworkers and smiled. Don't worry about your computers, everyone. I will help you all restore your systems right now. My coworkers dropped their jaws in shock. Brother Chen, they gasped, you are a freaking god. They asked how I knew how to crack computer viruses, wondering if there was anything I could not do. I just gave them a faint smile. I told them I would just write a new script on my computer and push it to their networks. It would be fine. They asked where on earth I learned this kind of skill, calling it incredibly cool as they crowded all around my desk. Their faces were filled with absolute awe. Jiang Yichen, they said, you are just like a hacker from the movies. They said it was way too cool. I offered an embarrassed smile, saying I only knew the absolute basics. It was nothing impressive, but as I sat there basking in everyone's absolute adoration, Su Wanru watched the scene unfold before her. For some inexplicable reason, she found the whole thing deeply irritating. She snapped, asking if anyone was still working, warning that anyone not in their seat would lose a month of salary. Hearing this threat, the male coworkers around me shrank back in fear, immediately scattering to their desks to start working. I looked at her icy demeanor and smiled thoughtfully, asking if she was actually jealous. Su Wanru shot me a sharp glance, a faint ripple of emotion in her eyes as she whispered that she thought I was a real hacker. Everyone else assumed I only knew the basics, but Su Wanru knew better. Effortlessly neutralizing a virus and restoring a system is no simple task. Only a top-tier hacker could pull that off. I shrugged and told her she caught me. That evening, right as I stepped out of the office building to hail a cab, someone blocked my path. It was Su Jingyao. I had not seen her around for 2 days. She flashed me a radiant smile, telling me to get in so she could take me somewhere. I shook my head, declining because I had things to do. But Su Jingyao gave me those irresistible puppy dog eyes. She begged me to go, promising there was a spot with a gorgeous night view that I would definitely love. Any other guy would have found it impossible to refuse her, but I was different. I could guess what Su Jingyao wanted, but I simply could not accept. I really cannot. Right then, Su Wanru suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She told me to come home with her. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly. Stuck between their 2 cars, I had no clue what to do. Su Jingyao grew anxious. Her voice rose an octave, complaining that she asked me out first and her sister could not just steal me away. Su Wanru remained completely unfazed, giving me a look that made it clear she would not take no for an answer. She ordered me to get in, claiming we still had a proposal to discuss. Her tone was demanding, but her logic was absolutely flawless. I gritted my teeth, muttered a quick apology to Su Jingyao, and jumped straight into Su Wanru's car. Su Wanru stepped on the gas and we sped away. During the drive, I had no idea how to break the heavy silence. Glancing at her beautiful profile made me feel pretty uneasy. I started to say I did not mean anything by it, but we both spoke at the exact same time. Startled, I swallowed the words right back down. After another long, quiet stretch, Su Wanru was the first to speak up. She asked if she had not warned me about getting too close to Su Jingyao, insisting nothing good would come of it. I paused, then shook my head. I denied it, but Su Wanru kept going, warning me to avoid being alone with her since we had shot that couple's commercial. If the paparazzi catch you two together, the public relations fallout will be a total nightmare. I nodded and looked out the window. Suddenly, I noticed a vehicle tailing us, maintaining a steady distance. It was even matching our exact speed as we accelerated. I warned Su Wanru about the car behind us. She lowered her voice and said she saw them, too. The Su family estate was located in a remote suburb, and we were currently driving down a deserted road. An ambush here was highly likely. Su Wanru slammed on the gas pedal. Sure enough, the vehicle behind us floored it too, triggering a wild, high-speed chase. I urged Su Wanru to be careful, unable to hide my concern. Driving at this extreme speed was incredibly dangerous. She told me not to worry since nobody was around. Su Wanru kept her hands steady on the wheel, but the driver behind us was clearly a pro, sticking right on our tail. A second later, the trailing car surged forward, violently cutting us off and forcing Su Wanru to halt, demanding she get out. The pursuers kicked their doors open, swearing as they hit the asphalt. Su Wanru knew she was the target. She turned to me, her voice urgent. "They are after me," she said. "I will draw their attention. You need to run." I looked her straight in the eye. "Su Wanru, you have saved my life more times than I can count. Did you think I would just walk away?" I cracked my knuckles, laughing softly. "Never underestimate me, Wanru." Her eyes widened, scanning my face for any hint of fear. Something shifted in her gaze, a brief flicker of emotion. Then, we stepped out together. I tapped my ring, pinging our location to Guqinghan. Outside, a massive gang waited. Vicious eyes locked onto us. A man with a deep scar on his face spat out a cigarette stub, eyeing Su Wanru up and down. He smirked nastily. "So, you are the famous Su Wanru." Instantly, her gaze turned razor sharp. She kept her voice steady. "Who are you?" The man shrugged. "What matters is that someone paid me to teach you a lesson." Su Wanru narrowed her eyes, her look freezing. "Do you even know who I am?" The scarred leader burst out laughing. "Who does not know the great CEO Su? We all know who you are, Boss Su." Su Wanru frowned, her patience wearing thin. "You are crossing the Su family. Do you have a death wish?" Scarface mocked a look of absolute terror, teasing her not to threaten him. "I am not scared of them." Hearing this, I let out a cold sneer. "They are just a bunch of trash," I said. "Why waste your breath?" Scarface glared. "You calling us trash? Get them. Beat them to a pulp. Show them who the real trash is." The thugs charged, swinging steel pipes and heavy bats. Su Wanru slipped past a pipe, kicking her attacker straight in the ribs. I grabbed another thug by his neck, slammed him down, and finished it with a spinning hook kick to his temple. We fought in total sync, moving like a well-oiled machine. The thugs crumpled under our hits, groaning in the dirt. "Useless pieces of trash," Scarface spat, looking at his fallen men. He waved his hand, and dozens of massive men stepped out from the trees. This was a trap all along. Su Wanru's eyes went cold. The second wave swarmed us, way too many of them this time. As the fight dragged on, our energy started to drain. The sheer numbers were slowly pushing us back. Spotting our exhaustion, Scarface sneered, whipped out a sharp dagger, and lunged straight at me. Panic flared in my chest, but in a split second, Su Wanru caught the bare blade with her hand. With a powerful kick, she sent Scarface crashing backward into the dirt. Searing pain shot through her hand as bright red blood began to drip onto the dry ground. The sight was utterly brutal. Even the normally composed Su Wanru could not help but grimace in pain. "Are you okay?" I stared at her in shock. I never thought she would protect me by grabbing a live blade. Su Wanru simply shook her head. Her face and lips had gone completely pale from losing blood. I spun around, glaring down at Scarface as he groaned in the dirt. My blood ran cold. Just in time, Guqinghan pulled up with her backup. She scanned the bloody scene and gave a cold order: arrest them all. Her guards jumped into action, pinning down every single thug. Guqinghan walked over to me, asking quietly, "Brother Chen, are you all right?" I shook my head. Pointing at Su Wanru, who was still bleeding heavily nearby, my voice cracked with worry. "She is hurt." Guqinghan rushed to support her. Staring at her mangled, bloody palm, Guqinghan gasped, It takes insane courage to grab a sharp blade without a second thought. We have to get you to a hospital. Gu Qinghan drove us there, handled the bills, and left me to watch over a very dazed Su Wanru. The nurse carefully wrapped her sliced palm. Every slight nudge to the cut made me wince, but Su Wanru did not even flinch. Once finished, the nurse quietly slipped out. Looking at her pale face, I asked if she was okay. She slowly opened her eyes and whispered my name, Jiang Yichen. She looked up and said she had a question. I paused, already knowing exactly what she wanted to ask me. What is your relationship with Gu Qinghan? Why does she always show up right in the nick of time whenever you are in trouble? How does she always know exactly where you are? Why does she drink with you when you are venting? Why does she call you Brother Chen? Why does she obey your every command like some kind of loyal follower? These questions had been eating at her for a long time. I always knew Su Wanru was incredibly sharp. She was bound to figure it out sooner or later. But I really didn't expect her to confront me so directly, didn't I tell you already? We are just friends. We met while studying abroad and we get along pretty well. I still wasn't ready to tell her the truth. Su Wanru stared at me coldly, demanding the truth. Are you the CEO of Lanshang? My heart skipped a beat. I wanted to deny it immediately, but she was way too smart to fall for that. To throw off her suspicions, I flashed a teasing smirk. What a shame, you caught me. She watched my face, suddenly doubting her own guess. The powerful CEO of Lanshang, working tirelessly without complaint as a lowly employee in my company? Don't you feel honored, CEO Su? I threw up my hands and laughed. If you told someone that, would they even believe it? I meant it as sarcasm, of course. Yet, the logic was actually pretty solid. The real boss of Lanshang had zero reason to work for her. Still skeptical, she lowered her voice. She warned me not to lie. I rolled my eyes, telling her not to be so paranoid, and asked if friends couldn't just be close. Thinking about how worried Gu Qinghan had looked earlier, Su Wanru suddenly felt a sharp, uneasy pang of discomfort right in her chest. Her voice turned slightly sour. You are my fiancé, yet you are acting so chummy with another woman. Is that appropriate? I laughed out loud without holding back. What is wrong? Are you jealous? Su Wanru, you don't actually want to marry me, do you? I glanced over at her, finding this whole absurd situation incredibly amusing. She glared at me coldly, denying it. I told her she had no right to police my social life then. Right then, Gu Qinghan walked back into the room. Su Wanru shut her mouth instantly. She had clearly overheard our whole exchange. Suppressing a smirk, she told me she was heading back first, calling me Brother Chen, telling me to stay and take good care of CEO Su. Her teasing was obvious, so I shot her a vicious glare. She mouthed the words, I get it, then walked out with a massive grin. With her gone, we were alone again. Su Wanru told me to head home if I had nothing else to do. Her eyes drifted open, her voice icy as she said it was getting late. I raised an eyebrow, saying I was staying right here. Casually sitting down beside her, I pointed out she hurt her hand trying to save me. Leaving now would make me look heartless. Leaning back, I grabbed an apple from the bedside table, asking if she wanted some. My offer to peel it was completely ignored as she opened her laptop with her one good hand. Feeling totally rejected, I chose not to push it. I pulled my own laptop out instead, ready to investigate who was pulling the strings. Running their facial features through my database, I quickly located the gang behind them. Next, I hacked straight into their recent call history and bank transfer logs. Every single piece of evidence pointed straight to the Lin group. I decided to test the waters, asking if she knew who targeted her. Her fingers kept tapping away on the keyboard, and without even blinking, she muttered, "The Lin family." I was pretty surprised by that. "How did you know?" Her reply came in a slow, icy tone. "They have held a grudge since that last failed collaboration. They didn't get a slice of the pie, and they are incredibly jealous of our success. That makes them the prime suspects." Honestly, I was seriously impressed by her sharp detective skills. Still, I had to ask another question, so, what do you plan to do about them? A dangerous spark flashed in her eyes. There was no way she was letting Ling Shi off the hook easily. Knowing she was handling it brought me some peace of mind. We ended up staying in the hospital for 2 days. When my family called to check in, I covered for us, claiming we were working late at the office. Since Suluoli was out of town on a business trip, our cover story held up. As soon as her hand mostly healed, we headed back to work. Both the boss and I had been completely absent from the office for days. Walking back through the doors, I immediately noticed quite a few unfamiliar faces wandering around the building. Immediately upon our return, Su Wanru called a high-level executive meeting to lay out our next business strategy. She presented her plan to phase out our budget jewelry collections, shifting all our resources to focus heavily on high-end luxury designs. My eyes lit up at the idea. Deep down, my admiration for her sharp business instincts grew even stronger. I don't think that will work. Across the dead silent boardroom, a voice of open defiance suddenly rang out. She looked up at the dissenter, her eyes turning freezing cold as she asked what he proposed instead. I also turned to look. It was Shi Jiang, the head of HR. He was always acting self-important, but today he looked exceptionally smug. President Su, have you been away from the office so long that you forgot how to run a business? Our low-end products are not even stable yet. Besides, they are selling so well right now. If we rashly pivot to luxury jewelry and end up losing money, who is going to take the fall? Xie Jiang was aggressive, his words dripping with disrespect, but Su Wanru stood firm, replying that they would not lose a dime. Sticking blindly to budget items will just exhaust our customers. If we limit ourselves to cheap goods, well, we will miss our absolute best chance to break into the luxury market. Xie Jiang completely ignored her, his voice growing incredibly sharp. President, I do not agree with this at all. Why not ask the rest of the room and see what they think? Su Wanru stood up, sweeping her eyes across the entire boardroom, and asked if anyone else had concerns. A supervisor spoke up softly, sounding pretty hesitant. President Su, I think Director Shi has a point. What if we actually lose money or something goes terribly wrong? The rest of the executives began whispering to each other. Seeing the tension, I stood up with a bright smile. Allow me to break down President Su's vision for everyone. Xi Jiang just sneered. Director Jiang, I know you are on her side, but blindly supporting her just puts the rest of us in a terrible spot. I completely brushed his comment off and kept speaking, mentioning my mentor is a world-class jewelry designer. I am sure you have all heard of her, the internationally famous designer Joanna. Just one of her designs can easily fetch hundreds of millions of dollars. The room fell dead silent as I kept going. She once told me her work started with the basics, but if you only ever focus on low-end products, your creations will never reach the next level. What we truly need right now is a major breakthrough. We need our brand to be widely recognized. Jewelry is inherently a luxury item, and our target buyers are not just the general public, but wealthy elites. Those are the customers who will bring this company massive profits. They obviously would not ever stoop to wearing cheap jewelry. The only real way forward is developing luxury products to attract those high-paying customers. Once I finished speaking, the entire room fell dead silent. Xi Jiang sneered, saying it made some sense but was probably made up. I stared right at him and replied coldly. I majored in marketing abroad and consistently graduated top of my class. I do not think I need to say anything else, do I? Xi Jiang choked on his words, his face turning pale and then green. I asked if anyone else had questions. I swept my gaze across the table. They all lowered their heads in shame, and my eyes finally landed back on Su Wanru. I smiled. Catching a quick flash of pure amazement in Su Wanru's eyes gave me a sudden surge of joy. Su Wanru made the final decision. The matter was settled, the meeting wrapped up, and everyone dispersed. Xi Jiang slowly strolled over to me, acting nonchalant. He mentioned wanting a quick word with me, so I flashed a polite smile. Go ahead, Director Xi. He then asked what exactly my relationship with the president was. Just a normal professional relationship. Does Director Xi suspect something else? I gave him a cryptic smile. It left Xi Jiang pretty bewildered, but he quickly got back on track. He suddenly flashed a fake, conspiratorial smile, telling me there were things he simply had to share. He said the president is always so strict and demanding, and that working under her must be absolute torture. I just raised an eyebrow. It was clear Director Xi had an ulterior motive, calling me a smart guy who should easily know where this was going. He hoped I would think it over carefully and not let him down. I rubbed my chin, pretending to be deep in thought. So Director Xi was trying to buy my loyalty. He burst into laughter, saying he really admired my sharp mind. With that, Xi Jiang pulled out his business card and slowly slid it across my clean desk. He claimed to highly respect my abilities, saying I should not just be limited to a basic director role. Would I not prefer being addressed as vice president? After Xi Jiang left the room, I sat there and pondered it alone. Vice President Jiang. It was clear Xi Jiang had massive ambition, and he was already hunting for the president's chair. Getting home late, the entire household was already asleep. Only Su Wanru remained in the living room, quietly reviewing some documents. I stretched lazily and sat down right beside her, asking how her hand was doing. Her fingers paused for a split second before turning the page. She muttered that it was fine, her voice completely flat. I did not really buy it. I reached out to check it myself, but she quickly pulled away. I told her a quick look would not kill her. Su Wanru blatantly changed the subject, asking what Xie Jiang wanted when he came to see me earlier. I leaned back on the sofa with a smirk. What do you think he wanted? She shot me a side glance to win you over. My lip curled. You are no fun. She ignored me completely, her tone growing serious as she asked what I planned to do. I looked her straight in the eyes, grinning. I agreed, obviously. He promised to make me the vice president. With a sweet deal like that, only an idiot would say no. But Su Wanru did not buy it for a second. Her face stayed completely blank. Her voice was ice cold. If that is true, why are you telling me? Aren't you afraid I will catch on to your little scheme? I let out a yawn. Come on, Boss Su, drop the act and tell me your plan. She was slightly taken aback by how fast I caught on. She raised an eyebrow. I want you to play along. We will beat him at his own game. She had my attention. Go on, I am listening. First, pretend to accept his offer, she continued. Gather evidence. While you do that, I will quietly weed out his people inside the company. When the timing is right, we take them down together. I chuckled, so you noticed the shift, too. There are so many new faces around here. I honestly figured you were such a workaholic that you did not even recognize your own staff. She shot me a glare. Enough. Get some rest. We have a tough battle coming up over the next few days. I nodded, stood up, and made my way toward the stairs. Out of nowhere, she called out from behind me. I stopped and turned back with a smirk. What is it? She hesitated for a quick second. You really are something else. This guy seems to excel at everything. He is completely unpredictable. You never know what he will do next or what surprise is coming. I replied, letting my voice drag with a lazy drawl. Flattery like that makes me think you are falling for me. Her face froze instantly. Do not flatter yourself. Watching her mood flip so fast, I could not help but laugh. I turned around and headed up to my room. Su Wanru watched me walk away, her gaze growing deeper. This had forced Shi Jian into making his move much sooner. So Su Wanru and I staged a little show. We needed him to believe we had a massive fight and shattered our alliance. The next morning, inside her office, we were calmly discussing project proposals when I suddenly raised my voice. I already gave you my stance on this, and it is a no. It is not about that. Why the hell can't you just listen to what I am saying? Her voice cut back, sharp and cold as a blade. And I am telling you, you are nothing but a planning director. You do not have any right to question my decisions. Oh, so being the CEO means you can do whatever the hell you want. What a joke. You know what? I quit. I am not staying here just to be your punching bag. Smash. A mug violently shattered against the floor, and the deafening crash echoed through the halls. Everyone in the company heard it loud and clear. If you want to work, then work. If not, get the hell out. This place will run perfectly fine without you. Outside, the employees were shivering in fear, too scared to breathe. I was about to smash another one for good measure, but she stopped me. One is enough, she whispered. If we overdo it, Shai Zhejiang might get suspicious. I smiled and nodded. You are always one step ahead. The office fell into a dead silence. A few moments later, I stormed out with my files in hand and slammed the door shut. As soon as I got back to my desk, I called Xia Zhejiang. I told him I was ready to accept his deal, but on one condition. Once this was over, the vice president's seat was mine. I could have blindly accepted his offer earlier, but if I did not show some ambition, he would definitely suspect something. That is why I made sure to emphasize my price. Hearing this, Shai Zhejiang practically beamed with joy. His confidence skyrocketed. Don't you worry, Director Jiang. When this is done, I will make sure you are well taken care of. Now that even I was on his side, taking down the Su Corporation would be a total breeze. Xia Zhejiang finally made his move. He started tampering with the finances, creating the illusion of a massive deficit in the company accounts. Su Wanru and I watched the whole thing unfold, never lifting a single finger to stop him. We just quietly watched him sabotage the company while we secretly gathered every shred of evidence. During the next board meeting, Xia Zhejiang slammed the report onto the table and sneered Boss Su. Have you seen this quarter's financial report? Su Wanru did not even flinch. Is there a problem? The company lost 100 million this quarter. Do you even comprehend how much 100 million is? I warned you a long time ago, CEO Su, not to blindly dive into high-end products. And look what happened. The company is now hemorrhaging money. I jumped right in to pressure him. So, what are you going to do about this? You definitely owe all of us a clear explanation. My backup made Xia Jiang even bolder. He sneered that President Su Wanruo was far too incompetent to run the company's daily affairs. She needed to step down immediately and let someone more capable take over. A cold look flashed in Su Wanruo's eyes as she asked if she was supposed to just hand the company to him. Xia Jiang acted completely innocent, suggesting they let everyone else decide. He smirked as he looked around at the other executives in the room. What do you guys think? Is it time for a new leader to take charge? Absolute silence filled the entire room. Nobody uttered a word. Xia Jiang felt a chill of panic as he asked again, only to get the same dead quiet. I stood up slowly, a smug grin plastered on my face. Manager Xia, are you finished talking? Now it is my turn to speak. Fear crept into Xia Jiang's eyes as a terrible feeling took hold. I smiled and looked right at him. You must be wondering why all those board members you paid off are not standing up to oppose President Su Wanruo right now. Xia Jiang's face went completely pale. He demanded to know what on earth I meant by that. I just laughed. Come on, Manager Xia, you know exactly what I mean. Xia Jiang was losing his mind, screaming at me to stop lying. I kept grinning. We will see about that. Why do we not take a look at some interesting evidence? I whipped out a thick folder stuffed with documents and photos, slamming it onto the table with a loud smack. The pages slid everywhere. The photos showed Xia Jiang sneaking into the accounting department, right next to records detailing the massive company funds he embezzled. Anything to add, manager? Xia Jiang looked like he had seen a ghost. Pure terror filled his eyes as he stared at the pile of evidence. These are fake. I would never hurt this company like this. Desperate to save himself, he began to scream that I was just slandering his name. You guys just want me out of the company. You set me up and fabricated all of this just to frame me. I completely ignored his desperate, pathetic shouting. I simply raised an eyebrow and gave him his final sentence right then and there. Since you have nothing useful left to say, you can explain it to the police. Leaning back in my chair with a smug smile, I watched him. The moment he heard the word police, Xia Jiang bolted for the exit, but the cops were already waiting outside and pinned him down instantly. I will make you pay for this. Xia Jiang glared at me with pure, burning hatred as they dragged him out. Su Wanruo quickly wrapped up the meeting and dismissed the remaining board members. She then turned to look directly at me, warning me that she did not think Xia Jiang would go down this easily. Her serious tone instantly wiped the smug smile off my face. This whole nightmare was far from over. You really think he is going to cause even more trouble? He was literally just carted off to the police station in handcuffs. Su Wanru remained dead silent. Remembering the desperate look on his face right before they dragged him away, he definitely had a backup plan. Sure enough, the next morning he cleared his name and walked free. I stood in Su Wanru's office with a heavy frown. The snake really did have a backup plan. He joined our rivals at the Lin Group and landed a massive executive position. Knowing him, he probably traded some serious blackmail material on our company to buy his way in. I ground my teeth in sheer frustration. That complete scoundrel. I seriously should have beaten him to a pulp and left him in a hospital bed back then. Su Wanruo shook her head with a serious look. It does not matter where Xia Jiang runs to. The real danger is that he stole a massive amount of our most critical data. He is definitely going to hand all our strategic secrets straight to the Lin Group. That puts our company at a massive disadvantage. I hesitated to speak, but we both knew exactly what kind of information he had. Our upcoming jewelry designs and the entire expansion plan for next season. The Lin Group now knows every single move we are going to make. Remember how you hit the Lin Group last time? Su Wanru looked at me, noting I made them lose 3% of their profits. They took a massive hit back then and have been plotting their revenge ever since. Now, Xia Jiang is the absolute perfect weapon for them to strike back at you. Noticing her serious face, I warned her that a counterattack was definitely coming. We have to keep our guard up at all times. Su Wanruo sighed and replied that we should wait and see what they do first. Observing the Lin Group's next move is vital before making our own play. I nodded, though my mind was racing with worry. We talked about this in the morning, but by the afternoon, everything changed. I saw on my phone that the Lin Group was preparing to launch a new jewelry line. The crazy part? I knew those pieces inside and out, because I was the one who designed them. My plan was to use them as a springboard to launch the Su Group into the high-end luxury market. I never expected the Lin Group to steal my work and rush it to production so fast, but after thinking about it, my tense face suddenly relaxed. Sure, this jewelry looks incredibly fresh and unique, but it actually has one massive, glaring flaw. It is incredibly uncomfortable to wear. Lately, because I was so busy dealing with Xia Xinyang, I never got around to adjusting the comfort level. Unless you are the original designer, you would never even notice this hidden defect. The Lin Group is highly likely about to shoot themselves in the foot. Laughing at the thought, I grabbed some sketch paper and started drawing. I quickly made a few structural adjustments to the piece, and at the exact same time, I suddenly tweaked the shape and style of the jewelry. Then, I headed straight to the CEO's office with the final drafts. I flat out told her I planned to launch the exact same line of jewelry, but the perfected version. Hearing my plan, Su Wanru looked at me with calculating eyes. Are you sure about this? Won't people accuse the Su Group of stealing? After all, the Lin Group launched first. Of course, I had already factored that in. Our launch will definitely raise some suspicions at first, but that is fine. Since I'm doing this, I've got a foolproof countermeasure ready. I have concrete proof to reveal the truth. The original draft of this design belongs to the Su Group. Seeing Su Wanru stay silent, I gave her a rare, comforting smile. Wanru, whatever you do, please don't underestimate me. Don't forget, I sketched that design entirely with my own two hands. There is nothing to worry about. Su Wanru nodded. I believe you. But I am worried the Lin group will play dirty, and you might get caught off guard. For the next few days, I'll have our family's bodyguards stick close to you just in case. What kind of dangerous situation are we even in right now? I pretended to look distressed, asking how she could still joke around, before laughing. I kept teasing Su Wanru. Why do you care so much about my safety? A hint of awkwardness quickly appeared on Su Wanru's face. Keep those wild thoughts to yourself. I'm just worried that if something happens to you, the company's performance will suffer. I refused to drop it, continuing to tease her. So, what you're saying is I'm super important to you. Annoyed by my relentless flirting, Su Wanru coldly told me to get back to work. I pouted, saying she was so boring. Once I walked out, Su Wanru finally managed to take a breath. Lately, her emotions were getting too easily shaken by him. She didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. This feeling of losing control was incredibly frustrating. Not long after, with me secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes, we officially launched the new line. Exactly as Su Wanru predicted, on day one of the launch, sharp-eyed netizens immediately noticed the extreme similarities between the two brands. To their absolute shock, they discovered the Su Group's new piece was identical, just wrapped in different packaging. It looked like a blatant ripoff of the Lin Group's work. People online were asking if the Su Group was trying to ruin their own brand. The online backlash was absolutely massive. Everyone was talking about this dramatic mess and how it could have even happened. Public opinion overwhelmingly favored the Lin Group, except for a few loyal fans and those who blindly supported me no matter what. Everyone else was calling me a dirty plagiarist, but as the guy standing right in the eye of the storm, I was not worried at all. The next day, while I was relaxing at home for the weekend, I was happily chatting and laughing with the Su family. This made Su Xiao, who was sitting right next to us, incredibly anxious. Brother Chen, aren't you worried at all? This has blown up so much. If this goes wrong, you'll be ruined forever. I took a slow sip of my soup and asked leisurely if she really thought I was the thief. Su Xiao immediately fired back. Of course not. I would never believe you did that. But Su Luoli quickly poured cold water on us from the sidelines. But if this mess cannot be salvaged, then it is going to be a completely different story. So, what brilliant advice does Vice President Su have? I shot him a careless look, and Su Luoli let out a soft chuckle. This is your mess, not mine, so there's nothing I can do. Beside him, Su Zhenyan just smiled, without saying a word. Su Jingyao, who spent years working in the entertainment industry, knew exactly how devastating this kind of online hate could be and felt quite worried. Yichen, this won't be an easy fix, especially now that the Su Group is involved. The stakes are much higher. Are you sure you can handle this completely on your own? I gave her a reassuring look. Watching our close interaction, Su Wanru felt a sudden, strange twinge of discomfort deep in her heart. Yichen is not as stupid as you think. Hearing that made me flash a wide smile. Clearly, spending all that time together means Su Wanruo understands me best. She looked at me seriously. We are heading back to the company this afternoon. Are you ready? I nodded, letting a confident, knowing smile slip out. This afternoon, I will show the Lin Group the price of stealing my work. The Su family froze, completely clueless about what the two of us were actually plotting. At 3 p.m., Su Wanru and I arrived at the new product press conference right on time. The scandal had already exploded online. Because of that, a whole swarm of hungry gossip reporters showed up to the press conference. They pointed their lenses right at me, desperate to grab some explosive, headline-worthy news. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yichen. I am thrilled to see you again and share our new product, Lucky Pearl. Before I could even finish my sentence, an impatient entertainment reporter cut in. Mr. Jiang, rumors are spreading online that the Su Group's Lucky Pearl is identical to the Lin Group's Ocean Pearl. Do you admit to plagiarizing their design? I raised an eyebrow, flashing a polite, professional smile. Of course not, because this is my own work. The reporter pressed on aggressively. Your work? The Lin Group released their product announcement first. Going by the actual timeline, you were definitely the one who released yours later. Every single question hit right at the heart of the issue, but this played perfectly into my hands. If we only look at the timeline, then yes, they announced theirs first. I smiled, looking right at the reporter. But releasing something first does not prove who actually created it. I have solid evidence showing that I am indeed the original creator. With that, I opened up my laptop and cast the screen onto the display behind me. As you can see, back in September, which was 3 months ago, I had already started working on this design. A second later, the screen switched to a chat log. This is from October, showing a conversation I had with my mentor. In this chat, my mentor is advising me on how to adjust the design to make it even more precise. Our conversation revolved entirely around this very piece. The massive amount of detailed description and deep knowledge simply cannot be faked. Finally, I want to use this public platform to send a quick message to Mr. Xia Jiang over at the Lin Group. I cleared my throat, enunciating every single word. Mr. Xia Jiang, I wonder, are you satisfied with this outcome? After all, this press conference is streaming live online. Hearing my words, the comments section practically exploded. Wait, Xia Jiang, wasn't he a former supervisor at the Su Group? I know him. Is he actually working at the Lin Group now? I am an employee at the Su Group myself. Let me tell you, this Xia Jiang tried to buy people off, embezzled company funds, and tried to take over. In the end, they kicked him out. Talk about major drama. I am literally standing in the middle of a minefield here, and I cannot even tell up from down anymore. Seeing the stunned faces all over the room, I just had to laugh out loud. President Su, look at them. Aunt, they look like a bunch of cheap fence-sitters. My lazy voice suddenly rang out. Su Wanru knew I would get out of this unscathed, but she never expected my plan to be so incredibly detailed or flawlessly executed. She gave a tiny nod. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. This is the first time you have ever answered me like that. In the past, you definitely would have just called me boring. I am actually pretty satisfied with how things are now. Hearing that, Su Wanruo did not even bother to glance at me. She just turned and walked away, but I did not mind. After all, she has always been cold and detached. Hoping for an ounce of human warmth from her is harder than reaching the heavens. Still, this time around, the Lin Group has been completely crushed. From now on, the Lin Group will never be able to play the tyrant in the jewelry market again. In the days after the storm, things felt incredibly peaceful, almost too peaceful. Something was wrong. Knowing Xia Jiang's petty, vengeful nature, after suffering such a massive blow, he would definitely scheme up something even more vicious. It has been a whole week, and there is still no sign of him making a move. I was highly suspicious, but I did not let my guard down. This afternoon, I went to the office to deliver some files to Su Wanruo. Just as I stepped out, the emergency lights on the ceiling started flashing. Immediately after, a blaring siren went off. Fire, someone suddenly screamed out of nowhere. Everyone in the room instantly panicked, scrambling to escape outside. Our office was on the 8th floor, so taking the elevator was a death sentence. As the panicked crowd rushed downstairs, I realized the fire had already swallowed the 4th floor. Thick, black smoke choked the stairwell completely. Visibility was zero, and the fumes were suffocating. The crowd had to turn back, but I had not blindly followed them down. When I turned around, Su Wanru was standing right there, holding 2 wet towels. She handed me one. Take this. Cover your face. Do not inhale the smoke. I quickly dialed the fire department. Looking at the terrified, screaming crowd, I raised my voice to cut through the noise. Everyone, stop panicking. It will not help us. It will only put you in far more danger. If you want to make it out alive, listen to me. The crowd looked up. Terrified as they were, they trusted me. Everyone, grab a towel, a shirt, or any scrap of fabric you can find. Soak it in water and cover your nose and mouth. Drench your clothes too, to protect your skin from the brutal heat. Form a line. We are moving down slowly, one by one. Do not push or crowd the stairs. If the fire is too big, stop. We will find another way out. Hearing my clear directions, the chaotic crowd transformed into an orderly line, steadily moving downstairs. Just as escape seemed close, a terrified young girl at the back saw the flames surging up. She panicked and dropped her wet cloth. Instantly, thick smoke choked her. Her eyes rolled back as she began coughing violently. I frowned and immediately pressed my own towel into her hands. She took it gratefully. But seeing me cover my face with a bare hand, she looked terrified for me. Thank you, Director, she gasped. What about you? I waved her off. Do not worry, I can handle it. I can hold out. I turned around, grabbed Su Wanru by the hand, and led her out step by step. Thanks to those quick survival tactics, we made it out alive. But the moment we hit the fresh air, Su Wanru stumbled, dizzy and pale. She collapsed heavily onto a stone bench by the curb. Su Wanru, are you okay? Just hang in there. The ambulance is almost here. She weakly shook her head, though her voice stayed surprisingly firm. I am fine. This fire started way too fast. I do not even have to guess Xia Xiang did this. Hearing Xia Xiang's name made my blood run cold. Su Wanru looked down, trying to mask the dark fury in her eyes. It is fine. Once we get the proof, I will. She cut herself off, gasping as a sudden wave of agony hit her. This agony almost made her faint. Realizing something was horribly wrong, I checked her back and saw a massive burn on her shoulder. The flesh was charred black and torn open. Melted fabric clung to her skin, a brutal, nauseating sight. My face hardened completely, and my voice carried a sharp, angry edge. Su Wanru, why did you hide this burn? To get hurt this badly in that fire, and yet she did not even let out a single whimper. She had just gritted her teeth and silently endured it the entire time. Staring at the horrific wound, a wave of deep guilt and heartache washed over me. Seeing my composure crack, Su Wanru stumbled for words. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived just then, breaking the heavy, tense silence between us. They rushed Su Wanru to the nearest ER. After examining her back, the doctor frowned deeply. This burn is far too severe. There is absolutely no way this heals cleanly. She will likely carry this scar for the rest of her life. But if we treat it aggressively with heavy medication, we might fade the scar. Su Wanru only offered a quiet nod. She acted like she did not care, but even if she hid it, a permanent scar like that is devastating for any girl. It was a brutal reality. I looked at Su Wanru sitting on her hospital bed and spoke with complete conviction. I can fully cure your scar. Su Wanru stared at me in shock. I repeated, I can heal this. I carefully studied the size and depth of the burns, my mind already building a tailored treatment plan. Hearing that, the doctor cleared his throat and laughed. Young man, I get that you are desperate to protect your sweetheart. I really do. But you cannot just make up stories to comfort her. The word sweetheart made Su Wanru's heart skip a beat. I stood my ground. It is not nonsense. The doctor blinked, a smug grin creeping onto his face. Kid, I hate to break it to you, but you do not exactly look like someone who has ever been to medical school. And even if you did, with today's technology, fully restoring her skin is completely impossible. I glared at him. Doctor, just because you cannot do it does not mean it is impossible. Your world is too small. My words immediately stung his pride. A cold sneer crossed his face as his pride took a hit. Young man, you will pay for those words. I just nodded. I knew it. The doctor watched my calm face, practically shaking with rage. He sneered, what an arrogant kid who doesn't know his place. Where do you even get your confidence? I gave him a polite smile. Since you have zero faith in me, let's bet on it. If I can't cure her, I'll apologize. But if I heal her burns, the doctor cut me off, agreeing instantly. If you cure her, he snapped, I'll retire on the spot. No need to retire, I told him. Just give me one specific medicinal herb. A golden light flashed in my eyes. The doctor frowned when I asked for a traditional herb, demanding to know what I wanted it for. I smiled. For something useful, obviously. Now tell me, are you taking the bet or not? The doctor's eyes shifted as he thought. After mulling it over, he finally nodded his head. I smiled in satisfaction and pulled a small porcelain white bottle from my pocket. It was crystal clear, glowing with a faint blue tint. I uncorked the bottle and poured the emerald green liquid onto Su Wanru's back, gently rubbing it in. A soothing, icy sensation washed over her. Su Wanru instantly felt the burning agony on her back fade away. I told her I would apply this medicine once a day. In a week, you will be pretty much fully recovered. The doctor's eyes went wide. A week? How is that possible? Even with a skin graft, healing in a single week was impossible. I packed the bottle away and slid it back into my pocket. Just wait and see, I told him. Once the doctor packed up and left, Su Wanru stared deeply into my eyes. She asked why I agreed to the bet. Even knowing my abilities, she knew treating massive burn scars was impossible without a skin graft. There was simply no other way. Could my miraculous medicine actually regrow brand new flesh? You have got to be kidding. I only did it because I have the confidence to back it up. My gaze was piercing as I spoke, absolutely brimming with confidence. It seemed like I had nothing to fear. I just hope you don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. I scoffed lightly. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Su Wanru said nothing, but a storm of thoughts raged in her mind. Over the next 7 days, I applied the medicine to her daily. From that initial icy sensation to eventually feeling absolutely nothing at all. Su Wanru started worrying that the medicine had lost its effect, but since the wounds were on her back, she could not see what was happening. She could only wait by my side for the final verdict. 7 days later, the doctor arrived right on schedule. Walking up to Su Wanru's hospital bed, he lifted her shirt to expose her back. With just one look, his jaw hit the floor. He stammered, asking if I was sure I didn't swap patients. The burns on Su Wanru's back had been severe. Even he could not have guaranteed a cure. That was the only reason he dared to bet with me. But looking at her back, which now had barely any scars, he stammered. This is absolutely miraculous. He could not help but marvel at my skills, wondering how a young man in his early 20s possessed such insane power. Su Wanru heard the shift in Dr. Zhang's voice, unable to hide her own shock. I asked him if his promise still stood. I did not care about winning the bet itself. I only cared about collecting my prize. Dr. Zhang nodded frantically, stammering that of course it counted, and asking what I wanted. I rubbed my chin, thinking for a moment before demanding a century-old Lingji herb, The old doctor froze in shock, looking quite conflicted. I looked at him and smiled. What is wrong? A promise is a promise, after all. Dr. Zhang, do not tell me you are trying to back out now. He looked completely embarrassed. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Forget it, he muttered. Follow me. He led me to the medicine warehouse. The moment he flipped the lights on, a furious voice roared out, do you have a death wish? Sneaking around like a ghost. Dr. Zhang gave me an embarrassed smile. Then, with irritation in his voice, he spoke up. Fang Ruyu, I have a junior here. Can you show some respect? Junior. Hearing that word, I suddenly felt a massive gust of wind. The very next second, someone violently grabbed my hand. So, you must be the junior old man Jiang was talking about. I did not know whether to nod or shake my head, having no clue who this person was. With my hand gripped so tightly, I could not budge. This kid is absolutely incredible. He can actually cure burn wounds. To think it could almost completely restore skin to its original state. It is truly a miracle. I have practiced medicine for decades, and this is the first time I have ever seen anything so incredible. Fang Ruyu chuckled. Miraculous in traditional Chinese medicine, something like this is completely curable. Then he changed the subject and asked who taught me these medical skills. I calmly replied that my master's name is Feng Xian. Surprisingly, Fang Ruyu's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of that name. Are you talking about the world-renowned medical sage Feng Xian? Are you really his disciple? I paused for a moment, then nodded. World-renowned medical sage, he is just an old man who throws a tantrum when he loses at chess and loves to drink. Dr. Jiang chimed in at just the right moment. He wants the century-old Lingji, so are you willing to part with it? Fang Ruyu chuckled heartily. Of course he was. But first, could I borrow your burn ointment to study it? Fang Ruyu had loved traditional Chinese medicine since he was a kid. He had dedicated decades to studying the craft, so when he encountered something this novel, he absolutely refused to let it go. I agreed without hesitation. Without the specific formula or anyone to guide him, recreating that exact medicine would be pretty much impossible anyway. If the old guy actually managed to figure it out, it would only prove his exceptional talent, and such a talent wouldn't waste a formula like this. With the Lingji in hand, I left feeling completely satisfied. I tracked down Gu Qinghan first and handed her the Lingji for safekeeping. Once that was done, I headed back to the hospital. Just then, a wild scene was unfolding right at the hospital entrance. Two women were locked in a heated argument. One of them looked like an unrefined country woman, screaming at the top of her lungs and hurling some pretty ugly profanities. I had no intention of getting involved in other people's drama, but as I walked past the pair, the loud woman suddenly gasped for air and collapsed straight to the ground. It looked like her rage had triggered a severe asthma attack. She lay there foaming at the mouth and desperately wheezing, looking like she might actually drop dead at any second. The elegant-looking woman across from her panicked and stepped forward to help, but the loud woman's friend immediately blocked her path. She started pointing fingers and screaming insults right in her face. I turned back to get a better look and realized the elegant woman seemed somewhat familiar. She was the same person who handed me flowers after my duet at Su Jin's concert, so I could not just stand by. I stepped forward and asked quietly if I could take a look, but she snapped, "You are just a kid. What do you know about medicine? If anything happens to my friend, neither of you is getting away." Ignoring her shouting, I approached the convulsing woman to start first aid, but suddenly someone grabbed my arm. The auntie cursed at me, yelling if I understood plain English, warning me that if I could not save her, I would be held responsible. I shot her an icy glare that instantly terrified her, making her tremblingly let go of my arm. "I will take the blame, but if you stop me again and she dies, her blood is on your hands." She was stunned into silence and lost the nerve to interfere, so I crouched down to examine the woman's condition. Realizing it was not actually that serious, I fished a small pill out of my pocket and slipped it into her mouth. The auntie shrieked, asking what I just fed her, and I finally lost my patience. I turned around and warned her that this is a hospital, and if she kept screeching, security would throw her out. She shrank back guiltily, stammering that she just did not know what I fed her, and if she died, I would be a murderer. Ignoring her completely, I turned back to keep a close eye on the sick woman's condition. Suddenly, the woman began wheezing even harder, her body shaking violently, as if she were having a terrible reaction to the medicine. "See, I warned you, something bad would happen. You really do not know your place, do you, kid? You are killing her," she yelled. Armed with an excuse, the auntie found the confidence to start screaming all over again. She screamed for help, crying out about the injustice, before flopping onto the floor to throw a massive, noisy tantrum. As she wailed at the top of her lungs, my eyes flickered slightly. Whether things went wrong remained to be seen. Just as I spoke, the woman's rapid wheezing abruptly cut off, and she slowly opened her eyes. Looking completely dazed and clueless about what happened, I stood up and casually told her she was totally fine now. Just remember to keep your temper in check and always carry your asthma inhaler with you. Next time, you might not be lucky enough to cross paths with me. Seeing that my tiny pill had literally saved her, the surrounding crowd started murmuring in complete awe. That kid is really something. Way better than my grandson, who does nothing but play video games all day. Seriously. Even a real doctor might not be this good. You think he actually works here at the hospital? No way. Whoever heard of a doctor this young? He barely looks old enough to have graduated high school. People showered me with admiring looks while throwing icy, judgmental glares at the loud auntie who was throwing a fit. Talk about embarrassing. Throwing a massive tantrum right out in public. Realizing she had completely humiliated herself, the lady scrambled off the ground and slinked away in shame. As the crowd kept growing, I waved them off. All right, that is enough. It is all over, nothing to see here. The onlookers slowly drifted away, leaving just me and the three women. The patient who had the asthma attack looked embarrassed. Thank you so much, she said. I might not have made it without you. I quickly waved off her gratitude. If you want to thank someone, thank her instead. I pointed toward the elegant, stylish woman standing off to the side. I actually recognized her, and she is the only reason I stepped in. I glanced at my watch. It is getting late, so I need to go. I spun around and headed straight back to the hospital ward. Out of my sight, that elegant woman watched me leave with tears in her eyes. Back in the room, Su Wanru was filling out some paperwork. She looked up and spoke calmly. The doctor says I am pretty much fully recovered. I smiled and told her that was great news. I nodded, though my mind was drifting. Su Wanru noticed immediately and asked if I was still thinking about the fire. I nodded. Yeah. I had pushed it out of my head the last few days, but it just came rushing back. Do you find it strange? She asked coldly. Because of course it is. Our building safety measures are top-notch and inspected daily. There is absolutely no way a fire like that just starts on its own. It broke out on the first floor, which is a busy mall. Someone likely used the crowd as cover to sabotage something. I narrowed my eyes at her words. Could Jia Yang be behind this? Over the last couple of days, I had combed through the first floor security footage, and in one of the dark corners, his silhouette definitely popped up. Su Wanru opened up her laptop and pulled up the clip for me. It seems like Jia Yang is getting desperate, she noted. I sneered. Then let us teach him a lesson about facing the consequences. Su Wanru was discharged at noon and went straight to the office. I slipped up to the roof to call Gu Qinghan. Remembering how completely unhinged Jia Yang had been lately, I kept my voice low and serious. Qinghan, I need you to handle someone. It is Jia Yang. He burned down our building, and you know what to do. Gu Qinghan did not hesitate to agree. You got it, Brother Chen. I will make sure he learns his lesson. I hung up and headed back to the office. The second I sat down, my coworker, Xiao Lu, leaned over clutching his phone, grinning like a total idiot. He told me that I made the local news. I stared at him, totally confused. What news? Xiao Lu unlocked his screen and showed me the front page headline. It read, Mysterious stranger saves an asthma patient at the hospital and vanishes without leaving a single name. Your face is a blur in this photo, but I knew it was you instantly. Anyone who actually knows you would recognize you. It was not just him, either. People online had already doxed me, asking if there was anything Yu Chen could not do. Staring at the article, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Then, my eyes caught a detail in the corner of the photo. That elegant, stylish woman was standing in the background, looking right toward where I was. Her expression was hard to see, but there was a warmth to her. Xiao Lu noticed me zoning out and waved his hand in front of my face. Hey, wake up. I shook my head, flashing a quick smile to let him know I was fine. Xiao Lu let out a sigh. That is a relief. By the way, I heard a news crew from the local TV station is coming to interview you today. Now I was curious. But what? Xiao Lu checked to make sure nobody was listening, then lowered his voice to a whisper. Turns out, the host they are sending is obsessed with Su Jinjiao. Since you shot that couple video with her, this guy is definitely going to come after you. I did not care at all. Honestly, I was actually looking forward to the interview. Let us see what kind of cheap tricks this reporter is going to pull. Sure enough, right at 3 p.m., the TV station crew arrived. The reporter was wearing a sharp, professional suit. Hi, I am a host with the local station, he said. My name is Ouyang Lan. I smiled and nodded back. Hello, I am Jiang Yichen. Ouyang Lan nodded and said they should begin the interview now. Ouyang Lan signaled the cameraman to start rolling. May I ask, since you are complete strangers, why did you choose to save that lady? I answered instantly. I was just bored and happened to see it. Ouyang Lan kept pushing with his highly intrusive questions. He asked if I accepted her gratitude and money, I just waved my hand. Gratitude is fine, but I will pass on the cash. Ouyang Lan pressed further, asking if I truly expected nothing back. He was targeting me. No doubt about it. I smiled slightly and slowly replied. Does the government actually give cash rewards to people who act courageously? Ouyang Lan secretly mocked me for being so unpresentable, though he kept a fake smile on his face. Of course they do, and it is a pretty decent amount too. Then if I ask something else, you will answer me too, right? Ouyang Lan looked extremely confident. I chuckled and asked him when exactly this reward money gets paid. Ouyang Lan had never even considered that question. No good host would let an interviewee completely steer the topic like this. He only asked these garbage questions without any professional integrity because he wanted to make a complete fool out of me. Unprepared for this, he did not expect me to hit his weak spot. His smile quickly faded. The host admitted he was not sure, so I just put on a completely clueless face. Did you not just claim you could answer all my questions? How do you not know this? Are you a rookie host or what? Ouyang Lan was left choked and speechless. His face fell. The government offers a one-time reward of 1,000 yuan per person for heroic acts. Glancing at him sideways, I just scoffed. I have not stooped so low that I do good deeds just for a measly 1,000 yuan. I am definitely not short on cash. As for you, Mr. Ouyang, I suggest doing some real homework before your next interview so you do not make a joke of yourself. Then I turned to the cameraman beside me. Please edit that part out. It is just way too embarrassing for Mr. Ouyang. Ouyang Lan turned red with rage. The cameraman then gave a pretty awkward reply. He confessed it was a live broadcast, not a recording. I grinned. Then why is it still running? Look how angry Mr. Ouyang is. Suddenly put on the spot, Ouyang Lan froze before quickly remembering the cameras were still rolling. My apologies, everyone. We just had a technical glitch, so I was incredibly frustrated. I hope you can forgive me for that mistake. That concludes our live broadcast for today. Thank you to Mr. Jiang for cooperating, and we will see you next time. Ouyang Lan shot the cameraman a murderous glare, signaling him to cut the feed immediately. I stretched my arms and sighed lazily, saying I should head back to work if we were done. Ouyang Lan's face was practically changing colors. Just hold on a second, Mr. Jiang. Why did you intentionally try to make me look like an idiot? I pretended to be shocked. People love playing the victim. As for why I said those things, Mr. Ouyang, you should know that better than anyone. Ouyang Lan sneered, realizing I was not totally clueless. Since you already know what's up, I will stop beating around the bush. I will give you one chance. Stay the hell away from Su Jingyao, or I will make you pay. I shrugged. Su Jingyao and I are just friends. You are overthinking this whole thing, Mr. Ouyang. Hearing this, Ouyang Lan glared at me with pure hatred. What kind of friends shoot a couple's commercial together? Stop playing dumb and just remember this. If I catch you trying to get close to Su Jingyao again, you're dead. I glanced sideways at the camera and smiled slightly. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to mention something rather important to you. Your camera is still running. Hearing those words, Ouyang Lan froze right in his tracks. He whipped his head around, and seeing the blinking red light on the equipment, the color completely drained from his face. Everyone heard absolutely everything he just said. His desperate declaration of love for Su Jingyao and those vicious threats toward me were now public. Ouyang Lan lunged to shut off the camera and glared at me. You did this on purpose, did you not? You wanted me to look like a fool. You knew it was rolling this entire time. I just smiled silently. Even with the camera off, plenty of people already had a pretty good idea of what had just gone down. My popularity brought a huge crowd to his stream, and now Ouyang Lan's entire reputation was completely ruined. Utterly humiliated and completely disgraced, he simply lacked the nerve to stay around. He quickly fled the building in a panic, dragging his poor cameraman behind him. I just shook my head, watching him run. Then it hit me I still needed Su Wanruo to sign a document. I grabbed the file and headed straight for the CEO's office, calling out her name. But before I could even finish speaking, I noticed her phone on the desk. She still had the earlier live stream pulled up on her screen. Grinning, I leaned over and looked at her. So you were secretly watching my interview. Do you really care about me that much, Su Wanruo? The second those words left my mouth, she quickly closed the app. She claimed flatly that it just popped up on its own. Boss Su has a pretty smart phone, I teased with a grin. What did you think? She called it average, telling me to get back to work. Talk about shameless. Su Wanru promptly kicked me out of her office. I'd sked and turned to leave, only to bump straight into Su Luoli on her way inside. She noted that out of 100 applicants this year, 80 were already eliminated. That left 20 people waiting in the interview room. She asked me to let her know when we were heading over. Originally, this should have been Jia Zijian's job, but ever since he suddenly resigned, we had not been able to find a suitable head of HR on such short notice, So, Su Wanruo had to handle the hiring process herself. I paused. It really was that time of year again for the company recruitment day. Spotting me there, Su Luoli immediately teased us, asking if we ever got tired of being stuck together every single day. She teased that Jiang Yichen did not even need to hang out with the rest of us anymore, so he might as well just marry Su Wanruo. While she seemed to be nudging us together, I could easily hear the heavy sarcasm laced deep within her tone. Su Wanruo gave her a freezing glare and told her she talked too much. Finding no fun there, Su Luoli shrugged and offered me some advice. She warned me that was just how Su Wanruo's temper worked. If you end up together and she bullies you down the line, do not blame me. I just offered a polite smile, telling her not to worry. Su Luoli pouted, complaining that she was only looking out for me, yet I still treated her like that. She claimed I was breaking her heart, but stopped dead when she saw Su Wanruo staring her down coldly. Giving up her act, she scurried off. Su Wanruo then announced we were heading to the interviews. She asked if I wanted to join her. Flattered by this sudden invite, I asked if she was absolutely sure. I figured she never wanted me around. Su Wanruo stood up and headed out. She said I might have a good eye for people, so I could come if I wanted. I chuckled and agreed to tag along. The interviews were on the second floor, where 20 candidates stood waiting outside. They were all young rookies fresh to the corporate world, slowly filtering in one by one based on their assigned numbers. After seeing several candidates back to back, Su Wanruo was clearly not satisfied with any of them. Her brow stayed furrowed the entire time. During a brief break, I asked if she was being a bit too strict. I thought a few of them were actually pretty decent, but Su Wanruo just shook her head. She pointed out that they either lacked real experience, stumbled over their words, or behaved with complete arrogance. Bringing people like that on board would only hurt the company. If we cannot find anyone suitable, we simply won't hire. There was no point in settling just to fill seats. Honestly, I could understand Su Wanruo's point of view. Back at my own startup, it seemed like Guqing handled almost everything single-handedly. Outside of major decisions that absolutely needed my final stamp, I never had to worry. Honestly, I felt a little embarrassed thinking about it. The next candidate to walk in was an incredibly handsome guy. Instantly, I felt Su Wanruo's entire body suddenly tense up beside me. I whispered a quick tease, asking if she was struck by his looks. But Su Wanruo quickly regained her composure. She silently flipped through his resume for a long moment, looked up, and asked why he had suddenly returned. I froze. They clearly knew each other. He offered a casual smile and replied that her question did not seem to have anything to do with this job interview, did it? He suggested she ask him questions that were actually relevant to the position. At that, Su Wanruo slammed the file shut with a loud snap. Her face darkened. She snapped that she knew he was not really here for a job, demanding to know his real purpose for coming back. The guy smirked right at her. He said he came back to check up on her for Brother Fan, of course, and asked if she agreed. Calling her sister-in-law made Su Wanruo's breathing hitch. She snapped back that she was not his sister-in-law. She told him not to call her that. The guy raised an eyebrow, saying it seemed she had already forgotten Brother Fan. Claiming he would not waste any more time there, Su Wanruo kept quiet, but her calm demeanor was completely shattered. He walked out, saying he would tell Brother Fan to forget her. As he stood up to leave, Su Wanruo suddenly called out. She told Song Jingyan that her and his brother had nothing to do with each other. She said they were just strangers from now on, prompting a sneer from Song Jingyan. Strangers, he mocked, muttering that Brother Fan was blind. Then he walked away without a backward glance. Even without the full backstory, listening to that tense exchange gave me a pretty good idea of what was going down. This Song Jingyan was almost certainly the younger brother of her former love. Su Wanruo likely broke things off due to some messy, unavoidable circumstances. Yet even after the breakup, it seemed they both still held a very special place for each other in their hearts. Seeing the usually cool and composed Su Wanruo completely lose control like this made my heart sink. She claimed they were just strangers, but her raw reaction clearly showed how deeply she still cared. When I asked if she was okay, Su Wanruo slowly turned around. A flash of sharp pain flickered in her cold eyes, quickly replaced by a wall of icy indifference. She told me to cancel the remaining interviews and head straight back. I stared blankly before nodding. What should have been a standard round of interviews had been completely wrecked by this guy, Song Jingyan. Wrapping up on such a sour note left me with a heavy knot of indescribable, conflicting emotions. Since it was nearly quitting time, I skipped my overtime and caught a ride to the Su family estate. I arrived early, finding only Su Xinian home. I asked what she was doing there instead of the hospital. Su Xinian chuckled softly, explaining she had swapped shifts and had the day off. I just nodded. I started heading to my room, but my feet subconsciously ground to a halt. I turned back, feeling a little conflicted. I told Su Xinian I had something to ask, and she looked up and gently told me to go ahead. Looking her in the eye, I asked if Su Wanru used to have a boyfriend. She looked quite surprised by the sudden question, but patiently asked why I was wondering and how I found out. After a brief hesitation, I figured there was no harm in telling her. So I spilled everything, explaining how a guy named Song Jingyan showed up during today's interviews. He called Su Wanru's sister-in-law, which triggered a pretty intense reaction from her. Hearing this, Su Xinian raised an eyebrow and smiled. She confirmed Su Wanru did have a boyfriend named Song Mufan, and that Song Jingyan is his younger brother. I pressed her on why they broke up. Su Xinian glanced around carefully before lowering her voice. Because Song Mufan had massive dreams to chase abroad. He refused to be tied down here, but Su Wanru could not bear the thought of him being so far away. Ultimately, Song Mufan was the one who initiated the breakup. After all these years, she has never dated anyone else. The whole picture finally clicked, so she really, truly loved this guy back then. Su Xinian smiled. Of course she did. If she did not love him, why stay single for so long? She added that while Su Wanru was never the gentlest soul, she used to smile quite a lot back then. Spotting my distracted look, Su Xinian gave a gentle smile, trying to comfort me. She said she knew I might have feelings for Su Wanru, but when exes are involved, nothing is simple. Still, she told me not to overthink it, noting Su Wanru treats me pretty specially too. Before she could finish her thought, I cut her off. Enough. You do not need to say any more. If she loved him that deeply, how could there possibly be room in her heart for anyone else? With that, I turned and headed straight up to my second-floor room. Slumping onto my bed, a bitter taste lingered in my mouth. Unable to stop myself, I booted up my laptop to dig into Su Wanru's history. For an elite hacker like me, uncovering hidden secrets was child's play. It did not take long to unearth everything. Su Wanru and Song Mufan met back in college and became each other's very first loves. They spent 4 incredibly happy years together at university. But after graduation, Song Mufan wanted to move overseas to build his career, so he abruptly broke things off with Su Wanru. I pulled up a photo of Song Mufan. He was incredibly handsome, easily holding his own in the looks department against the brother I had met earlier. Pictures of him and Su Wanru holding hands, eating together. Riding bikes together, just endless sweet scenes that painted a picture of Su Wanru's first love. I looked up and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a ping from my computer snapped me out of my thoughts. It was a message from Gu Qinghan brother Chen. He wrote that he finished processing the Lingji mushroom for me. When did I want to pick it up? Right. I forgot. I had left that Lingji mushroom with Gu Qinghan to brew some special medicine for that old geezer, Feng Xian. I replied that I would head over to the bar in a bit to grab it. I packed my things and got ready to leave. But right at the door, I ran straight into Su Wanruo coming home. She asked where I was going, and I shot back that it was none of her business. She looked completely lost. She frowned, pointing out it was already 7, and asked why I was heading out so late. I just glared. I told her again that my business is none of her concern, and she should focus on her own mess. Her eyes flickered as she connected the dots. She asked if this was about this afternoon. I just laughed. I called her President Su, mocking how busy she is. What right do I have to question her business anyway? I suggested she should save her energy and worry about her ex-boyfriend, Song Mufan. At that name, the air around her turned freezing cold. She demanded to know who told me, and I sneered. I asked if she thought anything was off-limits to me. She took a deep, shaky breath. She told me that whether I dug it up or someone told me, she was done with him, so never bring him up again. I looked at her with icy eyes. I told her I had zero interest in her ex-boyfriend. I brushed past her and walked out. Heading from the Su estate to the Dark Night bar, a mess of emotions swirled inside me. I could handle her being cold and distant before, but today was different. She actually blew up at me over her ex. Just thinking about it made my blood boil. At the bar, Gu Qinghan saw my dark look and immediately cracked open a bottle of liquor for me. He asked if I took some heat at the Su house. I just grabbed my glass and downed a heavy gulp. I told him I was fine and just wanted to drink. I was not going back. Then, he brought up business. Thanks to our partnership with the Su Corporation, Lan Chang's growth at home had already outpaced our overseas momentum. We could relocate the headquarters back to China and expand. My mind was elsewhere. I just told him to do whatever worked. Tell him to handle it. I downed a few more drinks, but stayed sober. Suddenly, a sweet scent filled the air. I looked up and saw someone standing right there. A strange, yet familiar face was grinning down at me. He called me Jiang Yichen. I stayed completely calm, asking Song Jingyan what business he had with me. He immediately slid into the seat next to me. He said he wanted to chat. Then, he glanced at Gu Qinghan next to me with a tense look on his face. I softly told Qinghan to give us a minute alone. Once Qinghan walked away, Song Jingyan finally spoke up, saying he knew exactly who I was. Apparently, I had been making quite a splash lately. I just shot him a sideways glance. I told Mr. Song he was overthinking it. I was just an ordinary guy. Song Jingyan chuckled, questioning if I was really just an ordinary guy. For Mr. Jiang to have so many women revolving around him, he must have some serious skills, not to mention how talented he is. Even ignoring the ladies of the Su family, if I were a woman, I would probably be tempted myself. It sounded like a compliment, but there was a sharp edge of sarcasm underneath it. It rubbed me the wrong way. I asked if Mr. Song came all this way just to deliver some cheap flattery. Song Jingyan smiled, a sharp glint in his eye, saying Mr. Jiang really is a smart man. He said he would not beat around the bush, asking if I already knew who he was. I just stared back. He said his brother and Su Wanruo had been together forever and genuinely loved each other. He hoped I would not play the homewrecker. I had to laugh at that, pointing out I had absolutely no relationship with Su Wanruo. How could I possibly be getting in the middle of anything? But Song Jingyan insisted he trusted his own eyes. He claimed he could see the hidden affection between Su Wanruo and me whenever we were together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to track you down. I just stared back at him coldly. Relax, I said. There will absolutely never be anything between Su Wanruo and me. Song Jingyan nodded, saying it was best if there wasn't. I'm leaving tomorrow, he said. My flight is at 8 a.m., but there is one thing I must warn you about. My brother will be back very soon in less than half a year. So, I suggest you keep your distance from Su Wanruo. Otherwise, you are the one who is going to end up getting hurt. Leaving me with those words, Song Jingyan stood up and walked away. Song Mufan was coming back. My eyes darkened, showing nothing. I lowered my head and slammed back another heavy drink. By the time Yu Qinghan got back, I was already completely wasted. She had no choice but to drag me up to the lounge first. I finally woke up, finding myself back at the bar in one of the private rooms upstairs. Yu Qinghan was already gone, but she left behind a fresh set of clothes and a bottle of fine Lingji mushroom powder. I dragged myself out of bed, washed up, changed, and finally left the bar. Gathering my things, I headed straight back to the Su family estate. The exact moment I stepped through the door, I saw Su Wanruo sitting on the couch reading a book. Since it was the weekend, she had the day off, wearing casual pink loungewear that actually made her look a lot friendlier than usual. It was like she had completely wiped last night's massive fight from her memory. She actually started the conversation, telling me to stop drinking at night because I smelled like alcohol. I just frowned. I asked if she sent someone to follow me. Her expression stayed calm as she said no. Her father had someone watching me. He was just worried something might happen to you, she added. I let out a lazy yawn and started heading upstairs. Well, if that is the case, you do not need to worry. I am heading up to get some sleep. Excuse me. But as I stepped up, she suddenly grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. For the first time, her voice softened, asking me to just talk to her properly. I spun around and shot her a hard look. Su Wanruo, whether I am angry or not is really none of your business. She lowered her voice, explaining that she was going on a 2-day business trip this afternoon, and her dad wanted me to go along. I wanted to shut her down instantly, but hearing that Uncle Su specifically requested, it made me swallow the rejection right away. But why on earth did Uncle Su insist on having me tag along? Seeing that I was cooling down a bit, she let go of my wrist. Honestly, I really did not want to spend any time alone with her, especially after these past 2 crazy days. I had built up this strange, deep resistance toward her. But if I said no, Uncle Su would probably guilt-trip me, and there was no way I could avoid it anyway. Sighing in defeat, I asked what time we were leaving. She replied that since it was only 2 days, I did not need to pack much. I quickly threw some essentials into a bag and headed to the airport with her. The flight to Beijing was only 2 hours long. She had booked us first-class tickets. There were only a few other passengers around, and most of them were busy typing away on laptops. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently in midair, and the intercom buzzed, asking all passengers to remain calm. As the turbulence grew worse by the second, my face turned dead serious. Right beside me, Su Wanruo closed her laptop to assess the situation. Feeling the vibrations, she quickly steadied her nerves. It is not too violent yet, she muttered. Let us just wait and see what the captain has to say. The very next second, the plane shuddered violently and went into a terrifying, steep nosedive. The intercom blared, begging everyone not to panic. Please remain calm and stay in your seats, the flight attendant yelled as the voice over the intercom grew increasingly frantic. I instantly realized how dire this was. About a painful minute dragged by. The descent seemed to slow down slightly, but we were still plummeting toward the earth. I announced that I was going to see what the hell was going on. I unbuckled my seatbelt and stood up, but Su Wanruo grabbed my wrist tightly, warning me that human lives are not a joke. She added that the cockpit was the most dangerous place on the plane. I gave her a slow nod, looking her dead in the eye. I told her I knew, begging her to trust me. With an unwavering gaze, I pulled my hand away and said I had flight experience. She still did not want to let me go, arguing it was not safe. Suddenly, the repeating broadcast over the intercom completely changed. Attention, passengers of Flight 1254. Does anyone on board have actual experience flying an aircraft? Seeing the fierce determination burning in my eyes, her heart tightened, and she slowly released her grip on my wrist. When she said she was coming with me, I rejected her immediately, telling her to stay put because the cockpit air pressure was too unstable. You could get hurt. Then, a voice from behind asked why I did not just take her instead. I whipped my head around and saw a strange girl sitting in the row behind us. She looked to be about 25 years old, tall, and incredibly well-proportioned. She looked at me with a faint smile in her eyes. I narrowed my eyes right back. Why do you want to come? Murong Shui smirked. Same as you, I actually have flight experience. Seeing she wasn't bluffing, I agreed to let her tag along inside the cockpit. The co-pilot was slumped on the floor beneath his seat, with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, the captain was in an absolute state of panic. This aircraft was a newly upgraded model from the year before last. His flight hours on this specific model were actually pretty low. To make matters worse, the co-pilot, who had extensive experience with this exact model, had fallen unconscious for some totally unknown reason. Faced with this terrifying situation, the captain's mind was completely shattered. He couldn't even begin to figure out how to save us. By the time Murong Shui and I arrived, the captain was practically pulling his hair out. Seeing how young the two of us looked, he yelled, "This isn't a playground. Get back to your seats right now." I stepped forward and asked patiently, "Captain, I have experience flying planes. Let me try." He replied, "Kid, you look barely in your 20s. This is a commercial airliner, not your family's little private jet. Just go back and sit down." Naturally, the captain didn't trust me, impatiently shooing me away. I shot him a cold glare. "I haven't even tried yet. How do you know I can't handle it? Besides, the plane is literally going down right now. Are you really going to let your own subjective judgment condemn everyone to death right now?" There was simply no time for pleasantries. Murong Shui chimed in, "We are completely out of options anyway, aren't we? For the past 2 minutes, the plane has been in an irreversible nosedive. That is proof enough you cannot turn this crisis around with your current skill level." Her words were completely blunt. The captain lowered his head in total shame. He really could not handle the current situation, which was why he had the flight attendants broadcast a plea for anyone with experience to help out. With that in mind, he went ahead and allowed Murong Shui to take the co-pilot's seat. He began to manually control the aircraft while I stood by monitoring the flight conditions and our trajectory. Fuel levels are sufficient. Cabin pressure is stable. Then what exactly is causing this flight malfunction? Murong Shui was confused. All indicators are normal, so why is this happening? I stared intently at the instrument panel. The flight trajectory data has been tampered with. Murong Shui was taken aback. "You mean it was altered manually?" I pointed at the dashboard right in front of us. "Look at the current trajectory. It is clearly set to fly toward the northern latitudes. Instead, we are hurtling at high speed straight toward that nearby mountain." Murong Shui doubted the reliability of my claim, but this is a commercial airliner. I raised an eyebrow at her. So what if it is? Tampering with a single aircraft's flight data is easy if someone has top-tier hacking skills. At that moment, the captain spoke up. "This gentleman is right. I also noticed the system's trajectory was wrong. So, I promptly turned off the autopilot, but for some strange reason, the plane just keeps forcing itself into a nosedive." Saying that, the captain pulled hard on the yoke, making it buck violently once more. I looked at the airspeed indicator, pondered for a moment, and said, "Miss Shah, let me take the controls." Murong Shui nodded, standing up to yield the co-pilot seat to me. After sitting down, I synchronized the airspeed and altitude data with the captain's display, then pressed the button to disable the automatic trim. The very next second, a miracle happened. The plane stopped its downward pitch, and the violent turbulence completely vanished. Murong Shui could not help but let out a gasp, her beautiful eyes filled with pure shock. The captain snapped back to reality, his voice still trembling. "So, it was a malfunction in the trim system?" I shook my head. "No, it was the MCAS system activating." The captain looked confused, clearly unfamiliar with that system. Murong Shui was equally baffled. "What kind of system is that?" Assisting the captain with the controls, I answered, "It's a new maneuvering characteristics augmentation system added to this model. It is designed to prevent the plane from stalling by automatically issuing commands to push the nose down. There are 3 conditions for this system to trigger. 1. The pitch angle is higher than normal. 2. The flaps are retracted. And 3. The autopilot is disengaged." The captain nodded thoughtfully. The way he looked at me was now filled with absolute awe. Murong Shui narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring intently at my side profile. After the plane stabilized, my gaze gradually darkened. There were just far too many coincidences in this incident. The co-pilot passing out unexpectedly. The captain was never briefed on this new aircraft model, and with the flight data hacked, he had no choice but to disable the autopilot. With so many coincidences hitting all at once, this clearly was no accident. We were looking at a meticulously planned sabotage. I muttered about being lost in thought, noting this system needed real improvements. The captain turned his head slightly to ask what I just said. I quickly shook my head and smiled, telling him it was nothing. But Murong Shu just kept staring fixedly at my profile, her rosy lips unconsciously curling into a gentle smile. A short while later, I followed Murong Shui back to first class. We had only been gone briefly, but to Su Wanru, the wait felt agonizingly long. Seeing me return completely unscathed after successfully stabilizing the plane, Su Wanru could not quite describe her feelings as she asked if I was hurt. I gave an easy smile, saying, "Of course not. There is absolutely nothing I cannot handle." Murong Shui, standing right beside me, was also quite excited, admitting she really did not expect this. She said that despite my youth, I was incredibly brilliant and brave. Her eyes filled with admiration as she spoke. Seeing this made Su Wanru feel inexplicably uncomfortable. As a woman, she knew exactly what that gaze meant. I politely complimented Murong Shui in return, telling her she was quite impressive herself. "You possess a wealth of knowledge, and without your help, I would not have thought of everything needed to pull off this rescue." Su Wanru scoffed coldly, muttering that I would have done just fine without her. Her voice cut in abruptly. As I processed her sharp words, I finally realized Su Wanru was actively competing with Murong Shui. Wait, is she actually jealous? I could not help but chuckle inwardly, but out loud. I quickly tried to cover for Su Wanru. I told Miss Shah that my friend just has that kind of competitive personality, and asked her not to take it to heart. Murong Shui pretty much figured out the dynamic between us. Her smile did not fade as she said she understood. She could naturally tell that Su Wanru had feelings for me. Seeing this, Murong Shui stopped chatting and returned to her seat to rest. We soon arrived in Baisheng. Su Wanru and I got off the plane and parted ways with Murong Shui. Suddenly, I realized something. We did not even get that lady's name, did we? Hearing this, Su Wanru's eyes flashed with coldness. She asked why I still wanted to know her name. Not realizing anything was off, I answered that we fought side by side, so she was basically a friend. I admitted I was pretty curious about who she really was. Su Wanru turned her head away and stopped talking to me. At the hotel front desk, we ran right into that familiar face. She smiled, calling it a coincidence that we were staying here, too. Murong Shu turned around, and seeing Su Wanru and me walking toward her, a sweet smile spread across her face. She happily noted that we would be short-term neighbors. I couldn't help but ask what her name was, by the way. Murong Shui let out a soft giggle, introducing herself. That name was not unfamiliar at all. She was the eldest daughter of the powerful Murong family from Jingdu, who dominated the aviation industry. In recent years, their drone research had made their corporation even more powerful, but this eldest daughter was notoriously low profile and had never appeared in public. Though surprised, I introduced myself as Jiang Yichen and Su Wanru beside me. Murong Shui just smiled. She said she knew, mentioning that I was famous nationwide and that she had seen me on the news plenty of times. Nodding politely to Su Wanru, she mentioned having heard so much about her, before extending her hand for a handshake. Su Wanru's deep, unreadable gaze quietly locked onto Murong Shu. After a long pause, she finally shook her hand briefly, saying she would be heading back to her room. Murong Shu was not intimidated by Su Wanru's hostility in the slightest. Instead, she just smiled, looking highly amused. Once Murong Shu left, I had to ask Su Wanru if they had some kind of bad blood before this. Su Wanru kept an icy face and said no. I pressed on, asking why she looked like she owed her millions. Staring at me with deep, shadowed eyes, she offered no explanation and just coolly told me to rest. We still had to negotiate a partnership at 8 p.m. I gave her a half-hearted nod. Suddenly, something crossed my mind. I turned back and asked her if she knew why the plane had crashed. Su Wanru paused, replying it was likely intentional. I stared, asking how she knew. Her voice was as calm as still water. It did not look normal, and I nodded. I wondered if this accident was orchestrated by Jia Zhang or the Lin family. I kept thinking about it. They hate me so much. They're actually willing to target Su Wanru just because they want us both dead. It had to be either Jia Zhang or the Lins. Su Wanru paused for a long moment, then spoke slowly. It wasn't them. I didn't quite get it. Why not? Jia Zhang literally just torched the Su Corporation, but she told me she already had people suppress him. He wouldn't dare cause trouble again this soon. As for the Lin Corporation, the fallout would be too severe if they got caught. They'd face decades in prison, and they have hundreds of employees to worry about. They simply wouldn't dare take a risk that massive. I admired Su Wanru's sharp logic, but I still had to know the truth. Did she have any clue who actually pulled this off? Su Wanru shook her head. She didn't know, but guessed this whole thing might not even be aimed at us. I just nodded thoughtfully. She told me to head back and meet her at the hotel entrance in half an hour. We both went back to our rooms. I was just getting ready to clean up and change my clothes when suddenly there was a loud knock on my door. Someone called out room service. Without thinking, I opened the door, and the very next second, a massive thug lunged right inside. He lunged straight for my throat, but I took a fast step back and planted a heavy kick right in his face. I grabbed the guy by his collar, yanked him up, and kicked him right back down to the floor. Who sent you? My voice was cold as ice. Thank God I swapped rooms with Su Wanru. Hearing the noise from next door, she rushed right over to see. Terrified for his own life, the big guy clamped his mouth shut. Stubbornly refusing to make a single sound, he just glared back. I crouched down with eyes like ice, not talking. He shuddered under my glare, his hair standing completely on end. He was terrified, but he still tried to play tough. What the hell can you even do to me? He didn't recognize Su Wanru, he only knew someone paid him to ruin the woman in this room. When he first saw Su Wanru's photo, he was instantly obsessed. That was the only reason he rushed over so fast. I stared him down with pure killer intent. I will make you disappear from this world without leaving a single trace. Seeing how dead serious I was, the thug realized I wasn't bluffing. Panic washed over him. Please, don't hurt me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to. Someone put me up to this. I knew it. There was someone pulling the strings. Talk. Who was it? The brute started racking his brain, desperately trying to remember the guy he dealt with. I don't know his full name. I just know his last name is Jua I, and he promised me $500,000 when it was done. When I saw that lady's picture, I just lost my mind. That is why I Su Wanru and I locked eyes instantly. We immediately knew who was behind it. I never expected Ziya Jiang to be this stubborn, testing my limits over and over. Did he seriously think I wouldn't touch him? I ground my teeth in absolute rage. If I hadn't swapped rooms with Su Wanru today, things would have been disastrous. So, can I go now? The thug slowly pushed himself up, trying to bolt, but I slammed a brutal kick straight into his knee. He collapsed back onto the floor, screaming in agony. I already told you who did this. Why won't you let me go? I shot him a deadly look. Shut your mouth, or you'll face worse than jail time. The terrified guy shut up instantly. I called the police right away and had the brute dragged off to jail. I quickly cleaned myself up. I had to finish this business deal first, then I'd handle the rest of this mess. We set up a meeting in a private room right on the hotel's first floor. Walking in, I spotted Murong Xiu. She smiled and greeted me, saying, "What a coincidence, we meet again." I was totally caught off guard. I shot a glance at Su Wanru, silently demanding to know why on earth our partner was Murong Xiu. Su Wanru explained calmly that the Murong group was our partner, but she only learned an hour ago that she was their vice president. Murong Xiu chuckled softly. It seems we really are destined to meet. Once the three of us sat down, Su Wanru cut straight to the point, talking business with Murong Xiu. She offered to hand over the land, but demanded a 10% cut of the profits for her family. A sharp glint flashed in Murong Xiu's eyes. President Su, you are really asking for the lion's share. 10% is way too high. How about 5%? Su Wanru refused to budge, declaring 10% her absolute bottom line. Murong Xiu stopped answering her entirely. Instead, she just stared right at me with a warm smile. But if she did it as a personal favor to Mr. Jiang, then 10% wouldn't be too much. Su Wanru couldn't help but frown at that. I quickly waved my hands, telling Miss Murong there was absolutely no need for favors. Just negotiate between yourselves, I told them, already feeling the sudden drop in the room's temperature. I had zero interest in getting caught in the crossfire of this mess. Murong Xiu looked at me and said she really admired me, but she did not make concessions easily. Hearing this, Su Wanru's voice turned icy. She snapped at Murong Xiu, asking if pursuing Jiang Yichen, the Su family's fiancée, was not a bit immoral. Murong Xiu just smiled, saying that Jiang Yichen was such an outstanding man. She asked what woman wouldn't be tempted, adding that if Su Wanru was unhappy, she should just say so. Murong Xiu told her not to be insecure, but Su Wanru sarcastically replied that she was not unhappy at all. She added that Jiang Yichen would never settle for just anyone, leaving me feeling incredibly helpless. I wondered why they had to drag me into their boasting. Meanwhile, Murong Xiu's smile vanished, her face turning stiff. She told Su Wanru there was no need to put others down, claiming she only agreed to the partnership for my sake. Because of Jiang Yichen, she was willing to tolerate Su Wanru's unreasonable demands. She claimed she was doing me a favor, but Su Wanru cut her off, saying I did not need her favors. Murong Shui stood up, declaring that if Su Wanru was not willing to cooperate properly, they should put the partnership on hold. Once Su Wanru decided to show some real sincerity, they could resume their talk. With that, she walked straight out of the room. Knowing Murong Shui was pissed off, I nudged Su Wanru's arm. I asked Wanru what had gotten into her, wondering why she was being so harsh. We were there to negotiate a partnership, not fight over who was top dog. Su Wanru's gaze burned like a torch as she stared right at me. After a long pause, she squeezed out a single sentence, asking if I was an idiot. I froze, wondering why she was cursing at me. Apparently too annoyed to explain, she stood up and walked out, heading straight back to her hotel room. I did not feel like heading back just yet, so I took a quiet stroll through the hotel garden. Slipping into a secluded corner, I dialed Jiang. He answered, weakly asking who was calling. The guy was out of luck. Right after he set fire to the Su Corporation, someone burned down his own house that very same night. He had been asleep in his room, only surviving the massive blaze by sheer dumb luck. I asked if he knew who I was. Jiang instantly recognized my voice, letting out a dark, cynical laugh. He spat my name, asking if I was there to mock him. I countered, asking if he really thought I would let him off for sending thugs after Su Wanru. Jiang sounded genuinely confused as he repeated the word. He warned me not to dare pin that on him. I sneered, telling him he knew damn well what he did, which only triggered a burst of maniacal laughter on his end. He mocked me, asking if we got set up by someone else and just decided to pin the blame on him because we could not find the real culprit. He laughed, asking why I had so many enemies, sneering that if he were me, he would just die and get it over with. Hearing those words, I realized something was off. It really was not him, was it? Jiang sneered in response. He snapped, asking how it could be him when I had already ruined his family, burned his house, and left him with absolutely nothing to eat. He asked where he would even get the money to hire hitmen before I hung up, my mind racing with deep doubt. Jiang did not sound like he was lying. It seemed highly likely that he was not the mastermind behind this setup. So, who was using Jiang as a scapegoat? Someone who could easily do dirty work in his name. An answer immediately clicked in my mind. With the puzzle solved, I rushed back into the hotel and knocked on Su Wanru's door. I told her we needed to talk, but before I could even finish my sentence, Su Wanru cut me off with an icy tone. She snapped that she was too busy and had no time. Sensing her terrible mood, I closed my mouth and said nothing more. We stood in a tense, awkward stalemate at the door for a moment. Su Wanru seemed to realize she had been a bit too harsh. Just as she was about to say something to break the ice, her phone suddenly rang. Su Wanru answered, and Su Luoli's voice came through the speaker loud and clear, announcing that Song Mufan was finally back. Those words were like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, sending massive ripples crashing across Su Wanru's long-guarded heart. Su Luoli and Song Mufan were college classmates who had always been on pretty good terms. Without even thinking, Su Wanru instinctively blurted out, asking where he was. She demanded to know. In the dead silence of the hallway, I heard every single word crystal clear. Song Mufan, the first love she had pined after for so many years, was back. It seemed Su Shinin was absolutely right. Su Wanru really couldn't forget him. On the other end of the line, Su Luoli's voice kept going. He's only back in the country for a very short time. His flight back to the United States is tomorrow morning. Su Luoli did not need to spell it out. It meant if she rushed back right now, she might make it. Su Wanru quietly agreed, saying she would head back in a bit. After hanging up, Su Wanru lowered her head and suddenly caught my cold, stony expression. Her heart clenched, completely off guard. She took a breath and asked about the partnership. Are we still negotiating? Su Wanru looked at me, her eyes darkening as I told her to cancel the partnership. Partnering with the Murong Group means massive profits for us. Are you really going to throw that away? This was not the Su Wanru I knew. She usually cared fiercely about the company's bottom line. But right now, she just nodded, saying she had urgent matters and to cancel it. I glared at her. Your urgent matters mean going back to see him, right? Go ahead. I can close this deal without you. Su Wanru frowned at my words. She claimed it was not what I thought, but I waved her off. Whatever, that is your business. I turned and walked away. Behind me, Su Wanru's eyes dimmed. She fought down the urge to run after me. I left the hotel and went back to my room. Right then, Gu Qinghan called. Answering with an annoyed tone, I asked what he wanted. Gu Qinghan hesitated, startled, and asked if everything was okay. I frowned and snapped. If you have something to say, say it. I am fine. Gu Qinghan went on, explaining that Lansheng's operations had hit some major trouble, and I needed to come back to handle it personally. His serious tone meant things were critical. Meanwhile, I couldn't stop thinking about how Su Wanru lost it over Song Mufan. I immediately agreed, but the Su group negotiation wasn't fully finished yet. My plan was to find Murong Xu and close the deal before leaving. I found her drinking coffee behind a lobby screen. She smirked, saying she knew I would come looking. Murong Xue looked completely unsurprised, which made her hard to read. I asked what she meant, and she called me a smart man. She added that I obviously knew partnering with them would generate massive profits. I smiled, asking how she viewed the partnership with the Su group, but she deliberately kept me waiting. She claimed President Su's reluctance to cooperate was really pretty disheartening, but if I could offer a bargaining chip that actually interested her, she might consider partnering with the Su group. She told me that I was the real asset here, and that definitely caught me off guard. I claimed not to understand. Murong Xu laughed, telling me to relax, and said she liked my capabilities. She wanted me to join the Murong group, promising to give me a top executive position if I did. If I refused, she would not force me, but she warned me they would not budge on the partnership. I stood up with a faint smile, telling her I understood her position perfectly. Since that was the case, I would not press it. I turned around, ready to walk out. Murong Xu called for me to stay. I smirked, turned back to look at her, and asked what she wanted. Just as I figured, she was not going to let this opportunity slip. My bet had paid off. Murong Xue gave a helpless sigh, telling me I was really something else, before agreeing that the partnership would proceed as planned. She promised to draft the contract and send it over to me very shortly. Working together was something she looked forward to. I offered a genuine smile, saying here's to a pleasant partnership. Murong Xue admitted she liked me even more now. I thanked her for the very kind compliment. I told her I hoped she liked our company too, immediately cutting the tension with that one joke. She laughed. It was a deal. Once that was settled, I booked the earliest flight home. I headed back to request a few days off to handle things, only to run straight into Su Wanru, who called my name. As she stood there looking at me, I could not help but drop some biting sarcasm. I mocked her, asking why she was not off rekindling things with her first love. She pleaded it was not like that. When she rushed back, she only found out that Su Luoli had actually mistaken someone else for him. Song Mufan had not actually returned at all. The real reason she left so quickly was not because she still held feelings for him. It was simply because she had an unanswered question that had lingered for years. She needed to face Song Mufan to finally untie that knot in her heart. Su Wanru tried to stammer out an explanation, but I cut her right off. You don't need to explain a thing to me, President Su. I don't have time to chat about your old flame. With that, I turned around and headed straight to the HR department to submit my leave. Watching me walk away without a second glance, Su Wanru felt a strange pang of regret. Suddenly, her phone rang. She looked down at the caller ID. It was Murong Xu. She picked up, immediately hearing the smug tone in her voice. President Su, did you get the contract? Su Wanru frowned. What contract? Wait, did Mr. Jiang not tell you? If Mr. Jiang Jinchong had not pushed for our companies to cooperate, this whole deal would have been delayed. You really didn't know? Murong Xue sounded genuinely surprised, then quickly added, I thought Jiang Yichen would have given you the heads up first. Keeping secrets now? That is pretty strange. Su Wanru ignored the bait and demanded to know why she suddenly changed her mind about the partnership. Why the sudden change of heart? Murong Xue raised an eyebrow and lowered her voice. Well, Mr. Jiang offered me a very tempting bargain. Hearing this, knowing Murong Xue always had eyes for me, Su Wanru's mind began to race. Suppressing her worst fears, she asked in a cold voice, what exactly did Jiang Yichen do? Murong Xue laughed. You will have to ask him that yourself. I have to run, President Su. I will let you go. She hung up, leaving Su Wanru stewing in her own doubts. Soon after, HR confirmed that I had indeed applied for a 1-month leave of absence, starting immediately. After pacing and overthinking, Su Wanru called me. Where are you? Hearing her demanding tone, I scoffed. Where I go is none of your business. That response practically confirmed her suspicion that I made a deal with Murong Xue. Why else would I vanish so suddenly? Your leave is denied. She snapped. Get back to work. I fired back instantly. I went through the proper channels. Su Wanru, you have no right to stop me. Her voice turned ice cold. Don't make me say it again. I sighed, totally exasperated. What is wrong with you today? She let out a bitter laugh. Admit it, Jiang Yichen, you are on your way to see Murong Xue right now, aren't you? I froze, completely thrown off by her wild accusation. She took a sharp breath and pressed on. I know the truth. Murong Xue offered you a massive buyout. That is why you are quitting Sush, right? I was so angry. I just laughed. Even if I were joining her company, it is just business. A smart man goes where he is valued. No need to get so defensive, President Sue. Fine, she snapped. Go then. She slammed the phone down. Honestly, I had no intention of telling her I was actually leaving to handle my own company. Let her believe whatever she wanted. It was not like she ever truly cared about me anyway. All she did was judge and doubt me. I returned to our headquarters, where Gu Qinghan was waiting. Seeing me, her shoulders instantly dropped. What is wrong? What happened? Gu Qinghan quickly filled me, and our partnership with the Overseas Genesis Group hit a massive snag. Their CEO is incredibly eccentric, and they are specifically demanding to see you. I knit my brows together. See me? Gu Qinghan nodded. Yes, they explicitly demanded a face-to-face with the CEO of Langxiang. Apparently, they want to drink tea and talk about philosophy. If we refuse, they will walk away from the whole contract. Penalties be damned. Gu Qinghan let out a heavy, worried sigh as she finished. This deal is huge. Even if they pay the termination fees, the disruption would deal a massive blow to our operations. Plus, Langxiang just invested heavily in a major project, so our cash flow is pretty tight right now. Losing this deal would be catastrophic. Hearing this, I understood the stakes. I had to take this meeting. No matter how weird it sounded, there was no getting out of it. Brother Chen, I am guessing this CEO is some kind of tea ceremony master. Are you sure you can handle this? Gu Qinghan trailed off, realizing she might have sounded doubtful. I just smiled to reassure her. When have I ever let you down? The moment I spoke, the heavy worry that weighed down her eyes just a second ago completely vanished. Her eyes lit up with sudden relief. Of course. Was there anything I couldn't handle? I kept quiet, only offering a knowing grin. The Genesis Group's CEO set the meeting for a Sunday afternoon at a quiet, tucked-away tea house. There was barely anyone there. Just a couple of patrons whispering in the corners. I found the private room, stood at the door, and took a breath before knocking. A powerful, rhythmic melody drifted out from inside. Only then did I push the door open. Right in the center sat an old man in his 60s. His posture was as straight and unyielding as a bamboo painting. He cradled his teacup, taking a slow sip. Seeing me enter, he smiled. The CEO of Langxiang certainly lives up to his reputation. He praised my otherworldly elegance. I just smiled. I pale in comparison, elder. You do not look like a man in his 60s at all. You look way younger. Haha. Elder Li let out a hearty laugh. Since we are here to discuss tea, let me hear your insights. I had anticipated this, so I smiled and answered him fluently. The ceremony involves selecting utensils, preparing, brewing, pouring, serving, and tasting. Every tea has its own unique characteristics. Some are bold and robust, while others are soft and mellow. With thousands of varieties, each changes with the local terroir and customs. Elder Li chuckled. Excellent. You have a very solid grasp of the fundamentals of brewing tea. Who taught you this art? At that, my thoughts drifted far away. My father taught me. When I was very young, he learned his tea ceremony from my grandfather. Grandfather was a master of the tea arts. He had many friends who loved tea, just like you do. Elder Li suddenly grew interested. What is your grandfather's name? I replied without hesitation, Ji Huaifeng. Hearing that name, Elder Li looked as if he had just been struck by lightning. Slowly, tears welled up in his eyes. So, you are actually Huaifeng's grandson. Your grandfather and I were the absolute closest of friends. He could not help but step forward and grasp my hand, sighing with deep emotion. To think you are actually the president of Langxiang, so accomplished, so young. I am sure Huaifeng, resting below, can finally be at peace. I tentatively asked him about our collaboration, Grandpa Li. Before I could finish, Elder Li cut me off. Forget this one project. From now on, we are partnering with Langxiang on everything. The assistant beside him stared in utter shock. Mr. Li, you cannot do that. We must evaluate their actual capabilities for some projects, and Elder Li glared, furious. What? Are you saying my Xiaochen lacks capability? Or are you questioning my judgment? The assistant shrank back in fear and shut his mouth. Hearing this, a small smile crept onto my lips. Thank you, Grandpa Li. No need to thank me, he replied. Come visit the Li estate more often when you have time. You really do take after your grandfather quite a bit. Elder Li kept me around, sharing many heartfelt stories. Finally, as darkness fell, he reluctantly let me leave. Langxiang's crisis was completely resolved, and we gained a powerful, unshakable ally. I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Right now, I really should head back to work at the Su Corporation. But whenever I thought about what Su Wanru told me that day, I lost all desire to go back to the company. After all, she must be back with her first love by now. They are probably in the middle of a passionate reunion. It would be totally inappropriate for me to just barge back in. Just as I was debating when to return, a phone call saved me. Brother Yichen, Su Xiao's voice rang out. Where have you been these past few days? Why are you not back yet? I froze for a second. Just as I was about to explain, Su Wanru's familiar voice echoed from the other end. Su Xiao, aren't you going to study? Your exams are the day after tomorrow. Su Xiao replied pitifully that she knew. I know, sis. That is why I am asking Brother Yichen for help. He can definitely help me prep. Su Wanru kept scolding her, saying she never studies and is just cramming last minute. If you fail, you deserve it, she snapped. Shrinking back, Xiao still asked, Brother Yichen, when are you coming back? I seriously cannot study alone anymore. I was just about to hang up upon hearing Su Wanru's voice, but hearing her sound so pitiful and helpless, I could not bear to reject her because of Su Wanru. Fine, I will be back tomorrow morning. Su Xiao's face instantly lit up. Great, thanks, Brother Yichen. I hummed in agreement and hung up the phone. The next day, I returned to the Su residence. Xiao was not up yet, so only Su Wanru was in the dining room eating breakfast. So you actually decided to show up. Su Wanru ate her breakfast methodically, throwing in a cold, sarcastic remark. I did not give her a friendly look either, replying that what I do has nothing to do with her. You had better worry about your own business. Su Wanru calmly took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. I am only keeping tabs on you because of my father's orders. Nobody wants to play babysitter. Hearing that lit a spark of irritation in my chest. If you want no part of this, then stay out. Just then, Su Xiao walked out of her room rubbing her eyes. She caught the weird tension between us and looked confused. What is wrong? Why are your faces so long this early? Mortal enemies, basically. I smiled. It is nothing, Xiao. Just eat up. I will head to your room later to help you study. She nodded, scarfed down her breakfast, and rushed right back to her bedroom. Brother Yichen, I barely touched any of this stuff over the past 6 months. Can I really finish reviewing all of this? Sitting in her room, Su Xiao propped her chin up and chewed on her pen. I bluntly dropped the truth. You cannot finish. Xiao let out a loud wail. She panicked instantly. What do I do? Am I really going to fail? I pinched my nose and sighed. You definitely will not fail. Your basics are fine, so failing is completely impossible. But pulling a high score is basically impossible. Hearing she would pass, she beamed in that case. Brother Yichen, let us get started. I opened up the textbook and started highlighting all the key points for her. I practically knew the whole book inside out, marking the main points smoothly as if I had written the actual exam myself. Su Xiao looked stunned. After all, when her teachers highlighted points in class, they usually marked massive paragraphs, but I only highlighted a single sentence every few pages, and within just 10 minutes, I had marked the key points in that thick book. Trust me, these are the topics they test on every single time. Just memorize these, and scoring around an 80 won't be a problem at all. She nodded, only half understanding but completely trusting me. Thanks, Brother Yichen. The next day, she headed out for her exam. I had not even made it downstairs yet when a gasp echoed from the first floor. It was Su Jingyao. I went downstairs to ask. Frowning, Su Jingyao said Xiao was caught cheating. She is in the principal's office right now. The school is taking this incredibly seriously. They want to expel her. I thought about her stubborn face. No matter how I looked at it, she did not seem like the type to cheat. Stepping off the stairs, I asked where she was. Su Jingyao frowned, saying she is still at the school right now. Her teacher just called, but I have a rap ceremony right now and absolutely cannot bail. The fallout would be massive. Suddenly, as if she realized something, a deeply conflicted look crossed her face. Can you go check on Su Xiao and find out what is going on? I did not expect her to make that request. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. She saw the urgent message and immediately rushed out. Yichen, I am leaving this to you. Once I am done here, I will come find you guys immediately. Though caught off guard and wondering what she was facing, I decided to go check. I made it to the school. Reaching the principal's office, I heard Xiao's voice coming from inside. I already told you I did not write that cheat sheet. How many times do I have to say it? Hearing this, I paused. She was likely framed. The principal slammed his hand on the desk in a fury. Su Xiao, is that any way to speak to your teachers? She kept a cold face and scoffed disdainfully. I said it was not me, so it was not me. Even if you asked me 100 times, it wasn't me. The counselor chimed in. Xiao, even if you are a member of the Su family, you are a student first. No matter how powerful your family is, it cannot cover this up for you. I couldn't listen to this anymore and walked right in. Hello, principal. I heard Su Xiao is being accused of cheating, and I would like to find out what is going on. I offered a polite smile. She looked surprised. What are you doing here? The staff instantly recognized me. Since I had been on the news multiple times, they spoke to me quite politely. Mister, Jiang, I presume you are here about Su Xiaoxiao. I spoke up and asked if the principal was absolutely certain that Su Xiaoxiao was the one who cheated. Of course we are. This cheat sheet was found right on Su Xiaoxiao's desk and the handwriting is identical to hers. Plus, she was reported by her own good friend, Qin Yao. So this is pretty much set in stone. The moment I heard that, something felt wrong reported by her friend. Can I see this person? The counselor immediately sent someone to call for Qin Yao. Qin Yao walked in and immediately played the victim when she saw the crowded room. She whimpered, "Teacher, principal, what is going on? Did I do something wrong?" The counselor gave Qin Yao a comforting nod and told her not to worry too much. "Just tell us exactly what happened this afternoon with Su Xiaoxiao and her cheating. Give us the whole truth." Qin Yao swallowed hard. "Well," she said, "this afternoon I noticed Su Xiaoxiao acting a little strange. So, I kept an eye on her. I never expected she was writing a cheat sheet. It made me feel so torn. But as her best friend, I knew I had to stop this bad habit. I wanted to keep the test fair for everyone. So, I grabbed the paper from her desk and handed it straight to the teacher. Su Xiaoxiao lost it and snapped at Qin Yao. "We have been friends for years. How could you frame me like this?" Qin Yao looked devastated. Shaking under Su Xiaoxiao's angry glare, she took a step back. "I did not frame you. Please stop before it is too late, Xiao. Cheating is wrong." The principal slammed his hand down, ending the debate. "That is enough, Su Xiaoxiao. Stop making excuses. Qin Yao is your friend, which makes her story highly believable. Because you cheated and show absolutely no regret, the faculty has reached a unanimous decision. You are officially expelled." With that settled, the principal turned his gaze to me. "I am sorry, Mr. Jiang, but the fallout from this incident is simply too severe. My hands are tied here." I stared at him, completely speechless. "Hang on a second," I said. "Is it not a bit early to jump to conclusions? I tutored Su Xiaoxiao myself. She is too smart to ever need a cheat sheet." The principal just gave a helpless smile. "Mr. Jiang, that is not how this works. You have to understand." I cut him off. "If you do not believe me, then test her right here and now. You still have the backup test papers, do you not?" The principal froze, unable to process what I was asking. The counselor spoke up, "We do. There is a version B exam, though it is quite a bit harder." I did not hesitate. "Bring it out and let her take it." Hearing this, the principal smiled and agreed. Forcing Su Xiaoxiao to admit defeat before leaving would keep everyone from gossiping. The teacher set the paper down in front of Su Xiaoxiao. "Since this version is harder, we will give you 150 minutes. That is a 30-minute extension." Su Xiaoxiao pushed it away. "I am not doing it," she said. I frowned at her. She was visibly upset, her voice growing sharper. "Brother Yichen, it is not like I actually cheated. Why do I have to prove myself?" I smiled and patted her head. "Just focus on the paper. Leave the rest to me." Seeing my calm smile, she finally relaxed. "Fine," she muttered. "I will do it." She started writing while we all waited in silence. An hour and a half slowly ticked by. Su Xiaoxiao capped her pen and slid the paper over. The principal compared it to the answer key, and his jaw dropped. Was this leaked? How did she only miss 2 questions? The counselor stared, completely unable to believe his eyes. He snatched the sheet, verifying the marks himself. "This is impossible," he whispered. None of the students even knew a version B existed. That was when I spoke up, my voice cold. "Now that her skills are proven, let us change the subject. I want to talk about Qin Yao." Jolting at her name, Qin Yao shuddered. "What do you want with me? Besides, she probably just got lucky this time. That is the only reason she passed." My voice turned freezing. "Qin Yao sure is a fantastic friend." Qin Yao looked incredibly guilty, her eyes darting around. "There should be security cameras in that room, right? Once we review the tape, we will know if Su Xiaoxiao was set up." She did not look happy when I mentioned the cameras, but Qin Yao suddenly sighed with relief when the principal shook his head. "The cameras broke down today," he explained. "Nothing was saved, no footage exists. That was why Su Xiaoxiao could not clear her name once the finger was pointed. Throw in her usual rebellious streak, and the principal automatically figured she was just telling lies." I waved it off. "No problem. Let me see." He pulled up the security system on his monitor. I stepped over to run a fast diagnostic. Just as I thought, the files were not missing because of a glitch. Someone had intentionally wiped them. I bypassed the lockouts and modified the code, pulling the raw data back. Every second of deleted video was fully recovered. "Take a look, principal." I smiled, tapping the monitor screen. "This shadow looks pretty familiar, does it not? Could it be their precious student, Qin Yao?" The security footage made it glaringly obvious. She waited until the room cleared out. Qin Yao sneaked inside, slipped the cheat sheet onto Su Xiaoxiao's desk, and strolled away like nothing had even happened. The principal stood there in sheer disbelief. How was this even possible? Why would Qin Yao frame Su Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoxiao sneered she knew it. She freaking knew it was her from the start. Qin Yao's voice shook uncontrollably. It wasn't her, she stammered. That video is fake. I just smirked, raising an eyebrow. Whether it is real or not, only you know the truth. Qin Yao realized the game was finally up. Suddenly, she burst into manic laughter. Of course she knew the truth. We are all human, so why does she get to be born rich? With all that ridiculous wealth and backing, neither of us even studied for this test. So how the hell did she score so high? I shook my head. No matter your reasons, trying to ruin someone is wrong. Cheating is one thing, but framing someone out of pure malice? That is on a whole different level. At this point, the principal finally understood the whole picture. But I was not finished yet. I turned to the counselor standing nearby with a smile. Professor, you must have some connection with Qin Yao, right? Since we walked in, your eyes have not left her. And when she was exposed, you looked just as panicked as she did. The principal looked deeply ashamed of his stupid mistake. First, he apologized to Su Xiaoxiao, then whirled around, snapping at Qin Yao. I never would have imagined a good student like you could do something so despicable. Do not bother coming back to school tomorrow. An incident like this on campus is an absolute scandal. Qin Yao's face turned pale as she turned to leave. Obviously, I was not satisfied with just that. I held out a hand, stopping her hold on. Framing someone is a crime. I kept smiling, but my expression was colder than ice water. The police should be here any minute. You better start thinking about how to explain this to them. At those words, Qin Yao's final hope completely shattered. She slumped to the floor like a puddle of mud. After wrapping things up, I took Su Xiaoxiao home. As we walked, Su Xiaoxiao stared at me, lost in thought, before she finally blurted out a thank you. Seeing her squirming so shyly, I could not help but chuckle. Xiaoxiao, you are acting like a bashful little wife right now. What little wife? I'm just thanking you, that is all. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned beet red. After a moment, she muttered softly, Brother Yichen, thank you for saving me today. I smiled, patting her head, and told her to focus on studying. Su Xiaoxiao looked up, a strange fluttering feeling rising in her chest. No wonder my older sister likes you. I froze, not quite registering her words at first. When it finally clicked, I laughed. Your sister already has someone she likes. Do you not know that? Su Xiaoxiao looked surprised. You mean Song Mufan? That is her ex from way back. She stopped liking him a long time ago. Okay? I sighed. That is because you do not know the whole story. Just a few days ago, she abandoned a massive business deal and rushed back just to see him. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. See him? What are you talking about? My sister has been buried in work for days. She has not met any guys at all. I suddenly stiffened. Was everything I saw before just a huge misunderstanding? Su Wanru had heard about the incident. While driving toward the school, she spotted us and pulled over. Sis, everything is totally fine now. It is all thanks to Brother Yichen. Otherwise, I would definitely be labeled a cheater and kicked out of school by now. Su Wanru shifted her gaze to me. After a long pause, she thanked me softly for helping Xiaoxiao. That single sentence instantly drew a sharp line between us, making us feel like complete strangers. My chest tightened uncomfortably, but I simply replied that it was nothing and they should head home. I still have some things to handle. Wait, Xiaoxiao immediately asked. Where are you going? Brother Yichen. Su Wanru cut in coldly, telling her to stop prying into other people's business. I forced a stiff smile and turned away. Walking down the street, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Why does Su Wanru always have to act so damn cold? Who was she putting that icy face on for? Suddenly, I did not even want to go back to my dorm. I even had a sudden urge to move out of the Su family house altogether just to avoid dealing with Su Wanru ever again. Just then, a voice called out from behind me, Brother Yichen. I turned and saw Su Xiaoxiao running up, panting heavily. What is wrong? Xiaoxiao. She hurried over to my side, her eyes flickering with deep concern. Yichen, did you and my sister get into a fight? I gave her a faint smile. No, you are overthinking it. Besides, there was never anything between your sister and me. Why on earth would we fight? Su Xiaoxiao pouted. You are just talking out of anger. I know you two have issues lately, but why can't someone just take the lead and work it out? I sighed, saying she wouldn't understand. But Su Xiaoxiao cut me off. There is only a 3-year age gap between us, and I know my sister. Even with that cold attitude, she actually cares about you a lot. I waved my hand to dismiss her. Xiaoxiao, you really do not need to say another word. Moving out of the Su family estate is my plan. Her eyes went wide with shock. Move out? Why? Seeing her stunned face, I tried to explain. Just like you said, your sister and I do not have a good relationship. Staying here just makes things awkward. Su Xiaoxiao gave me a sharp look. Do you like my sister? She asked. I instantly denied it. No. Su Xiaoxiao giggled softly. If you do not like her, then why are you running away? The brother Yichen I remember never ran away from anything. It made me freeze. I had no comeback for that. After sitting with my thoughts for a long time, I finally headed to the office anyway. Right when I walked in, I spotted someone in the office who looked incredibly familiar. And Yicheng. I stopped dead in my tracks. Before I could turn around and escape, and Yicheng spotted me. He walked right over, smiling warmly. Jiang Yichen, long time no see. I managed a tight smile. Long time no see. I thought you were still in rehab. I figured bringing that up would definitely make Yichen furious. Instead, he just smiled. Thanks for your concern. I know I did a lot of terrible things back in the day. I came back to make things right. My reply to him was freezing cold. Let us hope so. I knew Yicheng was a dangerous snake, so I did not believe a word he said. Jiang Yichen, let me buy you lunch today. Think of it as a real apology. I shut him down immediately. No need, because I already have plans for lunch. And Yicheng looked deeply crushed. You really do not want to go with me. Are you still holding a grudge? Jiang Yichen, I have truly changed, I swear. Please, can you forgive me? His pathetic little act was successfully drawing pity. The coworkers around us were looking sympathetic. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for Yicheng. He just loved someone so much it drove him a little crazy. That is all. Honestly, Director Jiang is being pretty cold-blooded about this. Shh, do not let him hear you. We will be in deep trouble if he does. Staring at his fake face while hearing those whispers, I figured out his game. And Yicheng was playing the victim card. He wanted everyone to pity him and help rebuild his trash reputation. Prison really changed him. He actually upgraded his tactics. Fine. Where do you want to eat for lunch? I asked. Hearing that, and Yicheng practically lit up with joy. Wanru is invited too. The three of us can decide on a place together once we meet up. My chest tightened when I heard Su Wanru was coming too. But before I could open my mouth to back out, and Yicheng had already walked out of the office. No escape. I was totally trapped into this lunch. Su Wanru had to work some overtime first, though. So, and Yicheng and I waited by the entrance. He kept trying to make small talk to kill the time. Yichen, while I was away, I heard the Su group reach new heights. Credit belongs to the entire team. Hundreds of employees worked hard together. I waved off his praise. It is not my achievement alone. Before I could even finish, and Yicheng cut in. Wanru told me everything. She said you work incredibly hard and are super capable. Hey Wanru, over here. He waved her over. Su Wanru did not expect me. Her gaze shifted. Over here, Wanru. Yichen and I were just debating what to eat for lunch. What do you think? Japanese, French, or Chinese? Su Wanru shot me a quick look. I am fine with whatever. And Yicheng turned back. Yichen, what do you say? I casually suggested Japanese. Who knew it would make his face instantly go so conflicted? But Wanru has a really sensitive stomach. Japanese food is way too cold and raw. She cannot eat that. It was painfully obvious. The guy was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between Su Wanru and me. I saw right through it. In the past, Yicheng wanted nothing more than for me to stay as far away from them as possible. Now, he was actually trying to set up a group outing with us. He was definitely up to something. I shot him a cold look and said whatever is fine. And Yicheng instantly put on a hurt face. Jiang Yichen, do you really dislike me that much? Is that why you do not want to eat with me? I was getting seriously irritated. Cut the act. Are you eating or not? To my disgust, and Yicheng's voice grew even more hoarse. Jiang Yichen, I have already apologized to you. Even if you cannot forgive me, you do not have to treat me so coldly, do you? Listening to this garbage made me feel sick. Are you ever going to stop? Su Wanru suddenly spoke up, demanding I stop yelling at Yicheng. I just let out a cold sneer. Su Wanru, I do not need you lecturing me. Since you both think I am the one being unreasonable, then go eat by yourselves. Su Wanru gave me a flat, emotionless look. She turned her head to Yicheng and said, let's go. I stood there, stunned. I never expected Su Wanru to actually let me walk away. But more than surprise, I felt deep disappointment. Disappointed that she actually could not see right through Yicheng's obvious mind games. Back at the office, I drafted my resignation letter and sent it straight to Su Wanru's inbox. After that, I returned to the Su family estate. I packed my things, grabbed my suitcase, and got ready to leave. Su Luoli, who was home, watched it all unfold. She could not help but chuckle. What? You do not even want to stay in the Su house anymore. My tone was completely flat. I just do not think I belong here. So don't read too much into it. I told you from the start, she said. Su Wanru is completely heartless. She only cares about her work. In other words, her heart died 3 years ago. Even if she did have some feelings for you, they wouldn't even be worth mentioning. You are a smart guy. You should know what I mean. I nodded, and she asked, so why don't you consider being with me instead? I promise I will treat you 1,000 times better than Su Wanru. No, 1,000,000 times better. She finished with a flirtatious wink. Looking into her smiling eyes, I asked seriously, Su Luoli, do you even like me? The playful smile on her face stiffened slightly. Does liking someone really matter? Her response actually made me want to laugh. Of course it matters. Why would you be with someone if you don't even like them? Su Luoli, in this world, what could possibly be so important that you would willingly throw away love? Su Luoli paused, caught off guard. She clearly had not expected me to say that. Of course there is. How can anyone live in this world and only care about love? In Su Luoli's twisted worldview, emotions were completely useless. She did not even possess them herself. All right, I hope that until you figure out what it actually means to like someone, you will stop saying things like that to me. I gave her a polite smile. Finally, I picked up my suitcase and headed out. Just as I stepped past the main gates, the butler blocked my path. Mr. Jiang, you cannot do this. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain this to the master? The butler looked completely torn. Seeing me dragging my luggage away, he looked so stressed he was about to pull his hair out. I am just moving out. It is not like I am cutting ties with the Su family completely. There is no need to get so worked up, butler. Watching the old man physically block my way, I felt helpless but a little amused. Right at that moment, Su Wanru returned. She saw that I was clearly packing up to leave and furrowed her brow. But she quickly masked it with her usual indifference, asking, where are you going? I could not be bothered with her and just kept walking forward. And Yichen put on a fake shocked expression, Jiang Yichen, why are you moving out? I looked at his hypocritical face and found it laughable. Don't trouble yourself, Mr. An. Me moving out is exactly what you wanted, right? And Yicheng immediately played the victim. Jiang Yichen, you are misunderstanding me. I really did not mean it like that. Su Wanru spoke up, her voice ice cold enough. Stop bullying and Yicheng. I have zero interest in bullying your precious childhood sweetheart. I won't interrupt your little romance any longer. I am leaving so I do not get in your way. No matter what I do, you will just accuse me of bullying and Yicheng anyway. Since that is the case, I might as well leave early. Hearing this, and Yicheng immediately chimed in. Jiang Yichen, do not overthink this. There is really nothing going on between Wanru and me. I just came back to visit Auntie. Wanru just gave me a ride because it was on her way. It is really not what you think. I replied coldly, I did not overthink anything. What you do is your own business. Su Wanru watched my resolute retreating figure, a sudden chill creeping into her heart. What? You are moving in with Morangsho? My blood boiled instantly. Su Wanru, cut the crap. I have absolutely nothing going on with Morangshu. Yichen quickly interjected from the side. Oh, Yichen, so you actually have someone you like. I really thought you liked Wanro. Guess I was just overthinking it. Watching the two of them perform this pathetic little act, I lost every single ounce of my patience. I snapped a quick goodbye and walked right out the past door.